Okay.
Let's see if it goes. Does it connect? And YouTube is connected. Fantastic. Sweet.
Yay, now I just need to refresh the page 4,000. There it goes. Okay.
So let me make a post on Twitter with the thumbnail, and my YouTube has now, my phone has now informed me. Where's the link?
Hold on, I got it. It's me.
You give that to me so I can post that to Twitter.
Here it is in streaming chat.
Thank you. Copy link. And all right. All right. Got it. And now I have tweeted it. Whoa, there's already so many people all of a sudden. Hello, folks.
Whoa. Hello.
What on earth? Why are there so many of you? I literally just started.
Oh my god, you're terrifying.
This is too active. It's
hey,
getting
Engraves.
too much. One of these days I'm gonna be like, uh-oh. Well, I'll be very when we start doing Ashley numbers, and then I will be deeply concerned. Like, what have I gotten myself into?
It'd be a high class problem to have. Hey, Mike.
Oh, hey, Mike. Hey, Mike. We're doing animation stream. You can go ahead and watch. Party time, yeah, Mike. Hello, Fizzy Dizzy, Brave Chicken, Engrave, Lemming Gremlin, Splotch, Sebastian, Karma, Little Eyebrow Face, Art Universe, Dragon Fruits, Mechanical Wolf Studios, GU, Zach, Alex 757575708F, Adrian Animations, Cornbread Shivel, Trash Can, Owl They Them, and more people jumping in. I'm gonna give up on naming all names for right now. But yeah, hello. Hi everybody. Hi everybody. It's nice to see you. We're doing animation stream. I haven't done an animation stream in a little bit. At least not a public one. Patrons have been getting access to Act 3 animation streams, so if you're interested in any Act 3 animation work getting shown off, which is like super off limits to the public until the short comes out. But if you want that kind of stuff, do contribute to Tracy's Patreon. What tier is that at, Tracy?
Oh, for all patrons, I let into the YouTube private YouTube streams, and then there's another tier for patrons who get kind of a small private monthly live stream that I do for them every month. Yeah, it's just me doing art. That's at the $5 tier. So.
Yeah, it's
so yeah. I mean,
patron. Yeah.
Patrons at every level get extra stuff. So.
Yeah, it's very kind. It's kind to your wallet. And in exchange, you support both this project and Tracy, because she actually pays for, even though we run the Kickstarter, like she still like sometimes with, I argue with her about this, but she'll
trying
like,
not
pay
to
stuff out of pocket. Yeah.
Well, we've got all this like extraneous like stuff like art needs and other things that are like related to the film, but not exactly the actual film. So I want to keep as much budget on the film for the film as possible. But we've got like all kinds of like comic dub editing and sound design for those things, and lots of needs for like thumbnails and things for YouTube and promotional art and things like that. So emojis and things. So yeah, I've been like footing the bill for all of that like extra stuff. But yeah, we're trying to keep the content rolling so that yeah.
Chat has noticed the bird.
Yes, that is a rooster that you heard, and you will hear peeps and whistles and shriek. That's because I live on Isla Nublar, and I'm surrounded by dinosaurs. So, I literally am surrounded by dinosaurs, not so much Island of Blar, but you wouldn't be able to tell the difference either way. So I have chickens and different kinds of parrots are outside. There's also some pigeons, but I doubt you're going to hear those. So yeah.
A running tab of how long it takes Chad each session to notice the birds.
Yeah.
Also, hello everyone. I will be taking questions and relaying them to the people.
Yes, this is Knox, one of our community leaders / moderators over on the Lackadaisy Discord, and he is very kindly helping us out here to collect questions and then like ask them to us so that we don't miss any while the chat scrolls by. So
already have 4.
Cool. Legendary, I guess. Says, is this a film? Yeah, it's a short animated film. Kind of doubles as a standalone film and a pilot episode, I guess you could say.
Yeah, it's kind of like a proof of concept in a way. It's like, look what we can do, and this is how we did it, and this is how we marketed it, and this is like,
and this is what it kind of like encompasses the story's setting, premise, introduces the conflicts and quite a few of the characters, and kind of a introduction to Lackadaisy 101.
Yes.
Although there will be some things in it that will be new to people who've read the comic for a while, and some things that will be familiar to comic readers, and to people who have no idea what Lackadaisy is and never heard of the comic. It should also be pretty accessible. It shouldn't be too confusing what's happening, because it kind of, I don't know, we kind of tried to make sure we had the best of both worlds there, where we could get some new eyes on it and not utterly confuse them.
Yeah.
So 2 kind of related questions. The first was from Krishna, who's asking what software you're using, and from Milo, who is asking what's the huge graph on the right.
The huge graph on the right is that is called this is the node view, and this is a tangled snarl of a spider's web, because I am not good at organizing it, but this is how compositing in Toon Boom works, and that's the name of the program. This is Toon Boom, aka Harmony. It is kind of like Flash if Flash grew up. It's a very strong piece of animation software that is, for me, it's like easier to draw in, and it's much more powerful. And that's what the production has been animated, or at least cleaned up in, for the most part. So, yeah.
Mechanical Studio asks, so how far are you into the animation?
I want to say that I think we're about like
rough animation?
75% of the way through the rough animation. Like, cleanup has started,
right,
and they're moseying along. So they've been going at a good clip. And yeah, we're going along, basically. It goes.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Node views are used for lots of different things. Like, Substance Painter is also something that uses nodes for, like, texture maps, and, like, I've used nodes for rigging things. It's pretty common way to, like, set things up. Like, lots of different.
It's like a visual
I've got like a Photoshop filter creator software thing that uses nodes as well. It's just like a way to visualize, like, that kind of workflow, or that kind of, like, procedural stuff.
Just like that, you guys have, like, I'm normally really into flow charts, but I still don't have any understanding of how you can animate with flow charts, so one day I'll explore it. Mr. Fiddlewigs asks, so after the short film, would you start to produce a series, kind of like Helga Boss? And if so, would those series be completely different to the comics, or would it be similar?
That is a big we don't know right now. So we don't know what kind of interest or disinterest the film will will receive after the fact. If we can garner enough like audience interest or some kind of studio interest, then we would love to be able to continue it. But we really don't know. We're kind of just treating it like, well, let's get this done and then see where we're at. If if we have the capability to keep going with it, we will. And if it just kind of like the reception isn't really there, then at least we'll have made a short film that everybody who worked on can be proud of. But yeah, I mean, we'll see.
Yeah, it's really basically up to like how people respond and like what the reception is from fans as much as anything. Because when fan reaction is like very strong, then there's a much better chance of it going somewhere. Like that's basically like how Has-Been was able to get the attention it did, is that like the fan reaction was like very, very strong and sustained.
Yeah.
So
yeah, you need a good foothold of that that kind of sustained interest, which is not easy to glean.
No, it's not. It's very difficult to manage and maintain. So it's like it very much depends on like communities of people, like making they're interested and they want to see its success, and they like they share their interest like frequently.
I realized I probably should have shared the stream on Lackadaisy. Just posted.
Oh yeah, maybe. Might want to do that, potentially, possibly.
You're already at 99 people without that, so.
I wonder like how many of them are stalking though. Basically, that's why. How many people are here from the Lackadaisy?
Oh, did we post a link over there already or not?
I just did.
Oh, you did. Thank you, Nox. Mechanical Wolf Studio says, any tips for growing a following? I'm creating an animated series too, and I was wondering if you have any tips for spreading the word about it. I don't know. We're kind of just feeling our way in the dark on that ourselves.
We're trying.
Like I had this YouTube channel for like ages, but I never used it for anything except I posted like a few videos of this like little orphan bottle baby kitten that I had. And, well, I still have her. She's all grown up now, but and that's like all I ever really posted here, and like a couple old live streams. And so it really was kind of just a ghost town here. And then we decided for the film we really needed to build up a foundation on which we could basically release the animated film, so that we weren't releasing it into like just an empty field somewhere where no one was paying attention.
YouTube doesn't really function in a way where you can just like one hit video and then your entitled channel just explodes. It's usually takes like a big build up like over time where
you have to
an audience.
It's a building blocks thing, piece by piece. Like if you get every now and then, so of course something comes along that like lightning strikes and they get this like viral introduction to the world, and like usually when that happens though, it's kind of a flash in the pan thing, and you aren't able to like sustain that kind of interest. If you are, good for you, but it's really not a like sound business plan. So you got to kind of like, that's largely, I mean, we do these streams and we do lots of comic dubs and things like that because not only are we enjoying doing that and we want to do that, but it's also a good way to kind of like flag people over, go, hey, look, we're doing a thing, come watch. So yeah, putting your work out there, using social media to your best capabilities. Often it's a bit of a black art because, I mean, who understands how the algorithms work? I sure don't. But yeah, I mean, just consistently putting work out there and putting your best work out there, and being communicative and interacting with people, engaging with people, connecting with other artists can be a very beneficial thing to do on so many levels. I mean, it's a good way to make friends, but it's also a good way to like network and find people who are going to have your back. If you are helping to like direct people toward their stuff, they may do you a solid and do the same thing. Be like, hey, check out what my friend is doing. So yeah, go make friends. No other artists. You may get like good chances to work with them, find new opportunities through them. You know, shout out each other's stuff. I mean, yeah, it's it's hard to do. It's very. I've been doing Lackadaisy as a comic for a long time now, and it's been a very gradual process of just like building a readership. Took me, I think, 10 years before, well, 9 years, I think, before I ever really made any money at all doing the comic.
You got a super chat from Ryan.
Oh, hey,
Okay, I'm
Ryan,
back.
thank you.
Sorry, what did I miss? My chickens were yelling at nothing, so.
Ryan says, how much of this is hand-drawn and CG? What's the official runtime of the feature? So,
Before
what you mean by hand-drawn is a
Yeah.
bit like, so nobody's drawing on paper for the actual animating. They're drawing digitally, but they're drawing it with their hands. They're not like, it's, you know. So all of the character animation is quote-unquote hand-drawn. It's just done digitally, not on, you know, paper.
We do
at a
have
desk.
CG models for cars and guns and things like
Right.
that. And basically those are animated in Blender, and then PNG sequences are exported out and to Toon Boom, and then we like draw on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
Yep.
how we do that.
A lot of the scene layouts were done that way too. So we build a 3D model of a scene and then use it to do our storyboards, and then also to basically screenshot the overall layout of what will eventually be a background painting upon which the, you know, animation is composited. But when you have like basically a 3D map of like a location, it's much easier to then like, yeah, line up your camera appropriately, screenshot it, hand it to a background artist who's then going to use that as a guide for painting, because they know like what elements need to be there, where they are located, and things.
It takes out like some of the extra steps basically that goes into.
Yeah, so it's pretty well integrated. I think like the heftiest part of the work is done by like the rough animators doing just hand-drawn animation. That's like I think probably the biggest percentage of
that takes the most time
man hours
overall.
and what's the official runtime of the feature? We're not quite sure yet, because we haven't like made the credits page or anything, or like made the credits or anything like that. But it'll probably come out around 21-22 minutes.
Before credits, at least.
Before credits, yeah.
Several more.
With credits, a little longer than that, yeah. Yeah, so over 20 minutes. Kind of a television episode length sort of thing.
Let's see if that looks good.
If you subtract the commercial time. I think most TV episodes are like 23 minutes or something. For half-hour time.
We should have a version of it that has like old-timey commercials just mixed in.
Except we're like, commercials from the 20s, except they didn't have those. I mean, they had radio commercials, but they'd just be audio, so. That would be pretty freaking funny, though. If we could come up with like.
We did have a funny idea for the next comic dub that's coming out, where we're gonna have like silent movie cards.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to that.
To explain why Mordecai is just yelling into the void, complaining and ranting.
No, that'll be a different dub. This dub is just Mordecai and Victor's like average day.
Well, Victor's there to watch him freak out, but Victor not so much an active participant, just an observer.
I think part of the point also with the cards is that we had to kind of explain like, why are these two together versus like in.
Yeah, we have to explain that because it's chronologically they used to work together. They don't in the canon timeline any longer, but it's kind of a like once upon a time.
Yeah. Literally, we were talking about opening it as Once Upon a Time.
Give it some like fairy tale music.
Yeah. Okay, let's see here.
Cinnamon Pumpkin asks, how's the fan response so far? Are we doing our jobs right?
Oh, well, we deeply appreciate you especially if you, I mean, if you're just here watching and, chatting with us, we love it. But yeah, if you've like ever pointed at someone else in our direction or, supported the project or something, like, yeah, thank you so much. That's means the world. But I guess good. It's a little hard to say until we release the film. I don't, and we see what happens. I don't know if we'll know if we've been successful at it or not. I mean, it feels good. But
there's
yeah,
definitely
who knows?
been there's been like a big uptick lately in particular. For instance, without any lead up whatsoever, we have like 100 people in chat right now on a Sunday.
Yeah, that's definitely more than we used to get. But yeah, so that's good. And the last animation video we posted, the last animation preview video we posted, did pretty well. So that was reassuring.
Yeah, that's like one of our top performing videos now.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah. It's like, I guess the algorithm.
We just need clearly all we really needed was Ivy just dancing the Charleston like on loop for 10 hours. And
I'm sure she'd be pleased by that. So like, I could do more of that.
Yeah, just hit all the dated dancing memes. Get the whole internet in.
Actually, yeah, it's kind of neat. Like the rhythm of her dance fits to so many different songs. We could like play any kind of music with it. It's just kind of goofy.
We have a few people complimenting the car in chat. You guys want to plug Newt?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. So Newt, non-Newtonian, is our 3D artist who did all of the that layout art I was talking about before. For the background artists to work with, made all of the guns and cars and everything. He's been absolutely vital to our process here. And I believe he's always looking for additional freelance work. Well, not always. I mean, he is maybe currently working. I don't know. But yeah, he's a extremely talented guy. He's also the community leader for the Discord. So Nox works with him as well.
Yep.
Newt is a swell guy.
Yeah, Newt's awesome, and he's our IT person. So every time we have like some kind of technical problem with one of our computers, we're like, Newt, help us. Yeah, he's great. Yeah, he made the 3D model of the cars. Did extensive research on like exactly like this, looking at like old schematics of Ford Model A from 1928 and the Cadillac. I think the Cadillac is a 1927 version. Actually got in touch with Cadillac, the car company, and they sent a bunch of like diagrams and like schematic drawings and like technical drawings our way to use as reference, which was very cool. So yeah.
So we try to get very accurate cars because, like, even though a lot of times in cartoons, like you see a hefty amount of stylization, but in the case of this, like the way the cars are rendered is mostly the stylization. We otherwise wanted the cars to be pretty exact because part of the idea with Lackadaisy is that it has a lot of like verisimilitude to the time period, besides the fact that they're cats. But otherwise it's like
oh, you mean that wasn't real? Okay, that's disappointing.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, back in the 1920s we all were collectively like, I'm not feeling the feline thing. Let's just switch
everybody was a cat and
primates.
Everything was sepia toned. Isn't that historically known fact?
You guys got 2 super chats, by the way.
Thank you, everybody.
The Aero Train, $5. How do you go about the sounds for the cars? I know they sound very different than modern cars in terms of engine and body noises.
We actually,
we actually have to go find recordings of old vehicle engines and things. That'll be part of the job of our sound designer, M. who's very talented as well, and has been working on the comic dubs. You've heard their work there so far. And I think we have somebody on the Lackadaisy Discord actually who's provided us with some reference material who works on I think old Model T cars.
Yep. You probably mean Ford. He has
yeah.
a Model A, I think. He's a pretty
cool.
He's in a vintage car club and he owns his own. I think he also got some from Blue Coat, right?
Mm-hmm.
We got a lot.
Yeah, so we're going for authentic, vehicle noises and things like that.
It's not just car noise.
It's not just car noise, yeah. It's not just like modern car sounds or anything like that. But yeah, I mean, they had recording equipment and stuff. We actually have used a lot of like video footage as well of old cars to get the animation right. It's a little bit fantastical in the way that some of the stuff the cars do, like they couldn't really realistically have done. But we didn't push it so far that it's like, you have to suspend disbelief to an incredible degree. These cars don't really move like a modern vehicle does. They kind of have more like a carriage type design to them, because they were basically horseless carriages early on, and so it's a bit of a different thing, and a lot of the animators have had to like do some research to understand, like, because you just like it's not something you see in everyday life, so you don't really have a frame of reference until you actually go looking for it. So it's been kind of an interesting like history lesson in that way for all of us.
The second super chat, Maple Paint Toon, do $5 Canadian. May not be in the stream long, but have this. Use it to possibly buy some maple syrup.
Aw, thank you.
And we got another one during that time. Julia, $5 Canadian also. How detailed are the 3D maps that are made? Is it just a single basic layout without props?
So they are, they're really just like untextured 3D models. They're fairly low res. Because they're really just for reference, there's not a heck of a lot of need for like lots of geometric detail. That just tends to, when we need other artists to be able to open up a Blender file and take a screenshot from the correct camera angle, like we don't want to leave them in a situation where they need like a top tier machine with a fancy graphics card in order
two
to
sets of models for the backgrounds. We had the initial set that was able to be done quicker, basically,
right,
so that the borders could work off of that. And then once that was done, we did a secondary set
more detailed,
a little bit more detailed. It still was like PS2 kind of graphics basically, but that's all you really need in order to do paint over. So
it's utilitarian. It's
very utilitarian.
Right. It's not the final art, so
so
it can be a little low res, and so it's really just like, I don't know. Do we have like, I might have.
The Lackadaisy is much more detailed because like that.
The Lackadaisy,
but like the Act 3 set,
the graveyard,
and we're definitely not very detailed.
Yeah, the graveyard. Let me see if I have. I think I might have samples here somewhere.
It's stuff on the Little Daisy Cafe. I think we showed off, right? Right now, I'm just kind of cleaning up the water effects for this shot because I want to. This is the last thing I have to do for this shot before it can be handed off to clean up. So, I'm getting this done, and then if there's enough time, I will be starting a new shot from Act 4. Actually, so this shot's just a little bit nasty looking though, so. It would be very difficult for cleanup to like parse what the hell's going on here, so I'm just doing them the favor and tying it down. The water effects and everything are a lot to deal with.
While Tracy digs that out, Ryan Hartwell gives $2 and asks, "Is Malcolm Ray voicing anybody?"
Yes, he is.
He
is voicing.
He is Nico.
Yeah, Nico. He is, that's one of the quote-unquote antagonist characters, but, I mean,
it really depends on
what's your point of view?
Yeah, which it's a POV thing that establishes like who or that decides like who's the protagonist and who, because they all have their own motivations. It's not really like a
we don't really view it as bad guys versus
everybody in this story is a bad guy. It's like morally gray at best. So yeah.
They're all shooting at each other and trying to kill each other. So it's like they're not really heroes versus villains. It's just competent versus incompetent, really.
Right. I just dropped some vehicle stuff in.
I tried to set up the short in such a way that you could easily, like, if you decide for yourself that the antagonists are the protagonists, you could easily root for them, and it's a valid reason.
Yeah, it's bad, yeah.
I love when Benny, who plays Seraphine, like, we never got to use this line, but she ad-libbed a line. She was like, yeah, look at the children run, yeah! She was like, look at them run! And I was just, like, dying, and I wish we could have used that, but there was no good spot for it. I was like, oh, dang it.
In streaming chat, Fable, I just dropped a few things that are like that show how the 3D art is used, like the vehicle models, and then like one of the early layouts of the speakeasy.
Oh my god, we need to do a VR thing with that. 3D speakeasy map.
Oh yeah. No, I would absolutely love to. We were talking about how nice it would be if we could have a VR chat room using the Lackadaisy and use that for the premiere. So one second, let me just so here's like the Lackadaisy interior, like the above image is how it looks before we paint over, and the below image is like a paint over. So the paint over like gives it kind of like the subtleties that make it really nice. But the 3D image like helps with like the layout and everything, so nobody has to guess at perspective. So like here's what it looks like totally untextured, when the textures are not turned on. In fact, actually, I think this was an early version of the set. Period. Like there wasn't much in it whatsoever. Here's like the cars. Here's a boat. You know. Yeah, so you can see what's going on there. Aspen Wood says, I love it when animators use the tail of a cat and like puff it up when they're surprised or upset, like when a dog's hair raises on their neck. Oh yeah, that's like most of the point. It's like if you're gonna turn your characters into cats, then they have to do cat things, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just a cute little kitty cat.
You'd be remiss not to lean into the
visual pun.
Cat gestures and
it's what makes it fun. Hello.
For some reason, I've always been averse to like actual cat puns, like in like verbal cat puns, or but visual cat puns, I'm all for it. I don't know. I don't know why my brain works that way, but like.
Hey Sagan, what's up?
Hey Sagan.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
We're streaming to the YouTubes. How you doing?
Doing good. Just working on some Wick over here.
Fantastic. Yeah, your shot's coming out like really good.
Yeah, enjoying watching that come together.
It's going a lot faster than the first shot, which I would hope that would be.
I mean, they're just sitting there. It's like it's longer, but they're just sitting there. So I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, I looked at how much I had left. I was like, oh, I have a whole. I only did the first half, but then the second half is just like mostly just them talking, and that's fine.
Yeah,
they're just flapping their lips.
Yeah. Thankfully, none of them move as much as Rocky. Not even at their nutties.
That can be harder, actually.
Yeah, that's true.
That was actually like harder.
Yeah. Mordecai is tough for that reason.
Yeah, everybody seems to have struggled a bit with Mordecai's relative stoicism compared to Rocky, who's just like very much a cartoon character, I guess, compared to the others.
He's the Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
It's harder to hide your mistakes. Every little twitch and bump is like, oh no.
Right.
Yeah.
Rocky is just like, well, the frames are spaced a meter apart because he's running around or whatever, so it's fine.
Yeah, even on this shot where like he's just in the car, but it's like face is moving so goddamn much. Even so that like he's still moving more than anybody else in the shot, even though they're frozen to the car. So right now I'm just cleaning up this water effect, making this not clean up, but just like making it easy to read for when cleanup has to do it.
Rob says, my sister has a cat who's like Rocky and I hate him. Not sure I could blame you for that. I had a cat like Rocky too. That's where Rocky came from, like the character.
Rocky was a real cat once.
Yeah.
Once upon a time when Rocky was an actual cat. Yeah.
And the character is really not much of an exaggeration.
No, from what you told me, I'm like, no, that explains a lot.
Yeah.
I have a backlog of 11 questions. I better get started on that. Luna Yoshi says, Tracy, if you have a set storyline for the comic, at this point with the current page posted on the site, how far are you done with the comic? Are we a few pages away, or are there multiple chapters on the way?
Oh, there's still a lot left of the comic. It's like partway through volume 3 right now, and I have 5 volumes planned. And the 5th one would probably be an extremely long one, so I may have to like break it apart into more than one. Because I had like when I did volume 2, I was thinking it was like a cool thing that I had a even longer volume for the second book, but as it turns out, that's like from a more like practical business standpoint, it's not a good thing to do because you then end up with a book that's much more expensive to print and more expensive to ship, and so I kind of like shot myself in the foot there. But volume 1 length is probably about a good size, so if I'm going to keep things like in that ballpark, yeah, it'll probably end up being like more like 6 volumes in total. So but yeah, I'm kind of like hamstrung on the comic right now because I just have so many things I piled up right now. Like I'm participating in the film production to the extent that I'm able. I've got Kickstarter backer rewards, like tons of those that I still need to address. I've had help with that, which is great, but there's still a lot. And I've got the art book that I need to finish up, plus Patreon obligations. There's lots of custom Patreon art that I'm constantly doing. Yeah, I just don't have enough hours in the day right now. The film is a finite thing though, so when that wraps and as we're kind of like trying to figure out where we're going with that, if we're gonna continue making more, if we're gonna seek more funding, if we're going to shop it around to different studios, like while that's happening, then I will get back to the comics. So yeah, Fable can attest that I've been chomping at the bit to do that. Like both of us are always like talking about like, I wish I had time for my comic. I need to go back to my comic. I'm going nuts. But yeah, it'll be back. I did not anticipate taking a hiatus from it, but I also kind of like wandered into this animation terrain here where I didn't know what I was getting myself into, which in some ways is for the better because you may end up like talking yourself out of something if it looks too intimidating. So sometimes like the more unaware or like naive you are about it, like the better, because then you just like you just dive in head first. You're like, yeah, I can do this. But yeah, I didn't know just how like intense the work would be. Now I know.
It's a pretty good excuse.
Yeah. Yeah, I just wish there were, 2 of me or more hours in the day and I could just do all the stuff, but
yeah. I mean, eventually it's like the workload on your end like does slowly peter out though, because like the Kickstarter art is
once the art book is done, that'll be a big weight off my shoulders, but then we've also got like background art I'm supposed to do, and yeah, I've
been trying to minimize what Tracy does though, guys. Like I'm not.
Well, I appreciate it, but I like desperately want to help. It's just I need more arms or more of me, or we we bit off a lot of work for ourselves. Like, we set ourselves up for like
we're too ambitious.
This is it was a very ambitious thing. Like, I don't know if people understand how much work goes into comic making, let alone animated filmmaking. It's just like,
it's a miracle. Anything.
There's so many angles to it. Even just like getting everybody coordinated and Fable just keeping up with all the notes that need to be done on all the animators and as they submit their updates to the work they're doing. That alone is just like incredibly time consuming. And then on top of that, Fable is doing animation as well as an animator, and then like giving notes to all the background artists and then doing comic dub editing and
I'm doing my best.
So many things. All this like even all of this like thumbnail art that we produce for videos is something that takes time out of our day. We don't have the budget to just be like hand everything off to somebody else, and so we have to like juggle a lot of it ourselves. And we've been trying to incorporate as much helping hands as many helping hands as we can, but we only have a limited amount of funds for doing that. So
you guys have some big donations rolling in.
Oh wow, thank you, Ryan, that's incredibly generous.
Wow. Oh wow,
Ryan says,
thank you.
I just want to say I'm really impressed with the work you've done. I can't wait until it comes out. Use this donation wisely, productively, and respectfully. Treat your animators with dignity, and may your success be plentiful. Thank you. We definitely try.
Sagan, you're an animator on this. How has it been for you so far?
Oh, I've been loving it.
Aw, I'm glad. Sagan also is our.
I'm glad to hear that because we've been loving your work. Sagan, by the way, is the one who did the Ivy dancing Ivy.
Yeah, you guys love that. Like Sagan, and you're basically your work brought in so many people.
Yeah, I think
really good Ivy.
Yeah, I think part of the reason that last animation preview video was so popular is because of that Ivy dancing at the end.
Oh,
can you make one of those,
so glad people liked it. I wasn't expecting it to blow up like that.
People love a cute dancing kitty, I think.
Yeah, in retrospect, I was like, I'm not surprised, but
I'm just really happy that, Ivy's been like having her day in the sun because like
the boys get a lot of attention.
Yeah, the boys get a lot of attention, but
people usually really gravitate towards Rocky and Mordecai in particular. So the boy and Freckle too, but like the boys usually get a lot of attention, but Ivy, it's so common to see like female characters kind of get sidelined, so it's like really awesome to see Ivy kind of get popular. I'm proud of her. In fact, actually, like even when we were pitching, like one of the suggestions that I got from folks was like, you kind of got a 3-man band here, and I was like, you know what, you're right, and I really should pitch with that in mind, because like understanding all of a sudden, it's like, wait, we have like this 3-man band. And then we have the Savoys and Mordecai, and they kind of like, there's like 3 here and 3 here, and the way that they kind of like match each other is really interesting narratively, that in a way that we didn't even think about originally until it was pointed out by an outside party, and I was like, oh, actually, that's
interesting, because I definitely think of them as 2 trios that are foils for each other.
Yeah, but in the original pitch, like it was really more like Rocky and Freckle, because like in the story, that's just how I had always thought of it. Like I hadn't thought of them as like the trio working together. So
it happens much. It's a much more gradual in the comic that Ivy gets embroiled in everything, because Rocky's just like kind of like we're doing, like always looking for extra hands to help him achieve his ends, and so basically recruits Ivy kind of slyly into. I mean, it wasn't hard because she was like looking for trouble anyway.
Game. But she's like, oh hell yeah, basically.
She's like, sign me up.
It's like I think in most other narratives, like you'd expect Ivy to be like the straight man who like keeps them anchored, but no. In fact, I think if Freckle wasn't there, things would get worse, much worse. Because and yet he's not a good anchor, because like his switch can get flipped so quickly, and then he's
oh god, if Freckle is your voice of reason,
something is going deeply wrong.
Something has gone horribly wrong.
I mean, to be fair, the same can be said for Mordecai and the other trio.
True.
I'm not sure that Mordecai is really a voice of reason, so much as just a voice of bitching.
Voice of bitching. That's what his biography will be titled, like Mordecai.
I feel like we're from Mordecai's perspective, but Seraphine's the one leading the show on that trio's front, and Nicodemus.
She's definitely trying to assert. Yeah, she's definitely trying to assert her dominance there, but Mordecai is just not a team player, so
she's better than everyone, and she knows it, and she's not afraid to say so. And I love her. She is my favorite. Everything that comes out of Seraphine's mouth in the entire short is fucking gold. And like Benny,
a lot of it's improvised by Benny. She just like took it and ran with it.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, Benny made everything better. Benny's so good.
Yeah.
Benny and Malcolm both, like, they had such good chemistry with each other. They like instantly clicked.
Yeah.
So that was really awesome. I was so happy for that.
We missed another super chat from just before Ryan's, by the way, from Lucifer.
Thank you.
Which was $5. How did you guys find Newt to do your 3D stuff?
Oh, well, I already knew Newt because, as I mentioned, he is the leader of the Lackadaisy Discord. So we'd been in communication for, I don't know, since 2000.
You were the one who suggested him, 17? In fact, because I was like,
and then
I said how
we started working on the thing, and we're like, we need
initially
we just needed some rough 3D models for the animatic stuff we were doing. And I was like, oh, I know a 3D modeler because I had seen Newt's 3D work. I knew he'd been applying to schools and things like that with a portfolio of 3D work, and I was like, oh, hey, I know someone who might be interested in helping us out with that. And so I asked him if he'd be interested, and he was all for it. So yeah, he joined the team, and then like before we knew it, he had like organized our work server way more than we had organized it already, and set up a bunch of rules and things there for us. And
he's been really good at making the server like an even better place, so that he just kind of like undertakes things of his own accord, which is great. Like, you want people around who are self-starters like that, and who just kind of like, you don't even need to tell him to do something. He never does it without asking your permission, though. Nothing like
he asks permission, but like he'll just be like, yeah, I can do this, or I can fix that, or I can make this better.
Like, yeah, that's a cool idea. So
so he was great to work with, and we already knew we were going to be using Blender. We had our eyes on the whole grease pencil thing, and it just happened that Newt was like there and happy to participate, and we were all too glad to have him on board.
Yeah, I'm not sure how ambitious this could have gotten without Newt, frankly.
Yeah, the 3D has made
less 3D.
The 3D incorporation has made it possible to do a lot more with the budget we have than would have otherwise been possible if we were doing if we were drawing cars by hand, or just like. Yeah, I mean,
do like a cardboard car from that working stage plan.
I have one of the crew members is working on a project, and on their group project with some folks was talking about like how their group folks were discussing about like what kind of project they wanted to do even, and they mentioned stuff involving cars, and she was like, don't do cars. I swear to you, don't do cars. On this other, mentioned that, like, on Lackadaisy, we have 3D models just so we can do cars. And these guys were like, oh, we don't need that. It'll be easy. We just have to draw it from this, and this angle. And it's like, no, don't do cars. You use 3D. If you can, it's not worth it. Because with 3D, like, we're able to put shaders and stuff on things and, like, make it look good, basically, in a way that would be much, much, much more difficult if we hadn't. So yeah, and this honestly, this technique is not that dissimilar from how it was done even way back in the day. Like, pretty much any kind of like hard-edged prop. Going back to Bambi, the antlers on the deer in Bambi, they had tried to do them just hand-drawn originally, but they found that the antlers looked like a little too rubbery, so they just made deer antler models and traced those. They actually like took pictures, they took footage of the antlers at the appropriate angles and just like traced that as they were working, basically. It's just, animation is always like about taking what technology you can and using the tools that you have on hand to like do the work efficiently, because it's such a labor intensive medium that you have to figure out how to work in an efficient way. That's why like a lot of graphics tech is like spearheaded by animation folks. Animation and game people, because it's like we don't have time for this. How do we save time? So it's like all that pretty stuff. It's like a lot of that you can thank animation people for existing, because we need the tools all the time. Okay. What was it? There's a question here.
I have like 11 backed up.
Oh my god. Go ahead. I shouldn't look. You do it. That's why that's why we need you. It's like I can't spend the time looking at chat because I'm trying to work at the same time. I have to look down.
That's what I'm here for.
Yeah. Thank you also again for helping.
No
out.
problem. Dragon Fruits asks, if you guys are fans of musicals, would you have any recommendations? I've been looking for a few new musicals to listen while I draw.
I'm not that big into musicals, honestly. I was one of those pretentious animation fans who was like, Disney musicals, and even though I appreciate it a lot more now, it's still just not as much my it hasn't had like that big of an influence on me compared to say like I know that Dave Capdeville like loves musicals. So many animation people freaking love musicals specifically. So it's not really been my set of influence, but I did really like Chicago. Like I love Chicago.
Oh, Chicago's very fun. Yeah.
We were watching Fiddler on the Roof, and I was enjoying that because I actually hadn't seen that. It's like everybody is aware of parts of it, but I actually hadn't sat down and like watched it all the way through. So
yep.
I have to.
Yeah, I love Fiddler on the Roof.
Yeah, so that was fun.
Yeah. Geez. What can I name that like hasn't been watched a million times by everybody already?
Well, I don't know.
I've heard good things about
I've watched a million times already. Then.
Like I don't know anything about Hades Town. I know a lot of people are wild about it.
I actually listened to that on just the soundtrack on Spotify because I don't know what the visual aspect of it is. I also don't really understand musicals. Like I don't know what a good musical is or a bad musical or anything.
Yeah, I mean, well, even the bad musicals, usually there's like one or two bops in there that you can like really enjoy, even though the rest of the musical is garbage. Like I would say that about Thoroughly Modern Millie has some really fun 1920 songs, but oh my god, that story is just the worst.
Pop loves musicals.
Garbage.
Yes, this is true. I actually went and saw the in theater Beauty and the Beast musical with Vivs once because she was like, "Hey, I'm going to this. Is anybody interested?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm down." I hadn't been to the theater in a while. I think though when it comes to theater, like I have found myself more attracted to more experimental theater. I did see what was it called? What's the thing was like Agony? What's that from?
Memory?
Memory?
You mean Memory?
No, not Memory.
Cats from
because that sounds like
Agony.
Memory.
It's from it's like a comedic fairy tale. Music.
Into the Woods by Sondheim?
Is it?
I feel it sounds like a Sondheim.
I know the song was Two Princes basically.
Oh, yeah, Into the Woods.
Yeah, it's Into the Woods by Sondheim.
Yeah, so I've seen the...
Why do I know that?
I've seen the cinema version, but I actually I saw I saw it as a play, and where... So my partner Clint, he would do like ushering for a small theater company that was connected to his old school, which he actually ended up going back to for his master's degree that he's just wrapping up now. And so he was an usher for this program as a way of making a buck, and so he got to see like a lot of stage performances. And they were doing a performance of Into the Woods, and it was great because like rather than having like a literal woods, like a very literal set, the set was made out of giant books, and they basically were like walking around like these big prop books, And so you could imagine the set around them basically by like how they manipulated the books, because they move the books around and kind of give the sense of like, oh, this is in a house or here's in the woods and that kind of thing. And I really, really liked that. I liked how it demanded some imagination from you, and I thought that was pretty cool. There was this other performance I watched, which I cannot remember, but it was a stage play that I think was written back in like the 60s or 70s, and it was basically like an early feminist stage play production involving like 4 or 5 women who are getting together for like, they have like a weekly meeting or something, and they used to be like college mates, and they hadn't like hooked up together in a while, so they were like hooking up again, and it's been a while since they've seen each other, and you kind of get a sense of like where they are in their lives. And the fascinating thing about this performance is that you actually walk onto the set as an audience member. Like, you start at first in your seats and you're like looking down on the set, and then you were invited to walk onto the set, and the set is actually different partition sets that you walk into like parts of a house, and so it's actually performed inside of this like stage house that you walk around in. And so each room is its own performance, and each performance is occurring concurrently, and you just like cycle around it. So there's an unclear sense of time, because it doesn't have a linear nature, since you're experiencing the play at all the same time, and the characters are like going in and out of different scenes, and you can hear other things happening from elsewhere, and the characters will react to things going on elsewhere.
Yeah,
So,
it sounds like a little bit like the experiential theater, like Sleep No More, made popular.
And I loved that, because you can't do that in movies. You can't even, you could sort of do that in video games. I think that's the closest equivalent, because in video games you go into a space and you walk around and you experience it. But this was definitely really interesting. I wish I could remember the name of it. I will ask Clint, because he would remember. But I love that. I was like, this was such like an interesting way of experiencing theater that was much, much more intimate, because like, I mean, like I said, at first you're sitting up in the audience, like in the normal level, but when you're going into like a room and people are performing in front of you, it's very visceral, especially because there's like scenes where this one woman was having like a psychotic episode basically, and she was like in a bed, and she was like just really going through it, and the way that she was dealing with it was so visceral, just having her just be like 10 feet in front of you. And that, I remember just going like, even though I know it's a performance, like really wanting to like just reach out and be like, it's okay, are you okay? You know, because it's so different, and you could technically reach out to help, but you know that you shouldn't, because that would be interrupting. But at the same time, it's like your sense of empathy is just that much more stronger. And just it's just very impressive that they could elicit that kind of reaction. And so,
Infinite Sky says, "Is Hamilton any good?" I have seen Hamilton. I enjoyed it. I think it's probably not to everybody's taste, but yeah, if you like hip hop and history, you'll probably like it. If you're looking for like other historical stuff, I would say like Cabaret is fucking great, but a dark one. Dark as far as like
Cabaret is
musicals
amazing.
Dark subject matter. Eventually, like it's kind of like creeps in there. It's a little yeah.
People ask me about my
for
name.
like,
yes, my name is actually Fable. That is my name. So. But yeah, no, I haven't really engaged with theater so much, because theater is expensive and it requires you like going out somewhere, and I just haven't had the luxury of any of that stuff. And so the number of theater performances I've been to is like fairly low. I know that that's the case for a lot of people, and they find like bootlegs and stuff, but the thing is that like I don't have friends who like hand me bootleg stuff or are connected to that scene. So it's kind of like when I was younger and I didn't have any buddies who were into anime up until like college, so like I didn't have access to all the bootleg anime that made up like the majority of the anime fan scene back in the like the 90s and the early aughts, before streaming video was very common. Like my first bootleg, my most consistent first anime experience that wasn't like Adult Swim, basically, or like Pokemon or whatever, which isn't really, I don't know, Pokemon's not very satisfying after a certain age. You pretty much like, oh, this is boring now, because it's not a very interesting story, and then that unfortunately informed a lot of my attitudes towards anime when I got older. So even though I like really liked animation, I was not really into Sailor Moon, or Dragon Ball Z was very briefly into, and then I kind of got tired of watching it because they never showed it in order. It was not shown in a way that was like very quality for it wasn't ideal for a presentation for TVZ. And I remember watching Zoids, but I mean, like, these are all like light stuff that you were really like aimed at 10-year-olds basically to sell toys most of the time. It wasn't until college where I finally like got like a big ass hard drive that I borrowed from someone and was able to watch a ton of stuff. And I remember watching Fruits Basket and really enjoying that a lot, because there wasn't too many stories that I had access to that talked about family abuse and that kind of thing. So even though like the first Fruits Basket definitely had its share of flaws, and I like the new reboot quite a bit. I think that's like a fantastic watch. But
I didn't know they did a reboot.
Yeah, it's out currently. I think it's on like its 3rd season or something. It's fantastic, because the first version pretty much stopped after the first arc, if it even could have been, even if it even went that far. Like, it didn't go very far at all, since the story wasn't done. But now that the story's done, they've rebooted it, and the quality is just massively improved, and the artwork is great, and I think like some of the nuance of the story is better as well. Like Fruits Basket was one of the first stories I saw that kind of had like depictions of mental illness or queer characters and that kind of thing. Your mileage might vary on like how effective that is for you, but at the time that was very different. So there wasn't really like gender queer or bisexual or mentally ill characters that were out about it basically in most media I was watching at the time. So that definitely fascinated me. And I remember really enjoying Princess Tutu also, was like something that I like consumed, because somebody uploaded that in like 5 parts per episode on YouTube. So yeah. So I didn't have like a lot of access to anime from friends, and usually it's like through friends that you get access to this kind of stuff, or you don't even know where to look. And so
I had a friend in grade school who had older sisters that exposed us to like Fushigi Yugi and Escaflowne and all these. And Fruits Basket, I remember, was big.
Yeah. The see, I was the older sibling, so there was so basically, unless I was into it, like I wasn't gonna be found. I just like watched copious amounts of TV. Me and my brother were like definitely into video games, and I would read a lot of Electronic Gaming Monthly, and we would rent video games from the Blockbuster and play a bunch of those and that kind of thing. So, but yeah, no, musical theater was not really something I had a lot of access to. I did get to see Lion King in theater, though. I got to see the Lion King musical. That was fun. Because I was a Lion King nut, and I guess my family did a favor. They're like, oh yeah, this would be fun. This is a popular stage play or whatever. They managed to get tickets. I've seen Blue Man Group, but I don't think does Blue Man Group count as musical theater? Or is that more like an experimental performance? I'm not sure.
But it feels more like a Cirque du Soleil, almost.
Yeah,
kind of
they're calling Cirque du Soleil musical theater. It's more like if Cirque du Soleil was in a theater. Then maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that you can like describe Cirque du Soleil as anything but Cirque du Soleil.
Yeah. It's its own thing, that's for sure. So yeah. But yeah, I don't really have a whole lot of musical theater friends, so I actually have never watched Hamilton. every time there's like a new musical thing that like comes out, like I'm always like months around the curve. I'm like, people are already crazy about it, and then I hear about it, and I'm like, where's everybody watching this? There's no like streaming service that you can find this stuff on.
That Hamilton you can't see. You actually have to go see in person.
Okay, so I found out the name of the experimental play I was talking about is called Fefu and Her Friends. So Fefu. Fefu. It is this, yeah, it's a, I guess it's famous or something? I don't know. It's definitely, had a big influence on people, I think. Because like I said, it was like this early feminist theater. So it's rather interesting, like the place that it occupies in history even. And so much of it is like kind of like these women just like stuck in relationships that do or don't work, and like, you know, how they're treated or mistreated thanks to who they are, like what station they occupy in life. So it's interesting.
Ready for the next question?
Sure, yeah. Sorry, I could ramble about lots of things forever. So.
No problem. Much earlier, Rolando asked, "How are you doing today?"
I mean, I'm okay. I was holding off on doing animation streams for a while because I had hurt my arms. I had been doing a little bit too much animation work, and that combined with just the year of stress and winter really like pitching my mood down and everything. I had to kind of and just kind of like getting a little overwhelmed. I had to hold off on streams for a little bit, but I'm feeling a lot better, so like we're kind of back in a routine of sort. Basically, like, yeah, a lot of work had been picking up. Like, we had, like, a bunch of new cleanup artists come in, and you know, I was setting up for comp, and just trying to set up to the next stage of the production process, because when comp gets their hands on things, like, that's when it's really coming together, and just being super freaking nervous about that, and trying to train like a whole new team of people, because like the addition of cleanup to the crew has once again expanded the crew radically. So that was a lot. It was like suddenly all these people, and they all have to get like kind of trained up, and they're confused about certain tools and stuff, and they by now like they're just kind of moving along. They're much more knowledgeable at the tools, and they're they can, you know, there's much fewer notes I have to give now, but you know, at first it was like, oh my god, so much.
It seemed to have gone really smoothly.
Yeah, I think overall, but like I was terrified.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
You'd be terrified nonetheless. You're like, oh my god, I hope nobody hates me. I hope nobody's like too upset or like confused, and you've just like made someone's life difficult, and you feel awkward about it because like with the plague situation, you're like, I don't want to like make anybody's life harder, because life is already really, really difficult right now. So, but sometimes also like I think that can be kind of debilitating if you're like too worried about what other people thinking, you're not like focusing on what actually needs to get done. That can be counterproductive. So but now that I've had my second shot, like I should be able to like go out and see my friends and stuff, which I think is really what I need. I need to like see my friends again and like go out to places, because I haven't been anywhere but like my own house in forever.
I cannot wait.
Grocery store. Yeah. I just need people again. I never thought I would say something like that, because I always kind of viewed myself as more of an introvert, but after this year I'm like, no, I do need people. I need
Even
people
introverts
desperately.
need people.
It's true. Yeah. It's definitely been a very isolating year, though. It's basically like the people that I interact with every day are my roommates and whoever's on voice chat, so.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, this looks...
And it's like, you really miss out on the people who, like, aren't your best friends, but who are just, like, your acquaintances, which are also important. Like, not everyone can be your bestie.
No, I don't...
But, like, a lot of people that I hang out with are just people that are in my circle, and I miss them a lot, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like, acquaintances are important, too, because it's like, I don't need to be close to everybody, but there's something to be said for just being around people and hearing them talk. Like, that alone is helpful. Like, I used to, you know, if I was taking a break, I used to, like, go to a cafe and just hang out there for a while and doodle people. Like, not even necessarily talking to anybody, and I haven't had that in a while. It was also a space I would go to if I wanted to write, just to go somewhere where browsing the internet was inconvenient. Yeah. So, because the internet was, like, inconvenient to browse, it'd be easier to sit down and write, and that's where I usually get a lot of my own comic writing done, is, like, when I take myself out of my house, and, I just, like, have my notebook, or, like, I'll like, connect a keyboard to my phone, even, and I'll write that way. I've done so much writing on airplanes, but I can't, you know, obviously haven't been on a plane in a while, so...
How impressed you managed to be productive on airplanes?
I either go to sleep or I write. That's about it. I
catch up on all the superhero movies that I missed in the last year. I'll watch like 5 Marvel whatevers.
Especially if they have it for free on the plane. It's like, that's exactly as terrible as I thought it would be. I watched Fantastic Four on a plane, and I was like, did the movie just, like, forget 30 minutes of itself? Like that movie. I was watching and I was like, where did the whole second act go? It's like it went to Act 1 and then Act 3 and then we're over. It's like, where's the movie? It did a literal time skip. I don't know. That's me screaming about old news, though. Who complains about Fantastic Four anymore?
I mean, I think it's in the works for a new one, so probably soon.
Yeah, there's always a new one, and each new one is worse than the last one, even though the first Fantastic Four movie was terrible and never released to theaters. I feel like it still deserved to be in the theaters more than either Fantastic Four movie that did come out, especially the most recent one. It was so... I just felt bad.
Simon asks, what was your first reaction when you got an award?
Award? I got what award?
I'm not sure. I guess they meant in general.
First reaction when I got an award? I don't think I've gotten an award yet. Has there been awards? What have I been awarded?
One? I don't know.
I don't know. Sorry, the question confused me because I don't think I've gotten an award.
It's possible. You just was thinking maybe at some point there was one. Next question. What kind of ice cream does Rocky love or like?
Ooh.
Is Tracy still here?
I am. Sorry, I had to get the cats. I mean, all of them. All of the ice creams.
He's not picky.
If I said Rocky Road, would it be too much of a pun?
Yeah, I thought when I came in saying something about not being into word puns.
I think it's more like
cat puns specifically, but
yeah. Was Rocky Road even a flavor that was available then?
Probably not. Probably came about in the 50s or mid-century or so, I would guess. I mean, it depends on, like, you wouldn't have the same kind of, like, franchise version of everything that you get now, where, like, everybody's kind of homogenized. You'd have, like, lots of little parlors and things that would make their own ice cream and have their own flavors, so you could probably, like, you'd have, like, local favorites and things like that.
It might not be called Rocky Road, basically.
Yeah, something similar probably existed, just...
But I'm sure he would adore Rocky Road, because, I mean, A, it's his name, and then B, it's Rocky Road. It's got, like, all the best stuff in it at once.
If he went to, like, Froyo or something, He'd put on all the
2020
toppings.
Rocky.
Yeah.
2020 Rocky
Oh.
going into a froyo is like, oh no, it's that guy. As soon as
He'd just come in and like get a cup full of toppings instead of like.
it's just all toppings and all the ice cream at once, and then like he creates like this monstrosity and he puts it on the little weighing machine, and they're like, that'll be like $25.50, and he's like, okay, what if I just like take some of it off?
He starts scooping it all back in, and then it's all getting mixed up.
he takes the thing, turns around, scoops it into his mouth, and that says, "Is that cheaper now?" Because he has like no money.
Chat has looked it up. Rocky Road started in the 30s.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
it's pretty close.
Now people are asking, what about Freckle?
Vanilla?
Yeah, I attempted to say he'd probably like, to be on the safe side, he'd just like order himself a scoop of vanilla because
Wow.
but like I mean
I
anything more is too indulgent. It's too that's
But what does he
that's the
want,
devil's
though?
territory.
Like,
but the devil's ice cream scoop. God, I don't know. Yeah, I think he'd probably I don't know.
Tiger.
I don't know. I have to think about that one. What ice cream would he
what
get?
would he want? Like, if he wasn't afraid of like being judged? Would you like take multiple flavors at once and also go and kind of go like, oh, maybe that one. Wait, maybe that one. Maybe that one. What if what if just like these three? Because he'd be like indecisive.
I could see him like in cookie dough ice cream.
Oh yeah.
He definitely would be like a cookies and milk kind of kid.
Mm.
Cookie dough is pretty good. So it's good flavor. When nobody's watching, we're just cookie dough.
I've just discovered I can actually order a tub of cookie dough to be delivered to my house now here. So
there is a place in Burbank you can go to where they just, instead of like an ice cream shop, it's just a cookie dough shop. You just go there and they like serve you safe to eat cookie dough. It's pretty good.
now people are asking what would Dark Freckle want. I think that's getting
Dark
a little too
Freckle's
meta.
Freckle. Dark Freckle, blood flavored.
Blood flavor.
What would Freckle want when he turns to the dark side? I mean, he already did, so.
See, boys
That's the
murdered
Freckle
some people,
orders.
so-
That's the Freckle orders chocolate and fudge and stuff like that. The other Freckle just like gets himself some
Yeah, he
nice
orders
unassuming
like
vanilla.
he orders like cappuccino.
Ooh.
Oh no, boy's bad. He ordered cappuccino and espresso ice cream.
Nina will be so disappointed.
Freckle consumes a coffee.
And Grey Rider asks, out of curiosity, is there going to be an after credit scene?
I mean,
Yes.
yeah.
It was actually in the Kickstarter
Yeah.
as a stretch goal, and we reached it. So yeah.
Pat's saying that Fable and I are a little quiet.
Let me see. We should.
try
You
to-
sound fine to
I
me,
probably
but
just
yeah, I
need to
don't-
move the microphone closer. Is this fine, guys? Nox, you probably just need to bring your mic closer. It might
Yes,
be
I'll
just
try
how
to
Discord is.
Effort.
Yeah, let's see if Discord is like softening anything.
So apparently there's this like ice cream flavor that's Cincinnati style with cayenne and cinnamon. I'd be like, that's definitely like a
Ooh.
Seraphine thing.
Oh man, I
would be
want
into that.
I
would
want
be
that.
into that.
yeah,
I like
that
the
sounds
weird
good.
ice cream flavors, like garlic and avocado.
Dude,
And
I've had a bone marrow ice cream. It's pretty good.
that does not sound vegan.
Oh god, no, it's
No.
great. It's from a place called Salt and Straw out here. They do.
I know
weird
that, like,
flavors.
In Maine, you can get like novelty, like lobster ice cream. It's like, I don't know. If I
Oh
would
no!
eat that.
Wait, okay. Engrave is asking. Wait, Nox, would Freckle like sprinkles?
Yes.
Rainbow
He would like
sprinkles.
sprinkles.
Give him rainbows. It's like
I think he'd be slightly embarrassed to have sprinkles on his ice cream, but he would.
I just would imagine the soda jerk asking.
In his heart of hearts, he loves sprinkles.
Do you want sprinkles with that? He's like looks around. He looks around. Is anybody
if his mom's like standing there looking at him, he's like, no.
He looks around as she like turns around. And he's like, yes.
Just so you know, my new headcanon is that ice cream sprinkles are why he was kicked out of the police academy.
It wasn't the gun violence. No, they were fine with that.
No,
sprinkles was a bridge too far.
Yeah. Just a Little Love says, Tracy, do you base your characters on your cats? A lot of them, are like at least their origin was a cat that I had as a kid, or that one of my family members had, or something. I wouldn't say like they really retain much of their like namesake, but yeah, that's where a lot of them like initially came from. Like Mitzi was my first cat as a child, and Rocky was a cat I had who was a very special boy.
That's one way of
Calvin also. Yeah, he was my little buddy.
Ivy
was a real cat. Victor came from a cat named Roscoe that my aunt had. It was like just a big rust-colored, one-eyed cat. He was a big sweetheart though, so really not very much like Victor.
Yeah, Maine Coons are just kind of really nice as opposed to
Victor, they're pretty laid back. They're kind of just like happy to be carried around and babied and stuff. So
they're awesome cats.
Yeah.
I'm sure Victor would be happier as an actual cat. I was like, now you don't have to think or anything. You just get fed and patted on the head and be like, this is fine.
I'm not sure he can go with any pet though.
Sifiora Snake says, how nervous would Ivy be going on stage versus on tasks with the idiots? I mean, generally speaking, she's not like, I don't think she's nervous about anything up front. It's only when like the stakes start dawning on her that she starts becoming a little unnerved. Or she's like suddenly in a precarious situation she wasn't prepared for, and then she's like, oh shit, I wasn't prepared for this actually. So yeah, I don't think she's like, she didn't go into running errands with Rocky thinking that it was going to be life-threatening, but and then it turns out to be. And then I think kind of the same about being on stage. I think that I don't think she'd have an issue with. I think she'd love it if she had the spotlight on her and she got to go up on stage and dance and stuff. So
no, that's like the ideal.
Yeah, that's like
she wants to
Ivy.
like live out the fantasies basically. So it's like she'd be super gung-ho.
Yeah.
It's I think it's more like the reality of those things is what's like,
right. She's
ignorance as being kind of like the reason why you
don't
stop yourself.
Like you dive into something without knowing quite what you're getting into, and in some ways it behooves you to not fully know, because it's sometimes you're getting into something that is so daunting you talk yourself out of doing it otherwise. But of course, there are some cases where you should talk yourself out of doing something, like going rum running with Rocky. But
it's probably a bad idea if someone's suggesting you to do things like that, especially like a dude as disorganized as Rocky is. Like probably a bad idea, maybe, just maybe, not a good idea.
I think Infinite Sky, was that you who asked, like, why are so many cats named Mitzi? And then Nox, you said because of the paws. Yeah, it's like, so Mitzi, the cat that I had when I was a kid, like, it was because when I was very, very little, my brother and I, we had, like, our family adopted this little cat. It was a kitten. She had polydactyl paws. So we were like, oh, we gotta call her Mittens. And my parents were like, no, we're not calling a cat Mittens. That's just too cliche. So, so they were like, how about Mitzi? We compromised on Mitzi because it sounds like Mittens, but it's not. So, it's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It seems, I guess that's probably why a lot of cats are named Mitzi, because Mittens is kind of very feline associated word, I suppose, because of their little murder mittens. Yeah.
It was pretty funny when we were fucking around on Roblox and Mitzi apparently was censored.
Yeah, Mitzi was censored. What the hell?
Yeah.
Some like random words. Like actually, it seemed to be like words in combinations with other words. Also, that it seemed to pick up on pretty.
Zib was
pretty
censored.
well.
That was confusing. I was
Like
like,
he,
Yeah.
like his
Zib's
the
too
words
spicy
his.
for Roblox.
It censored the words his knees. But I think if you typed knees separately or his separately, it wouldn't. But like his knees was yeah.
Weird. Maybe Zib should be censored though.
Yeah, Zib should definitely be censored.
Especially after what the
all
Roblox crew was
situations.
doing to him. It was like I made him flop down, and then everybody started flopping on top of him, and I was like, well, okay.
It's pretty
That was
much a
fun.
metaphor for
Yeah.
that.
That was a fun day.
Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, that was some randomness that
Occurred.
I actually just yeah, I don't know. I could use more of that in my life actually.
Yeah,
It
that was fun. I was like having a good time. Like Mel was like, "Hey, I'm playing the Warriors Roblox."
And then we just like we wanted to see what the character creation thing looked like, so then we had her like building a Rocky, and we're like, oh
and then
god,
it just kind of went downhill. And
Yeah,
then
just
at first we
escalated.
was just running around like looking at stuff, and then we started suggesting stuff for Mel to say to like the other cat people.
She was like role playing Rocky and like Lackadaisy, and like all these just like these little kids who must have just been in there trying to role play but had no idea what she was talking about. She was like, "We gotta go to the Lackadaisy. I gotta go pick up some like fermented berries and things like that." The kids are like, "Okay." She's like, "I'm gonna call you Freckle, okay?" And they're like, "Okay."
Oh my god.
That was so funny.
I just recall seeing Mel post that like way earlier in the day, and then at the complete end of the day, I was actually in Z's voice stream playing Jackbox. We had just finished, and then I see you guys just and a mountain of people in chat. I'm like,
Uh-oh.
I better go see what the heck these guys are doing.
I know.
We kind
That
of
was, like-
sort of gave Newt some warning, but like
No,
he was
I
like,
just
"What the
all I
fuck?"
did was I hopped in there, and then what all I did was I just posted a Rocky emoji to Newt, and he was like, "What did you do?" What's this immediate thing he said? This is like one like the little like cat face Rocky emoji that we have. That's all I did. I just posted that to him, and he just says, "What did you do?" and I just posted another emoji at him, and he just like he looks at the Lackacord voice chat. He's like, "Son of a bitch!" Like, wait, no, what do you say? There's actually a quote.
I
said,
I see you there, you fucker.
"Yes, I see you there, fucker." That's what he said. And he's like, he can't hop in because he's in a thing, right? He was in a thing right now. He's like doing a family thing, so he was just like, "What is going on? What?" It's just like he's seeing chaos unfold, and he's just like, "Uh oh."
So I blame you for making Newt spicier. I don't think I've ever seen him say stuff like that before.
He very much regretted not being able to join in, basically. Yeah.
He was briefly in the text chat for a bit, but
Yeah. We didn't do anything bad, at least. I was like, it's fine, we got another mod in there.
way back, Other MG asked, "Hello, I'm new. I saw some clips and work in progress about the animation. Is it only cats in the animation? Lol."
Yeah, Lackadaisy is
Cats.
cats.
Yes, welcome.
Welcome to Cat.
Artie Smithy asks, "Are you going to be selling the art books again?"
Well, there is one owl actually.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh no,
right,
there's also a frog, a newt, and
a
a
toad.
There's some fireflies in there.
Oh yeah, there's
yeah,
some
make
fireflies.
like
You like
a
those things?
cameo appearance if you watch close enough.
In the comic, there is dead pigs.
There's rats and pigs and pigeons and other animals too. They don't like
They're just
they're not
animals, though.
anthropomorphized in the same way that the cats are though. It's like the cats are human stand-ins and
Everything else is just an animal.
everything else is a slightly cartoonified animal.
Like people
but
have
not-
asked, like, "Oh, they're dogs," and like, yeah, but they're just dogs. There's the duck. Once. There was that that joke mini comic that you did where like Victor fights like he like kicks a little mafia dog off a cliff. He like sends it to the sleeping fishes or something.
Oh no, he didn't. No, they buried it. They like made it dig its own grave or something.
Art Smithy asked, "Are you going to be selling the art books again, or I think they mean the actual volumes in the context of the question?"
Yeah, you can currently get them through my Patreon. I only have a very limited supply, but we'll be reprinting books at some point through Iron Circus. At least that's the plan.
Mm-hmm.
We got to do this film stuff first before I can like deal with that. But yeah.
Oh,
so
come on, how much work can it be?
everything is so much work. I gotta paint new cover art for them. So
yeah,
and I gotta reformat the interiors too because I can't use the exact same formatting that I used for the old publisher because that's basically like their copyright. So yeah.
Why is this not?
Even though I did all the work.
Dude, that sure asks, your animation reminds me of 90s cartoons films. Did this inspire you?
More so 80s.
A little earlier than
Xerox?
that. Yeah, like 80s, 70s. More like 80s, yeah. Like the kind of that dark, gritty Xerox era look you get from like Don Bluth, like Secret of Nim and Rescuers and 101 Dalmatians is one we've referred to a couple times, but that's more, what is that, 60s, I think?
Yeah, I think 60s.
That's like the dawn of the Xerox era. Basically, they couldn't have done 101 Dalmatians without Xerox tech because it's a lot of dogs with a lot of spots.
Yeah.
90s is more Aladdin, Little Mermaid, Beauty and the Beast, I think. Those are all from the 90s.
Yeah, the Beauty and the
when
Beast.
They switched to a
Little
digital
Mermaid.
coloring system. Like
Lion King.
It was towards the tail end of the 80s. That's when Xerox finally was replaced by a system called CAPS that was actually developed by Pixar early on. Because originally Pixar was actually just kind of like a tech company. They weren't doing their own films quite so much. So early on they had developed this tech called CAPS, which enabled Disney to do digital coloring. So when you saw like what's called the Disney's Renaissance pop up, like, you know, pretty much kicked off with like the Little Mermaid, they were using a digital coloring system at that point. They weren't hand painting cells anymore. They were animating everything on paper still at that point because computer technology was not at the level where you could comfortably draw in the computer, but coloring in the computer has actually been something that's been going on since like the very late 80s. That tech has been used. So, but prior to that, it was still hand-painted cells. But the Xerox era was basically when they figured out how to take the pencil drawings that the animators would use, and rather than having to take each drawing and then give it to an ink cleanup person, basically, who would take a cell and then do the line work over the cell and then paint it. Instead, they could just take the drawing itself, run it through a scanner, and the scanner would pop out, would copy the drawing onto a clear sheet, and then that would be painted instead. And because of that process, all the texture of the pencil line that the animators had been working with, and every little smudge and everything, all the grit, was retained. And that's one reason why animated films, not just Disney even, that's why I say Xerox era, not just Disney Dark Age, which is what it's referred to when you, what it's typically referred to, and it's called the Disney Dark Age more so not because of the advent of Xerox era, but because around that time Walt died. And so Disney was floundering as a company for a while after his death. But he was around for the beginning of the Xerox era. But Xerox tech was used by other studios other than just Disney. So it's better just to say Xerox era because that's the technical that's like what was being used that gave it that look. But that particular gritty look, like, it retained a lot of the raw energy of the animation of animators. So we're kind of recreating that basically by, we have a system by which the cleanup for our crew, they do go over the rough animators' work in order to like tighten it a bit, and they have to do that cleanup work so that it's easier to color everything in. Just because of the way that digital animation systems work, it's actually rather difficult to take a rough animation and then just color that in, because it actually would be more labor than if you just cleaned it up, like with cleaner line work and everything. However, we recreate the roughness by way of having a pencil line that is rough looking, and we also have like some cycling texture on the flat colors, and we ask cleanup to like kind of throw in some construction lines and that kind of thing that's like reminiscent of what the original rough animation had, to like dirty it up basically so it doesn't look quite so clean. So it's a rather complicated process that we have made a little bit more streamlined by putting together like node trees and like comp processes that are somewhat automated, and just trying to like make it as simple as possible for everybody. But like the result is like a really unique look that doesn't really, I don't think, exist for any other production that I've seen. Okay, let's see here.
Yeah, it's like you wanna invoke something that maybe has a little bit of a nostalgic feel to it, because I mean, Lackadaisy is largely a nostalgia trip, while at the same time being about how nostalgia can be damaging and bad, but also you kind of want your thing to like look like its own thing as well, so you don't want like I don't know,
because there's a lot of processes.
I love how different it looks from everything that's out there.
I so far I think it's been a successful.
Definitely looks different. We got that going for us.
You can see like Wolfwalkers doing a little bit of the same thing with the construction lines, which I thought was kind of neat. We didn't
they did
it
their
that
whole
way
thing in Paint. Is how they did it,
but yeah, I do like that like hand-drawn animation look that just kind of,
it's very appealing. I like seeing like the raw energy of the
well, it's like the same way. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. That's it.
That when you are like drawing a picture and you like you have this like sketch with all this energy underneath it, and then you clean it up and you ink it, and you're like, oh, I just lost all of the interesting parts. It's kind of like trying to preserve that that like the thought process and stuff behind the drawing.
Yeah, I think like digital animation has made it like really easy to make everything clean. So like that clean look used to be the ideal, but that's the thing, is that like the clean look was ideal because it was difficult to do. Now the clean look is easy, so you don't want to do it.
Right, it's like whatever is the hard thing is the thing that becomes like the prestige thing. So like everything was very like, or has been for a long time, that very like super polished, really shiny, glossy CG look. You know, characters with these gemmy eyes, and now we're seeing like kind of a like divergence from that, where like Sony recently
Sony is really hitting it out of the park.
Like they've got this kind of like grunge mixed in, and this like naturalistic looking, like just fun, like hand-drawn aspect to it. And they also like have like leaned away from doing the like that eye style. I was commenting about that to Fable the other day. It's like I kind of like that like people have gone back to the just white eye with a black pupil thing, because it can be
Mitchell's
so super
versus
expressive.
Machines is like such a good evolution from the Spider-Verse process, because I was really afraid after Spider-Verse came out that it was like, great, that came out great, it's beautiful. Will they ever do that again? Will they just be like, that was fine? So the fact that it did gangbusters was important, because unless pretty much like unless something goes nutter butter, like nobody really wants to steer that far away from like their usual production pipelines. And the production pipeline currently is optimized to whatever Pixar style looks like, because that's what people
right.
expect. So
because that's a proven formula, and as we've mentioned many times before, like the film industry is nothing if not risk averse. So yeah, they tend toward what's safe and established. So that's why you see a lot of things that have a very similar look. But so it's refreshing to see like another studio come out and be like, "Hey, we got something even cooler looking now."
Yeah.
Watch this.
Yeah, if I was working at Pixar and saw what they were, and after Spider-Verse came out, I would have been like, "Oh man."
Yeah, I mean, well, if anything, I would hope it would inspire Pixar to be like, okay, we can like change it up and see if we can just compete for like something, even like strive for something more and better than what the same thing they've been doing for the past 20 years.
Yeah, I thought even Soul, I don't know if you saw Soul yet, but like that was them really trying to push the Pixar house style in an abstract way, and they didn't deviate from it that much.
Yeah,
but it's like one of their more visually experimental efforts.
It's like a slightly more. It's like the color palette was different than what they usually do, but it's still like, if you look at Soul versus In and Out, they're still very much sharing like a lot of the same design language, you know? It's like it's not really pushing the envelope anymore, and like more and more and more realistic rendering doesn't necessarily make something amazing. Like the Good Dinosaur was like the way that the environments looked was amazing, but it didn't endear people to the film. I personally actually don't think that The Good Dinosaur was as bad as a lot of people make it out to be. For me, it was more like just a quirky take on a classic story of a kid learns to grow up, and like it's through like isolation and kind of like the help of an animal that he does that. And it's like a really, it's kind of like that I don't want to say Old Yeller, but it kind of has that same vibe to it. Clearly it's meant as like a love letter to the environment, but it just feels kind of weirdly out of place because at the same time they're tacking on this dinosaur thing on top of it, which is not, these things don't really jive well together. Like with Cars, like it sort of made sense because the whole like, the aesthetic.
Well, they're actually like racing and stuff, which is something cars do in the real world. Whereas the Good Dinosaur was like the ranchers. They're like Western.
Yeah, it's like they're settlers, and it's supposedly like what if the comet never hit and made the dinosaurs go extinct. But at the same time, they're definitely not. It's like, except that this isn't spec bio, so it's like, why even? Like it felt like it
it's like the feral child still has opposable thumbs. The dinosaurs do not.
It's like, why are humans existing at all? And it's like what if dinosaurs never died out? It's like, well, then there wouldn't be humans because mammals would have never like occupied the niches that they did. Like the reason why humans exist like has so much to do with like a variety of niches being available to mammalian ancestors that they were able to occupy and dominate. And there's
even when you're doing a kids movie, you gotta think about this stuff.
I mean, like Cars, the only reason why Cars can work is if you just don't think about it, but I think The Good Dinosaur demands that you think about it, and I don't know.
Yeah, because they put an explanation at the very beginning of the movie for why the dinosaur.
We don't need that. Yeah, it's like just
They did that in Onward too. Like, here's how
on this.
magic
Just go Fred
went away.
Flintstone. Just make it very obvious that it's totally fantasy, and I think you'll be fine. Like the Croods, none of those are real animals. Like it's just sort of caveman-esque, but it's not actually the past. And I think so that like leads to less questioning, because obviously there's no like rainbow saber-toothed tigers that are the size of like a monster truck in real life or ever. I think most people understand that.
Was Croods DreamWorks?
That's DreamWorks, yeah. Okay. So, I think if you just say it's fantasy, but it's just like a prehistoric fantasy, if you just embrace that aspect, then it's fine. But the more you try to explain it away, the more you're suggesting that you're trying to have it halfway. When I think of the show Primal, it's good. It's a good show. It is,
I gotta watch the rest of that.
Yeah, me too. I got up to several episodes. I think I got up to the point of the zombie episode, and then I haven't seen one since. So I definitely need to watch more. But it was really fantastic.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think Primal is definitely pulling from kind of like the comic book prehistoric fantasy idea. And like I have no problems with those kinds of stories. I think the only problem I ever have is when people think that actually is how prehistory works. But that's because the public has a problem with understanding the prehistoric past as actually existing in its own time space, and that things don't all like live all at the same time any more than the Big Bang happened and then a second later so did dinosaurs. So but but it's not like Fred Flintstone verse isn't super fun though. Like those movies were not amazing, but they're still fun to watch because of all the special effects stuff they did and how creative the world was that they did. Like that was pretty much the only reason I would watch those films. I was like, wow, look at the sets.
I heard the comic is good. Like they rebooted the Flintstones comic, and apparently it's really good.
I've heard it's dark as hell. It's like, what?
Yeah.
So,
What?
okay, let's see.
Dark?
Yeah, very dark. It's like a social commentary thing. That's weird.
Weird. Wow.
Weird.
Okay.
It's weird.
I mean, I can definitely see social commentary from the world they build, but dark, that's... I guess that just makes me think of that time in the 90s where they tried to make Transformers gritty.
Oh, man. Isn't that just Bayformers?
No, there was actual gritty 90s comic Transformers way before Bay.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like the 80s Transformers animated movie was like notorious for killing off Optimus Prime.
Yeah, but that wasn't deliberate. That was them thinking, well, let's introduce the next generation.
The next generation, right? But then, they kind of didn't quite understand the implications of what they had done, or like how people would react to it.
They didn't think about how kids would react to seeing their favorite character die on screen. That maybe kids cared about more about the character than the people running the franchise.
Yeah,
it didn't occur to them. Okay, let's see. So there's
it seems kind of a weird misfire in that they didn't understand that like kids aren't just like looking for the next best thing. Like they actually form emotional attachments to these characters.
Yeah, they definitely like. Can you imagine My Little Pony? But then like they just like kill Twilight Sparkle midway through.
I can imagine them doing something like that. I'm not surprised anymore.
They would have.
It's for the cred, like for the street cred kind of thing. Like I think at this point, it'd be like, look at what we will kill off any of the characters, like Sopranos style, or like George R.R. Martin them to death.
Goodbye, Twilight Sparkle.
That happened in Japan. Like there was a very, very famous one of the pioneering magical girl cartoons. They're like the creator got into a fight with the company that was producing the toys for it, and they delicensed it. So he had the protagonist get run over by a truck carrying the toys on
Oh my goodness!
Anime.
Wow.
And that guy went on to make the Pokemon anime, so his career survived. Yeah, I don't know.
That's pretty funny.
Ballsy.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, it's never mind. I didn't have anything really to add. Just
Nova asked, "Have we seen any animated shots of Wick yet?"
You'll have one.
We have. Yeah, a
we
little
have
bit.
Some pretty fun one coming up.
Yeah.
It's like,
there are a couple being worked on.
Yeah, Sagan is working on one with Wick and Sib and Mitzi. So.
And then Mel has that great shot.
I feel like that one shot, that one.
One
scene you're working on, Sagan will accidentally launch a ship or two.
I don't think Zib can open his mouth without that happening.
Yeah.
I'm just guessing at why you're saying that, but
you'll see. That one will definitely go into a rough animation, like once preview.
We'll put a preview up of it at some point in the not too distant future.
Cinnamon Pumpkin asks, "How would you picture a Lackadaisy video game?"
I mean, that could go any number of ways. I guess it depends on the type of game it would be first. Like,
Definitely dating sim.
Yes, obviously.
Like, Jay and I experimented with doing like a chat room type of thing. Like, I guess it would have been like, what could I compare it to?
Roblox.
Are you there, Jay? A little bit like Roblox, but 2D graphics. Like, no, it was like 3D, but 2D sprites made out of 3D models. I think was like the idea initially. And then like I briefly experimented with a game idea with a former colleague. It was like a just a like pick up and delivery game, like picking up alcohol and trying to get it back to the speakeasy, and by dodging, and you had to like dodge enemy vehicles and things like that. It was mostly a driving game. And then, God, I don't know, like it could be like a FPS game or like a strategy game, or I don't know, like we have the card game that's kind of like a cooperative. Yeah.
Does anyone remember Club Penguin?
Oh yeah, Club Penguin would be like
it was
kind of like
that.
Yeah.
Something similar to that for Lackadaisy, but it's a lot of work that goes into that, and I didn't really have time.
Yeah, I mean, game design is like taking on an animation project. You'd have to have like and possibly even longer than that. You'd have to have like a few years of
game
design, game development. Yeah, even for like small indie games, you might think it's like, oh, you just throw a game together in Unity or something.
No.
It's like,
no. I come from that world.
Yeah,
and
me
so does
too.
Tracy.
Exactly. Yeah, it's like everybody has an idea for a game. That's not the hard part. It's the actual making of the game that is the hard part.
I got a grant to work on a video game that I need to finish by next year, and I haven't started it because it's about gentrification, and I'm like, I'm not feeling it because I don't know what cities are up to anymore.
Yeah, jeez. That's very cool, though. You got a grant for.
Yeah, Canada has some nice art grants from the government on the municipal and provincial level, and they're pretty into video games, which is cool.
Nice.
It's actually tougher trying to get video game creators to apply for them because they're like, I don't understand grant writing. And it's like, but it's money. Do you not want money? You can't let the film people have everything. Because they will eat it up.
Yeah.
You have
If only we just had set Lackadaisy in like Canada, maybe. Get that one.
Well, but
we would
Canada
have to be
didn't have
Canadian,
prohibition.
too.
That's why we were trying to get our alcohol. Because they had real alcohol still.
Yep. The next question is kind of vague, but excuse me, what are the necessary things to do animation?
I mean, you can do it with a pencil and paper if you want, like a little like sticky pad. It depends on what you're trying to do.
That's how I used to do it as a kid.
Yeah, same.
My dad would bring home blank, I guess, notepads and stuff from work, from his office, and I would just like draw little flip books in the corners of all of them. It was like a stick figure on a skateboard getting chased by a tiger, and then he goes off a cliff. So all of his notebooks would have that in the corner. It's like the same animation over and over.
I know. I would do like stick figure characters being attacked by a shark and.
Oh my goodness! I'm looking at the Lackadaisy tag, and somebody is already just on their own RPing as Lackadaisy characters on the Roblox thing now.
I mean, you knew it would happen.
That's cute. But I mean, you can animate with whatever. What is it? KK uses? Is it the DS?
Yeah, Flipnote.
Flipnote. I mean, you can animate with pretty much anything where you can, like, you could animate with freaking Photoshop. You can animate, but it's like you may like once you get going with it, you may find you want tools with more options and more powerful, capabilities. We're using Toon Boom Harmony here, but there's TV Paint. You can. Clip Studio has animation tools built into it.
I've been messing with those. They're not too bad.
There's no, it's pretty accessible no matter, who you are and what your budget is. It's just like a matter of, how fancy the tools are, but you can still do it with just like the old school way with the pencil and paper.
I would say you need some amount of patience because if you're doing it, especially hand-drawn, it's pretty tedious.
Yeah. Yeah, very, very.
And it's like, I knew lots of people in animation school who just discovered they did not have the temperament for it, and it's like, that's totally fair. They were like, I'm gonna go into like background painting or something like that, but like the actual animation process, they were like, no.
Yeah, there's lots of things to do if you're interested in animation without actually like animating yourself, so there's a lot to do.
Yeah.
You guys got a super chat from Ryan Hartwell, $5. How do you guys think the characters would react to the jazz singer from 1927?
It might have been kind of like a, it was, for those who don't know, the Jazz Singer was the first film released with integrated audio, so it has soundtrack, and so it was the first talkie where the characters speaking was integrated with the film. Before that, all films were silent, or if they had a soundtrack with them, they would play it separately. Like you would you would have you may even have live music, like you'd have like somebody with an organ playing music sitting next to the theater screen as like the film was projected, and I think they occasionally would have like characters speaking, but they would they'd just have like an audio recording of that playing at the same time as the film was playing on the reel or the film projector. So they would just play them in tandem and try to sync them up. But the Jazz Singer was like a step forward in technology, but it is also film with blackface in it, so fuck that shit.
Yeah.
Simon asks which voice actor you wanted to cast. I assume he meant, is there a particular voice actor you would have wanted to cast?
We cast the people we wanted,
we worked hard to cast people who really fit, what we envisioned. I don't think we didn't go into it going we need this celebrity voice actor. We got to get them involved somehow. We just didn't. That was not our thought process.
No.
We even if it was we wouldn't have had the budget to just go and recruit any old person, but or any superstar or something. But we didn't. Yeah, that wasn't our aim anyway. So it was instead we listened to lots of reels, lots of submissions, and picked out people we liked, or we picked out people who we were we were familiar with their work, and they were like, yeah, that seems to fit what this character sounds like in my head, so let's give that a try and then do a test recording or something and see how it goes. And so yeah, I would say we got our dream team as far as voice actors go, because we didn't have we weren't trying to cast Tom Hiddleston or something in some role or whatever.
Yeah, no, that wasn't really the concern. It was more hey, we're looking for folks who wants to apply, and then we got we were very fortunate. We got so many people submitting, so we were able to find fantastic people.
Yeah, a lot of the times the hard part wasn't that we had too few to choose from, or we just couldn't find the right. It was almost that we had this overabundance of talent. And it was hard to whittle it down to okay, who's the exact right one? Which one is this one's very, very close, this one's very, very close and very good, and this one probably has the range to do it. And but then so it's picking between, diamonds, like which one is the exact right fit.
They all had like their own challenges, but I think the Savoirs were particularly difficult because I was very serious about like we need like black actors who have Creole backgrounds, and
right.
Because the characters are that themselves, and I just really didn't want to be like the Creole expert in the room. It's like, no, I mean, I might know more than the average person, but that doesn't mean that I'm like the appropriate person for deciding like exactly how things should go, because you want to get people who can like add to it, who can add more than what your own imagination can bring to it. So that one was difficult because like I stated that I was looking for folks who had either like Cajun or Creole backgrounds, and I made it very broad because I really wasn't sure how many people even would have applied. Like had I put out the notice now, I would have stated outright, yeah, I'm looking for black Creole actors, like who's got this. But unfortunately, like most of the submissions that people did, like they had like lovely submissions and stuff, but most people were giving me like Applejack. They were giving me like Texas, basically, not even Louisiana, but like Texas, and I was like, this isn't working for me. I take regional speech patterns, particularly from the South, very, very seriously. So I really needed to find people who like exemplified that, and like Benny and Malcolm were like perfect. I was like so afraid I was gonna find somebody, but Benny and Malcolm were like, they applied and they were standout, and I was like, oh, I'm so lucky. Oh my god, they're perfect. It was like exactly what I was hoping for. Fantastic.
I've answered the next question, which was, you think that was difficult? Do you think it was difficult for you to find the voices you wanted for the characters? So that's answered.
Yes and no. I mean, like I said, we were fortunate in that we had a ton of people applying to pretty much any given role. Like we only did a couple of open calls because we were trying not to get too overwhelmed, but also like in the case of like Black Creole actors, we weren't sure if we would be able to find somebody through like typical means of finding people, because it's like we didn't know of any there might be some agency that like specializes in this, but we didn't know of any at the time, or like who to reach out to for that. But we just got very lucky that we got folks who were like so talented that tried out, and so that was difficult because that had its it had a very specific like specifical
I like it.
Cultural relevance, and that I wanted to be sensitive to, because it would add so much more to the performance. Like it would add so much more to the characters. So I'm glad that I held out for that. But other characters were definitely difficult in other ways. Like Freckle was kind of difficult because you have to ask yourself, like, okay, how is a character like this supposed to talk? Because like there were so many ways that you could take Freckle, where he could like sound more like a Tails kind of character, like with a lighter, like more childish voice, but I didn't want him to come off sounding too childish, because we
didn't want him to come off like he does have a baby face, so we didn't want him to be like with like a 11-year-old kid or something.
Yeah. But we needed somebody who could like not just have like this kind of like nervous, sort of anxious, innocent quality, but then that could break and just turn into like raucous, oh my god, what's wrong with this guy? And so Bell was great, because one big reason why he got the role was that in our casting call, like as we got back to people and we gave them some sample lines to read off of, we also said like various kinds of maniacal laughter, and Belle gave us just like 2 straight minutes of, he gave like a straight minute of just like various like crazy, like insane laughter that was just so good. It made me laugh so hard. I was like, that's the guy. That's him. He nails it. So he was fantastic. Because Bell really, he just enjoys experimenting with the line. He likes to chew over it, and he definitely can like relate to Freckle in a few ways, and he's much more of a gremlin though than Freckle is. He's not nearly as repressed, which is great because I don't think like when you're an actor, like you kind of have to like let go quite frequently. You have to like kind of be comfortable with just like assuming another role and letting go and having fun without second guessing it. So
yeah, like Freckle, the character Freckle would be a terrible actor.
Oh my god, no, all of them would be so awful to work with.
They'd all be insufferable.
I did a whole comic just joking about like how insufferable they would all be if they were actually like on a film set.
Oh yeah. God, you'd need like several wranglers just to keep them all. Yeah.
I feel like that's true for a lot of characters.
I guess they kind of do have wranglers on sets for like for the actors and the extras and stuff. Like,
unless you're someone like Christian Bale, who's like a real method actor, and it's like I am the Joker all the time, 24/7. It's like no.
Please no.
Please stop.
You mean Jared Leto?
Jared Leto.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Christian Bale did Batman, but
right. I'm like conflating them because they're well, they both attempt to.
Yeah, they both do that.
Method
that
actor
they're like in character all day long. That's got to be like, oh my god, fucking knock it off, please.
Meanwhile, like we were just doing us just doing recordings would just be we didn't even realize how exhausting that could be. Like having to be that much.
Yeah. I mean, we've done many recording sessions at this point, but for pickups and comic dubs and other things. But like the 3 main recording sessions we did for the short film were 3 full days of just having almost all of the actors together, and they were back to back, and that was like I think the most, aside from some of the like overnight meetings we had to do to get through the storyboard stuff.
That was
and the
most
storyboard
exhausting
revisions.
Week.
Like that was the most exhausting time I think we've had. You have to be like on all day. You have to be able to reflect back what the energy the characters or the actors are bringing, because you have to be able to like, tell them exactly what you need. And sometimes that's like almost saying the line yourself and then giving them the opportunity to experiment with that and find like the right thing. And so you're like, you've got to be switched on. You've got to be like paying close attention to every line reading they're doing. And so even though their character may only have like lines in Act 4 or something, like you've been all day long doing Act 2 and 3 and 1 and everything with the other actors, and then you're like trying to do the next act with this next, and you've got to have like the same. You got to come in there and not be like
same energy.
Just go ahead and read your lines,
oh my god, every session with. Like sitting down with Mike and like we'd have to do recordings for Rocky, and it's like you have to match that energy. So it's like if you are recording with Kovac, you have to meet that energy. So it's like, all right, time for a lot of coffee and sugar. Load up.
all of the characters, we wanted them to all like speak in their own very specific way too, and so you have to have like you have to have all of that in mind as everybody's doing all of their readings. And
this is done.
There were often like on the spot rewrites as well, because like you can write a line, and then when someone actually goes to say it, you realize it's really awkward to say, so you have to like rewrite it in a different way so that it fits, or you come up with something better on the spot or something.
I loved sitting in on those sessions, though. They were I mean, the hard work paid off, but
don't get me wrong, it was great fun.
God,
like
it was fun.
It was very rewarding.
But you were so
it was also just like
afterwards. Like remember we had right after we had like, okay, now we have a group animation meeting where we're gonna teach all the animators how to draw the characters, and it was like later. Like it was late. It was like the same day as like recording, and we had just been going with like.
I don't know why we thought that was gonna be like. Oh yeah,
because we made the decision at 2 a.m. on like a Sunday. Something ridiculous.
Yeah, but it's like, I don't know, you go into the recording session and think, well, it's like the actors are doing the real work. Like I'm there to like, observe and give them direction, but you think that's not going to be that exhausting. But whoa, it is. And then we had like, we had that like late night, like instructional, like live stream thing we did for the animators. And that was just, we were, oh man, we should not have done that.
We were so tired. We really should have put it off to like the next day. And like I remember like in the middle of that, like we were having audio issues, and like on the back end I was talking with Newt trying to like figure out audio issues and be like, I gotta solve it. I have to solve the problem or else everything is doomed. And then everybody's gonna be confused and they won't be able to come back and look at the video again and it's gonna be terrible. And I was just like unwinding and Newt's like, are you okay? And I'm like, I have not had anything to eat. So it was basically that whole situation taught me that I really had to pay more attention to myself and be far more mindful about like our energy levels, because otherwise it could kind of like very quickly spiral out of control if that had happened and I hadn't
especially when the crew is also like the crew was like, I think the animators were fine. We were like, this is great.
Yeah,
like we weren't worried about that stuff, so
no,
don't worry more than your crew sometimes.
Yeah, no, I am I can laugh at a lot of stuff, but I'm actually kind of a very anxious person who's always like worried about everybody and convinced that I'm just torturing people. I'm like, oh no, I'm just tormenting people with this project. I'm so sorry, and I'm trying, I'm legit trying to make things easier for everybody, but also sometimes I get very wrapped up into the idea that I'm I don't want to like hurt people as much as possible. If
that is very important, and not all directors take that time.
Yeah, no, I really don't want to hurt people as much as possible, but I also have to admit to myself that, if someone's bothered, they can leave, and that's fine, and that's good, frankly. Like, you can't like keep people like locked to this project. We don't have the money to convince people to not walk away if they want to walk away, so you have to treat people with like a lot of respect, and like do the best you can for folks because of that. And just respect also that like if they do walk away, like I think there's only been one person that I know of who had to step out because basically they had a better job offer, and I was like, dude, congratulations, and so it's like not a bad thing. Other people had like just too many projects that they were juggling at once, and then like some
a lot of the animators
so they had to step
are doing
out.
school at the same time, or doing multiple freelance gigs at once. It's just like the life of a artist at this point in time. So you got to anticipate that some people are not going to be able to stick around for the entire duration of the project, which we went in expecting that. So
a quick question from someone said, Infinite Sai asked, if there's any Asian-inspired characters in Lackadaisy, would they automatically be Siamese cats? No. Cat breed has nothing to do with nationality or ethnic background or race. Nothing whatsoever.
Yeah.
So, in fact, Wick is a Siamese cat, but he's definitely not Thai. Though, I mean, if you wanted to do, like, an interpretation where he was Thai, it would be really interesting. He just would be a very different person, because, like, a Wick who had a Thai background and was, like, a successful businessman running a quarry at that time period.
In the Midwest in the
Midwest,
20s would be a very unusual.
He'd be a very
he would be, like, a less clueless sort of, like, that becomes more of an immigrant.
He'd be a much smarter person. He's like a lot less naivete.
He'd be less oblivious to his own. Wick is kind of he's not an evil character, I wouldn't say, but he's or anything to that extent really. But he's kind of oblivious.
Yeah, I think like a person with that background at that time period would be just like, they'd be a very adept business person. Period. Like, to get to that level, because like they're. Like, one reason why Wick is able to do this stuff is because he was kind of like he was born into money.
He wasn't born into uber wealth, but he was born into a place where he could kind of pursue what he wanted to do.
With a lot of like structural advantages, owing to the fact that he was like from an old money family from like, was it like Connecticut or something?
He's from Boston.
Oh, he's from Boston specific. Okay, I wasn't sure if he was like from. I was thinking of like old money New England.
But yeah, like older New England
Rhode
money. East Coast wealthy family.
Yeah, and like when that's your background, like your whole demeanor and how you get to success is a lot different than if you were.
It's just kind of a given that you go to a prestigious college and things like that. And
so like it basically whatever he was going to do, he was pretty much going to have some success, and that's one reason why he has a certain naivete to him and like a very kind of like wah buh buh attitude. But like someone who had a Thai background would not have those same structural advantages, and that would like have affected like his mental development quite a bit, like that, you know, he to get.
And it just has a different life experience from the people he's surrounded by, and so he doesn't quite, even though he may think he can relate to them because he hangs around with them, like he does. I think he's missing some, some vital information there.
Yeah, it would have impacted so much that you. So it would be interesting to read that way, but like you would you would have to like take into account all that stuff, and that's precisely why I'd say it'd be interesting, because it's like
it'd be a very different character. Yeah.
Probably wouldn't bring.
But yeah, like overall, though, I would say none of the characters are really like a specific breed. Like Wick has Siamese coloration, what we colloquially call Siamese, but that is really just like, so you have the breed cat that's called a Siamese cat, but then there's also lots of other cats and lots of other types of animals who have it's called the Himalayan gene.
Yeah, like
mice and rats just can partial. Have the same thing. Mice, rats, horses, bunnies can all have this genetic, I guess you would call it a mutation, where they have partial albinism. And the coloration of their fur is then affected by the temperature of their skin in that area. And so you have, they'll have like darker fur color where they have less blood flow. So it kind of like matches up to if you saw like a infrared, like, you know, like or temperature based like I can't think of the term I'm looking for.
I'm just
thermo
guy since I finished that one. I cleaned up all the water. Yay, that's done, and I'm able to mark it off, and I can hand it off to a cleanup artist now. Hurrah!
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, it's really so yeah. While he has that color, like the characters are really just conglomeration of cat parts. They're not really like a specific breed or species of cat or anything. They're just like they're cats in a kind of looser sense than that.
They're more like people that look like cats, really. That's really what they are. And just like how people can have like a variety of features, I mean, sometimes certain features are more commonly associated with certain regions. There's really not any like one feature that is exclusively, you know, like, you know, with some caveat, I don't know like every instance of everything, but there's not really any one human feature that is exclusively associated with like one country or one ethnicity,
right?
So you know, people just aren't like separated by that much time to create enough genetic drift that someone has like that much like exclusivity in their appearance. Like even when there are like, you know, fairly unique people that are like a certain look is associated with the region, it's more like the combination of features. It's not like one thing. And there's no reason to like stick with assumptions about animal breeds and then attach that to humans, because like that has this whole sticky mess, and it's like, unless you're gonna make the story about that, it's better to just not. So yeah, that's why you can have a cat like Wick who looks like a Siamese cat, but he's not Thai, because these are not features that are breed specific features that are then like reflect their nationality. It just is more of a it can be just more of a suggestive of a character thing instead. So like Wick kind of looking Siamese like makes him look more like prim prissy in a way, versus like Victor and his hairiness, like that like suggests certain things about his personality. Is like a big guy with like a lot of fuzz, and it's like, what are those qualities, like how do you associate with that kind of thing between a cat and like a person? So yeah, there's or like the Savois are like you know, Black Creole, they have like a mixed background, but like they're, you know, they're white cats, you know, that's not
it doesn't the fur color and skin color has nothing to do with anything.
So that just kind of that way at least like you can like focus on that person, and like, you know, ethnic differences are more apparent in like how they interact with things, you know, how they talk, you know, what they wear. It's not just like a matter of skin color basically. So
or eye shape or anything.
Yeah,
like the Siamese cats from old school Disney movies, like Cinderella and stuff. They're considered like super racist now. So it's like, first of all, that's been tainted, and then second of all, like if you're making an Asian character, like, oh, I'm gonna make the eyes a particular, like, this really exaggerated shape is like kind of a no-no. And I think a good example of how to do it properly is I watched Infinity Train season 4, which is a really great animated show. But the two main characters in that season are Korean and Japanese. But their eye shapes are like they don't do the like weird elongated like narrow-eyed thing to show that they're Asian. They're very
there's like a variety of Asian eye shapes where like there's not, so what is it called? It's like a certain, what's the name of the fold in the eye where like you have a double fold?
It's like an epicanthic something.
Yeah, like the that particular fold in the eye that gives like the eye more of the so-called depth, basically. That's shared in common between like lots of folks who have like European or South Asian or some African descent or elsewhere. Like that's just one kind of eye, and like there's a lot of variety in that. And that's the same thing where if you have what's called, I think, the single fold is like there's a lot of variety in that too. So it's not just a thin eye or anything like that. There's just as much variety. Basically. So
yeah, I don't know what it was with freaking Hollywood, and I think it was like the 50s and 60s, but you see that same like really that you have to like just cringe at every time you see it. Like,
it's
Lady and the Tramp, Aristocats. Then you have like movies like Breakfast at Tiffany's and Mickey Rooney's. Like, oh god, it was also like, oh no, why are you doing this?
It's just like that shorthand, which unfortunately in animation design often gets incorporated into ideas about like, oh, this is how you make a character. And so how you guys hear about like, oh yeah, a square is stable, a triangle is pointy, like a circle is friendly. It's like those aren't hard rules, those are just more like ways of framing things. You can easily make
it's a shorthand. It's like a caricaturization of something to like quickly communicate your intent, but it just becomes so
it can be very fraught when you include
patronizing and
stereotypes into that. And oftentimes there's definitely a trend where in animation they wouldn't question those stereotypes, at least for a long while. In particular, Asian stereotypes. Like even past the point where like blackface was broadly considered unacceptable. Like there's a lot of like yellowface and Asian stereotypes that were just regarded as okay up until my adulthood. So it's like a lot of the pushback is extremely recent. Like I remember like YouTubers who I love who were not otherwise were otherwise very sensitive still, like making like Asian voice jokes and just not thinking about it because they were only thinking about it as it being a funny voice and not thinking about like, hey, actually, that is like real people are associated with that and it's like not cool. And they don't do it anymore, but it's still like it's so recent that it's like in my adulthood has there been pushback. And now I mean, if you do that, there's people will like be like, what the fuck, man? But just for a while, people were, the folks who were speaking up about it would be mostly like other Asian folks if anything was brought up, because I mean sometimes you're just so exhausted by that, but that you don't want to rock the boat. So I get it when people are like, it's just not my priority right now, but also it still hurts even so. And so it's important to be sensitive and like listen to people. If people speak up about it and you hear it enough, then you're like, that's definitely something that you got to pay attention to and maybe think about, even if, you got to think about it. Because if you think about it, you're like, what is the art I make? Like, who is it for? And do you want to make a piece of art where somebody gets into it and they're like, I can't engage with this because it's just like full of like hurtful stereotypes about themselves? Like that can be a big barrier to people. So I think it's always important to like think about like what other people from other points of view, like how are they going to view your work? You can't please everyone naturally, but I think at minimum you can try to not be racist.
You can I don't know, life philosophy is like don't be an asshole if you can avoid it. So
if there's a couple of things that are just obviously this is like a broadly accepted, maybe don't do that. Probably don't do that. yeah. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. An Asian character in Lackadaisy does not automatically become a Siamese cat. Basically, they'll be
it just doesn't work that way.
Yeah. So frick, I think what was it, like one of the background characters like has no, I'm not gonna go into that because I don't actually know like the intention behind the character, but I know like there's characters that like no, I have to talk about that one. I'm just trying to figure it out. I was just thinking about like the name of a certain character and like the fact that the design, again, it's not like a Siamese cat design.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
Yeah, so that's not sensitive or anything. I just don't want to like state intent that actually the creator of the character didn't mean for without knowing for certain, because I don't want to put words in their mouth. But yeah, there's, I don't know, it's like you want to make a Lackadaisy Sona and you're like you know, you're black, you don't have to make a black cat or a cat that with brown fur. Like, you can be any cat you want. You could make a black cat or a cat with brown fur, but this isn't Cats 2019 where they decided for some reason only the black actors got brown or black cat fur, which is so creepy because it made them look more nude than anybody. So
yeah. Like they sing about Macavity being like an orange cat, but like it's like wait, what?
And so it's like you made a decision that directly is countered by the language, and it's like this wasn't a problem for any other character. So any claim of like, oh well, it would have looked weird if like we had changed their fur color, but their skin color was different. It's like, or you could have just dealt with it. So it's not like there's cats where the face isn't a different color than the rest of the cat, if that was something that you like were concerned about in that direction. But I don't know, it's just, it was so awkward.
Well, I don't know, like the whole decision to make them look that human just seems
that was
so
a mistake.
I mean, the stage play does a much better job of making them, like, they look silly, but they're appealing still. It's, I know stage makeup and movie makeup are two different, you know, art forms, but I don't know, they maybe could have taken a cue from that and been like, diverge a little bit from the humanness, because otherwise it looks really uncanny. Uncanny Valley.
It's like suspension of disbelief also requires like the embracing of the abstract, and so when you are so severely into being too realistic, you end up like trapping yourself in that realm. So like if Lackadaisy
there's been a lot of
less historically, like if you had like put less effort into making it historically accurate, it probably wouldn't have mattered that a crowbar was like wrong. But that also would have been a very different project at the same time. But no. So.
Engrave says, so is Mordecai being a tuxedo the only one that is a specific type of cat? No, I mean tuxedo cat is a coloration. It's a fur coloration. So like I think it's easy to conflate like cat breed with fur color. So like, but they're two separate things. Like certain breeds sometimes are specific colors only. Like I think a Bombay cat is only ever like a brownish color or blackish color. But like they're like different things. Like tuxedo cat could be any breed of cat, from your average like domestic short hair to domestic long hair to you know, you could have a Manx cat that's a tuxedo cat or something. Like you can't like. It's the fur color is just like any old Moggy could be a tuxedo cat.
It's like horse
exactly
too. It's like you can have like chestnut, piebald, but there's like lots of different horse breeds that are chestnut or piebald.
There are some cases where like it gets real confusing because there is some crossover. Like pinto horses are a breed also, but like and Appaloosa horses with the spots and stuff. But like most times, like a thoroughbred could be black, a gray, a chestnut, a bay, you know, anything. So, it's two separate things, but sometimes the same thing, but not really. I don't know. It's hard to distinguish. So anyway, but the cats are really just like abstraction. They're just like abstract representations of people, and the coloration has more to do with like my mental association between like colors and things and like personality types, and really nothing to do with like ethnicity or anything like that.
Unlike something like Black Sad, the comic Black Sad, that goes directly there. Like it's like about racism,
right?
And stuff.
They have that whole like, is it the northern
or the Arctic?
The Arctic, where like all the animals.
The white supremacists.
Yeah, they're the white
I'm
supremacists.
trying to
They're
find
all
a
like
background right now. I'm setting up a file for this next shot. So if you're like,
Arctic
why is nothing
Nation,
going on? It's because I'm doing it on a different screen. So it'll be there shortly. So, but yeah, Arctic Nation and like Black Sad is so much about like the character's species has a direct impact on like their relationships, but also there's more than just one animal type, so it kind of has to become about that, versus Lackadaisy where they're all cats. So there's no like cats versus dogs going on here. It's not like marigolds are all dogs and then it's not like all Irish people are cats and that's why Freckle and Rocky are cats, but meanwhile like Victor is like a bear because he's Russian or anything like that. This is not how it
Victor's
works.
not Russian.
Well, no, he's Slovak, but sorry, my brain, I'm sorry, it's hot, and
it's suddenly, okay. Yeah. No, everybody mistakes him for Russian because he does have that kind of like.
But I know better, and I still said it. It's like, God damn it.
We definitely have this like archetype of like burly Russian guy type of thing. Like,
yeah, it's like Victor's not Russian. He'd be rather bothered if you called him that. He'd be like, what?
I don't think he'd care, but
I think
whatever.
Modern Slovakian people would absolutely care.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Like, excuse me. So
Victor, on the basis of Victor's personality at this point in his life, he'd just be like, "My knees hurt, leave me alone." But
why are you?
Yeah, he just like he's got different priorities and cares, but yeah, generally don't conflate Slovak with Slavic.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
no.
Slovak is a Slavic language, but it's not the same thing as Russian.
No.
I have a quick logistical question before we continue. Do you guys still have a specific time you want to end at?
How long have we been going on for?
3-ish hours, a little less than 3 hours. I think we started a little after 4. Or 4 my time, and it's 7 now, my time. So I don't know, 8 or 9 my time would be like what, 7 or 6 your time, Fable?
Yeah, so that's still like 7 would be 2 hours, 6 would be 1 hour. We'll see how we feel after an hour.
Yeah, I'm still fine if you want to keep going.
I'm fine.
And Nox, if you needed to jet, then that's fine too. Like,
I'm good. I'm asking because I'm gonna have to freeze questions soon.
Okay.
I have a backlog of 19 questions at this point.
Why don't we? We'll plan to take questions for the next hour, and then we'll cut it off after that, so that if we can like then end the stream without worrying that we're, leaving anybody hanging as far as their questions go. Is that?
So at
cool?
9:05 EST, I will cut off questions.
Okay, cool.
Okay, I cannot find the background for this one thing. This is one of those things where Toad did it, but I don't think it went into drop off. So I'm looking for this BG, and I know it's done. It's the.
I have it.
You have it?
Well, I don't have the drop off file. I think I saved a version from like.
No, I need the drop off file so it's accurate. I don't want to like.
Yeah, but I know it was done.
It's definitely done.
Maybe...
I think that. Let me just maybe Toad's up. Hopefully Toad's awake, and well, Toad should be awake. They're local to me, but I'm gonna make sure. It's like, where did it go? Because in the tracker, like, there's a Dropbox link, but it links to the wrong thing. So it's like, uh-oh. That's not right. Incorrect.
You ready for the next question?
Sure.
Well, actually, I gotta go pee, and I gotta get some more water. If we can take if you can just afford me like 5 minutes, real quick.
Sure. I'm actually gonna. My food's about to arrive, so I'm gonna disappear for a couple minutes too. If that's okay.
Sure. Do you have a text file list or something? I can answer some questions while you guys are away. Or we can just wait. That's cool.
I'll send it over. There, it's in streaming chat.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, be back in a couple minutes.
Infinite Sky says, was Rocky's smile inspired by the Cheshire Cat or perhaps even the Joker? Not directly, no. I guess maybe the Cheshire Cat was sort of unconsciously in mind in my, when I was drawing him, but yeah, Toothy Cat Grin. It came mostly from the cat Rocky that I was talking about before. He had these like extremely long fangs that would just poke out the sides of his mouth like pretty prominently. So we were always kind of laughing at him because he just kind of looked goofy because of that. So that's really largely where Rocky's like extra big teeth came from. And then his personality is just kind of that sort of like very loud and liable to laugh uproariously sort of thing. So it just seemed natural to, add a lot of a lot of teeth to that. So. Christopher Coughlin says, is there a rat who controls a cat called Linguini and they make Ratatouille together? No, there are rats in the speakeasy. They apparently have a supplier of crackers, but no, they don't otherwise participate in the culinary arts.
Alright, I'm back.
Yet.
Might have to step away for a brief second once the dog inevitably starts scratching at the door again, but I'm back.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll just use for the background. In the meantime, I'll just use the one of the images that we have that is not the full final image, but that's what I got, so I will just use it. Can I just thing I can do? Hello, yes. Okay, cool. So I can do this. Fantastic. Alright, what was said while I was gone?
I was answering whether Key was inspired by the Joker or the Cheshire Cat.
Key?
Definitely wasn't inspired by the Joker. Like, it just really didn't even occur to me. I was never like a superhero type interested person. I mean, I did watch Batman the animated series when I was a kid, but yeah, I didn't really make a mental association, I don't think, between Rocky and the Joker.
It's more of an accident. It's just kind of a character who's
yeah,
a little bit,
he's not like
yeah,
he's not like a foil to some like hero or something.
No,
like he's not like a
Rocky as Joker would be a very pathetic Joker, actually.
He'd be the Joker from the Lego Movie.
At closest, like Joker from Lego Movie is more competent than Rocky would be.
Yeah.
I think if he was like Joker in Lego Movie, even he'd be like at some point just like freaking out at one point, and Harley's like, there, just it wouldn't go over very well. Rocky is in a way like, think of him, it's more like himself a Harley Quinn. If you think about it.
Yeah. I suppose, yeah. More
it's
of
kind
a...
of very dependent, has codependency
Dependence.
issues. Yeah.
Codependency, yeah.
I'm back, by the way.
Oh, welcome back. we just so you know, we answered the Cheshire Cat Joker question, and there's like a kind of another. Okay, Christopher asked a lot of questions. Then Christopher asked, is there a rat who controls a cat called Linguini and they make ratatouille together? I said no, but there is a cracker supplier for the rats. So, and then Christopher also asked, you think the animation was possible if animation was possible in ancient Rome, what do you think it would look like?
Well, it's basically vases.
I mean, they kind of did like a sort of sequential art you would see in frescoes and on vase art and things like that. I think vase art has a specific name, but I can't think of it.
Very old art form, because if you look at cave paintings, like that's a form of sequential art. They would try to depict movement, like in like any single animal or person. Like they were, you know, people.
It was art that was supposed to tell a story in a certain order, and
when I was at the British Museum and they have all the Greek and Roman antiquity stuff, and they have these like friezes up on the wall, and they are pretty much just Marvel comic book panels.
Yeah, really.
It's like a battle between the Amazons and the Spartans or whatever. I don't remember, but it's like there's a guy throwing a spear, and then in the next panel the spear hits a dude, and there's a horse rearing, and then the next panel, and they're like all the same size, so it is really like reading a comic book.
There's also this famous pillar in Italy that's all carved all the way down and it tells a story. And I remember being in Italy and they were like, yeah, that's like the world's first known comic book. I was like, okay, that's an interesting interpretation. But it is. It's like a story that just kind of winds around this pillar. It's carved into it. But
you're talking about Trajan's column?
Yes.
Back again.
So yeah, I mean, the concept was pretty much there. They didn't flip paper booklets and animate that way. But
people have always been trying to depict a sense of time. Like that's pretty normal.
A sense of motion, a sense of time, a sense of Because stories are pretty dependent on time passing
or something, because every single time I have to oh shit, I have to step away from the desk. I have to unhook my earbuds from my ears, and then it's always takes a moment, and then I have to step away and get the thing, and I have to put them back on my ears, which is a whole to do, and then I'm like, oh no, I have to step away. So now I have to go and find my lighter so I can light this incense because I want a nice smell. I'll be right back.
Okay. Just a Little Love says, what's the best Pixar movie? I don't know. I like Ratatouille. Speaking of Ratatouille, that's a pretty subjective question though, so I don't know, maybe other people have different
I mean, honestly, personally, I had a teenage phase where I was really not into 3D animation because I bought into the internet bullshit of it was replacing 2D, but so I've missed the majority of Pixar, if I'm honest.
Do you have a favorite one, Siegel?
It was Pixar?
Yeah.
Ratatouille's
definitely up there, although it's been a while since I've seen it.
I feel like Ratatouille is personally one of my favorite Pixar films, because obviously, I mean, it's about being an artist basically, and then on top of I think it's definitely one of my top movies. Period. It's such a good movie. God, the way they depict food.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that movie. Every time I watch it makes me hungry.
Yeah. Ooh, you got hungry now. So you got sushi nuts?
Yep.
Oh dang.
Jealous.
Coco's Pixar?
Yes.
Coco is Pixar, yeah. Coco's
trying to...
Spider-Verse is one of my favorite films. Are we just talking about Pixar films?
Well, yeah, someone specifically asked, what's your favorite Pixar movie? Or what's the best Pixar movie, in your opinion?
The best? I mean, under what criteria?
Yeah, it's it's just a subjective question, I guess. Just like what one appeals to you most, I guess.
Cars 3.
I haven't seen. Oh god.
It's not a weird as an answer as Cars 2. Like Cars 2 is almost just
2.
offensive.
I didn't even watch Cars 2 because like everything I'm about, I was like, literally nothing about this film appeals to my sensibilities. So
it's so like ableist, and the bad guy is like an environmentalist, and it's so retrograde in its politics. It's like ridiculous. On top of just not being very good. But
what is that Cars knockoff animated film that
knockoff
like Saber Spark or somebody?
There was a
no,
Planes, but that wasn't a knockoff. That was just
it was Cars, and it had like some weirdly famous like voice actor in it as well. It was like, why are you? Oh, it's like Ed Asner or something, or
because I think there's like knockoffs of every single movie. Like Ratatouille is one of the most.
Oh yeah, God. Could that be any more blatant? I mean,
so here's some more questions. Brian Harry asks, if you could hire any musician to the short soundtrack, who would you hire? We did hire musicians. We hired CP Atomic, who do they do that kind of like electro swing type stuff, basically. And so they did some music for us, and then we also have on the music track that they did, they had hired a fiddler who was fantastic, and we actually got in touch with that guy to do some bits of fiddling for Rocky's prologue segment. So,
yeah, Fabrice is great.
Yeah, it was really amazing. It was like
he's got a very energetic, jazzy style. It was like, yeah, that's what we need.
$10 from Christopher Bayless. Thank you, Christopher.
Hey, thanks.
He says, hi, not the other Christopher, but one of his questions got me thinking. I was wondering, are there any weasels in Lackadaisy, and if so, are they snitches?
There is
a weasel face.
Yeah, that's Wes. I mean, he is a cat, but everybody calls him Weasel Face. Much to his chagrin.
Wes, who is Fetch's favorite, Fetch being Newt's partner, and he's a big time fan of Wes, and he's been very generous to the project. But he loves
shout out to
Fetch.
Fetch, who's been very generous.
Who finds Wes very Fetch. Fetch makes it happen.
He's got a physique. I'll hand him that.
Tracy,
does, but
you never. I'm always like, Tracy, stop making the cats hot, and you're like, what are you talking about?
No, you can't stop.
Just like everybody's been fighting human Mordecai, and they're like, this man can stop traffic. How dare you? And you're like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, you know what you've done.
What?
You know what you've done. You drove those pants in a certain way on purpose.
Remember Slightly Dirty Cat Mordecai from the other day?
What? Oh. Oh, you mean the one from the stream where he was like in the bathroom with like taking his tie off or something? Yeah.
Yeah, you guys weren't on Tracy's Patreon. You missed quite a few saucy Mordecai pictures.
They're not like they're not even like I don't think they even cross into like pinup realm. They're just like anything with Mordecai being like being a little disheveled is somehow
he took off his tie. Oh no.
Yeah, interpreted as such. So he was fully clothed and everything. It was just like.
I mean, that seems like par for the course of the time. It's like that Simpsons joke, like that woman's flashing her privates. It's like her
we already
ankle.
got some fan art for the stream.
Yeah, or maybe it's like a stupid sexy Flanders thing when like.
Yeah. Do the kids know what we're talking about?
I have no idea. I grew up on The Simpsons.
No, but Tracy is guilty. Yes. Yeah.
Oh no.
What are you talking about? I don't understand. Tracy, stop that. Stop making the cats hot, Tracy. People can't handle this.
I'll share it with patrons soon enough. I'm working on these right now, so still trying to get through all these Kickstarter.
Is it going okay?
It's going. I'm getting there. had a few more drop on me recently. I thought I was pretty much done, but yeah.
Well, now you're still pretty much done, except now
except a few more, yeah.
Were they lower tiers or something? Like are they
one of them was a higher tier one. Most of them lower tier ones, yeah. So.
Yep. Oh well. Yeah, on goes the job. But
it happens when you're trying to communicate. We had a lot of people contribute to the Kickstarter, which was wonderful. But when you're trying, it comes time to like communicate with all of them. Sometimes your communiques get lost in the mix. So they sometimes reply late. It's fine.
Fan art already from Rodimus on Lackadaisy, who posted Freckle receiving cookie dough ice cream with rainbow sprinkles and losing his mind about it.
Aw.
Look at that. Oh, that's cute. Thank you, Rodimus. That's beautiful. You straight up for a moment there, he's just like, he's gone a little rocky. He's like, what? For me?
I got those stars in his eye.
That's very cute.
Freckle's easy to appease. Boy likes the sandwiches. He's happy with sandwiches.
What ice cream would Ivy be into?
Something
would she be cappuccino?
I mean, she would.
I'm
sure be like, that's sophisticated. Whatever.
Yeah, I think she'd like certain flavors she would like just because it makes her look more adult or something. Like, yeah.
Like rum raisin.
Yeah. Yeah, or like the ones that are like cute colors, like pistachio or something. Even though she might not particularly care for pistachio nuts,
I bet
this one's pretty.
I
like this one.
It's
like
kind of
like this one and peppermint stick and pistachio together.
Yes. Ivy goes to the
peppermint stick seems like it would fit this pepper. I don't know.
Yeah, Ivy goes to the froyo and creates an aesthetic cup.
Yeah. She's like, how can I make this prettier? She would definitely be
Instagram,
one of those,
like Instagram.
She would be. Yeah, posting it on Instagram. Absolutely, she would.
Yeah. So let's see. We have.
How can I parlay this into social cred?
So, Blocky asked, do you think you'd be dubbing it in other languages? Currently, that's not the plan because you'd have to hire like voice actors who could do those languages, and I'm not confident in my ability to direct somebody to voice act in Spanish,
Yeah, we would have to like
subtitles would probably be more reasonable.
Hire a translator and then hire another team of. I mean, I think we'll probably, if people want to do fan-made ones, I think that's probably fine.
I mean, I like the idea of expanding it to folks who aren't just English speaking, but we don't have.
Yeah, and I have had some people reach out to me. I had one Russian group reach out to me who wants to do it. I'm like, that would be great. It's just like we didn't work that into our budget, so I don't know where we're going to be at by the time it releases. If we're going to have any leftover funds, probably not. To do like official dubs, but I think, I don't personally have an issue if fans want to do it. We'd have to run it by Spike and see what she thinks, but if they don't monetize it and they link to our original film, I think it might be okay.
I mean, like, we love the idea. It's just a matter of like how to do
it.
It's
just like a matter of like, there are unfortunately IP legal ramifications we have to take into consideration when being like, oh yeah, go ahead and do whatever you want with it,
All right, more questions. Chocolate Gelato asks, whose personality was Mordecai's own personality based on? Plus, he's probably my favorite since my boyfriend dresses and kind of acts like him, LOL. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, my condolences.
I hope he's much more tolerable than...
I hope he's, God.
Does he make a discussion about
I hope he's not a
chore?
Yeah, I hope he does. Yeah. First of all, I hope he's not a murderer for a
yeah.
living, but,
yeah. Double check on
but
that.
I get it, like the very like the kind of like serious, studious sort of personality, like very kind of uptight and type A, and I hope that part of him is relatable at least, but
yeah, like
I don't know. Well, his like initially, like the very early concept of him came from another cat that my aunt had who was named Oliver, who was just like this tuxedo cat who would not really interact with people. He would just like anytime we were over my aunt's house, he would just be on the fridge staring at us all, like sitting up on the fridge just watching us, kind of ominously.
I detest these
that was
children.
Like, I kind of just like took that very small seed of an idea and somehow it expanded into Mordecai, who just
but you didn't name him
I don't
Oliver,
know.
though. I mean, you've changed the name for several characters, like Calvin. That is technically his name.
Yeah, no, like I said, yeah, Calvin. We used to call him Freckle Lip because I don't know if you guys know that orange cats very frequently have these little. They actually do have freckles. They're like little melanistic spots. You'll frequently see, like, you won't see them overtly because they're covered in fur, but if they get them on their nose or like on their lips or and stuff, you can usually, or sometimes on their paw pads they'll have little like brown freckles, so that's where he got his nickname from. But yeah, no, Victor came from a cat who was named Roscoe, but that just didn't fit the character ultimately, so yeah, it just Mordecai just seemed, I don't know, the name just spoke to me for some reason. It was very like somewhere between, sounds a little bit intimidating, like spoken in the right way, but it's also like Morty just sounds so kind of goofy, but then like Mordecai sounds like, you know, like murder and also mortified, and I don't know, just like the sounds of it were just like, yeah, this is all like a character of some kind who's just, you know, has this name. But yeah, I guess a lot of people probably think of regular show too, but
well, I mean, you like Lackadaisy's older than regular show though, so.
Is it? I have no idea.
Yeah.
I didn't think of regular show. I just like it, I had no idea that was like I thought it might have pre-existed Lackadaisy, but I think like I was saying, other people may make that association.
No, you started first. I'm pretty sure that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Wow. All right.
Because I remember applying to regular show before it even came out, and that was after I graduated in 2010. I applied. I didn't get the job, but
2010. Yeah, then the Lackadaisy was around before that. So
yeah, the show wasn't out yet, but it was definitely, you know, I think it had a short or something, like it had done like a little pilot of its own, but I'm pretty sure it's still Lackadaisy even so predates it. So
I see the release date as 2009, so that was probably the short.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So who knows how long regular show was sort of hovering in the minds of the creator. Then who's that? Quintel, JJ Quintel. Like, I don't know how long that idea was hovering in his mind, but no, there's no relationship. So just happened.
Oh yeah, no, I wasn't trying to imply I named the character after that because I had no idea of its existence.
No,
I just
Mordecai from regular show is fundamentally the opposite of Mordecai.
Of the Mordecai, cat,
yeah. So yeah, he's kind of a slacker type. A lot of the show is basically him kind of slowly drifting away from his friend, where they pretty much share like a personality, but he starts to mature as a person as the show goes on, versus his friend who's just kind of still stuck in this kind of like you know, like late teens mentality and doesn't really grow beyond that. Or at least, like, I mean, he eventually does, like, grow, but that's kind of the point largely of a lot of the episodes, is that Mordecai kind of realizing that he's
gotta grow up.
He's gotta grow up, and kind of, like, debating, like, how far to go, realizing his friend's kind of being a douchebag quite frequently. But anyway, yeah, I like that show, though. I was sad I didn't get on it, but oh well, you know. It was
you got to work with a different Mordecai, I guess.
Yeah, a much bitchier one.
I love him. Mordecai.
I love him. Mordecai actually reminds me of several family members of mine, especially on the Jewish side of my family, actually. So it's like, I know this person. I know this person intimately. Is how I know Mordecai. So it's like, it's always funny, like whenever we're doing anything Mordecai related, it's like I have a special attachment to him because of that. It actually does remind me of family members of mine. I find him funny. He makes me laugh. So, yeah. Okay, let's see. I think I'll wind this up fine. So now I can...
Yeah, but I don't know. I think a lot of his personality just comes from, like, cats in general. He's very catty. I don't know, maybe... Yeah. Like, we talk about how catty Zib is, but, like, I think Mordecai is maybe... same level or more catty than Zeb even at points.
Oh, totally.
I don't think he sleeps as much as like a your average house cat, but he's otherwise just yeah.
Yeah. Our running joke though is like, my volume is a bit low or Tracy is a bit loud. I don't know why that's the case. I feel like that's something Discord is doing, frankly.
It may be me. I can turn myself down if am I too loud for everybody? I apologize.
No, you're fine. Like I will have a hard time hearing you if you turn yourself down. I think it has, let me see.
You both sound fine to me.
Yeah, everybody sounds about the same level to me. I don't know why the stream is getting something different, but
yeah, I don't know.
Is the audio being routed from Discord or OBS or something else?
It's being routed to OBS through Voice eMeter, which is like a splitter. So you guys are, it should be fine. It could be that, I mean, my microphone might be going through like a different system than your guys' audio, but that's necessary. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to like listen to anything. Like if I want to listen to music right now, I can without getting like flagged. But in fact, I kind of do want to listen to music. I'm gonna put on some jazz. Yeah.
I'm animating Wick reacting to Victor appearing in the frame. I love this.
To improve my microphone, I can just like up the gain or something, I think. Let's see here. What do we got?
What were you saying, Sagan?
Oh, I was just talking about animating this shot, Wick reacting to Victor looming into frame and going "Urk," making this like "Urk" face. This is fun. I like animating Wick a lot. He has his eyebrows are very expressive.
Let's see if this works. Yeah, Wick is. I
have fun with Wick because he's definitely like the most fish out of water of all of them. Just like, what are you doing here, man?
He's the money guy. You gotta have a money guy.
Gotta.
Let's just crank it up. Does this sound louder to you guys? Do I sound a bit louder? Hello, hello. It should. I mean, it's like practically going in the red now. So, I don't know. OBS can be finicky. This is Streamlabs OBS too, so it's probably even like another whole layer of finicky. I'm glad you're having fun with Wick.
Yeah, me too.
I was just checking in with you guys because I was like, "Are you okay? Is everything fine?" Always just constantly worrying. I'm always worried about time and money in particular. It's like it's less so the money right now, thankfully. Like the shot glass sales went well, and we, I'm almost done with prints, and pretty confident about that. Spike has reassured me that since I'd originally budgeted the time for this to take to be 12 months, but there was a plague, so it's gonna take a few more months than I expected because there was a plague. You can't exactly crack the whip when people are, dealing with sickness and grieving. You should not. No.
Yeah.
So, I've had to be, overall, I tried to be very accommodating of people's time, so. But yeah, it's taking more time, and that makes me nervous, because I'm like, oh no, this, if I had, like, more years under my belt, would I have avoided this or something like that? And it's like, as far as I can tell from every other person I follow online, like other directors even, everybody's going through it, so I should be kinder to myself, but I just have so much difficulty with it. Infinite Sky says, "You're part Jewish. Where do your Jewish ancestors originate?" Yes, I am Jewish. Yes. My I guess Ashkenazi background. My family fled the Ukraine/Russia during the turn of the century, basically. And actually, my aunt right now is going through a whole thing trying to piece together a lot of family history, because so much of it just like is missing. There's like pieces of it where just like really harrowing journeys that people took that they didn't really talk about very much, and like trying to figure out what happened is a whole thing. So she's been going through like old immigration records from our family, and it's been very interesting, like finding out that so my last name is Siegel, but but apparently that wasn't originally our name. Our name was like Sagalaski, apparently. I don't know how that got turned into Siegel, but welcome to US.
Anglicizing names for was pretty common. Or like there's lots of like stories about them changing people's names at like Ellis Island and stuff, but I don't think that's quite usually what happened. They would just like misspell the name because they didn't care or something, and then their name would suddenly become this. But
apparently, like this wasn't even an Ellis Island thing. This was like when he finally got his papers and it said what his original name was and what he's been going by lately. So he was going by Siegel, even though he was originally Sagalowski.
Right, I'm saying, it was probably like less dangerous. It made you less of a target, and made it easier to integrate into this new society if you had a name that was pronounceable and easy to spell and sounded potentially, Anglican or something, or at least less ethnic. It's a shame that things were like that, but that's like that is the way it was.
I mean, so I think a lot of people it's still plenty ethnic sounding, lots of Siegels.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Siegels, so
I mean,
I don't know how much one could avoid that, but
right.
It's definitely. I don't think it's a name that. I don't know if it's a non-Jewish name anywhere anyway, so. But yeah, just, they came from that region. There's, like, a variety of stories. Like, apparently, like, my great-great-grandmother, I think, crossed Siberia, like, using the Siberian Railway.
Trans-Siberian Railroad.
Just as it had gotten built, and she actually came to the U.S. via Angel Island, because she went the opposite direction of her husband, who originally went across Europe and through Ellis Island. So she instead crossed all of Russia and, like, the Pacific Ocean and then the entire United States with, like, a newborn child and other young children.
Crazy.
Like, nuts. Just crazy. So, yeah.
Yeah.
So she was one tough cookie. I mean, you'd have to be to survive that, especially with all those kids in tow. So, yikes. That's where that end of my family comes from, roughly. And they've been in the States since the early 20th century, basically. It was funny because, like, looking into Mordecai's background, he actually shares a lot in common with my own. So again, another reason why, I kind of, is one of my favorites. It's like, kind of can't help it. Yeah, he's fun. I make fun of him, but that's because I like him. That's why I was like, oh, that bitch,
I mean, I've made a thing of making comics that make fun of him, but it's just because it's so fun to.
When I say it's like, oh, that bitch, it's said with all affection, guys, all the affection. Not meant in any serious negative context. Quite, if I'm calling something that, like, it's probably extremely positive.
And we were all picking sides in your blood feud with Sungwon.
I know. My blood feud with Sungwon. Oh no. I don't know if I'd win that fight.
You probably wouldn't.
It depends what the game is. What I could win him with. I don't know.
I mean, if he's got King Dragon on his side. Then
I'm pretty sure I'd lose. Sorry, I can't fight up against a water pistol and a pink mustache. I'd just be like, I give up. I wave my little white flag. That's too much for me. He's a great guy though. He's been really fun to work with. He's got a
Sungwon's been great.
Yeah. You actually went on one of his podcasts, didn't you, Tracy?
Oh yeah, he does like interviews with different people who do creative stuff and.
Worthy on earlier today, I think.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Cool. Yeah, it was nice to chat with him.
Oh, bird.
He showed up in your TV recommended, and you just go through a journey of hilarious skits you've seen already, but are still funny.
I mean, he still produces lots of content too. So yes. worth watching his channel if you don't already, which I mean millions of people do. So if you're somehow missing out, check out ProZD.
Pretty sure they know him more than us.
Yeah, I feel kind of silly. Like Sungwon does definitely does not need me plugging him, but
I'll plug him anyway. He deserves it.
But I'll do it anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just like I don't really need to plug Mike, but hey, shout out to Michael Kovac. He's a very talented guy.
Yeah, he was here earlier for a minute. I don't know where he was.
Oh, he was just listening in. He sometimes does that. He's like me. I'll like sometimes if I see someone else streaming, I'll like hover in there for a moment.
Just kind of lurk.
Yeah. I don't know if he's still listening. Knowing him, he's probably hopped to the next thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I should have done? I should have banned him from chat.
Wow, should I call him in and then just so you can ban him?
No, you can't get mob chatted too.
Yeah. I know. They're all delightful. I was talking to Jason actually the other day about like, since we both got our second shots, and Jason actually lives near me. Jason's the guy who plays Victor and also Asa. We've been wanting to go out and like get drinks for a while, and I was like, "Oh yeah, we were interested in going around.
Yeah,
Would you be interested?" He told me that he had gone to like a museum, not too long ago, which sounded fun. So yeah.
Vision just seems like it'd be fun to have drinks with.
Yeah, yeah. I don't talk casually with all the VAs. It's like a lot of them are rather busy. They're not obligated to chat with me besides.
Yeah, some of them drop in
when they do.
Just occasionally.
Yeah.
Some of them are more present most of the time than others, but they've all got their own. Yeah, they've got busy schedules and stuff.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, no, I've
I
chatted.
haven't seen Val around in a bit.
It's because he's in the UK.
Yeah, he has a different time schedule than we do. So
yeah. He does need to sleep. We don't no method acting. So yeah.
No.
I mean, sleep more if you method act.
I mean, Zip definitely sleeps. He just sleeps at the wrong time of day.
So let's see. What's another question?
Take it from the top. I know how much you pay attention on being historically accurate, but is there anything you had to change for plot or other reasons?
Well, I think I mentioned the story takes place in 1927, but we're actually dealing with a 1928 Ford Model A, which is just like a slight anachronism. You might be able to tell.
How dare?
Yeah, how dare? I don't know. But generally, we haven't. I don't think we've changed a little bit of the layout of the riverfront of St. Louis because of the order in which the bridges sit. Like, just visually was kind of difficult to deal with from certain angles for doing background art.
Forgive us, St. Louis. We know, and we're sorry.
Yeah, forgive us. The Eads Bridge is there though, so that's
To be fair, they might
thing.
also be like, no, we can't find any goddamn skylines of St. Louis from that time period at that.
Oh well, I mean. Yeah, but I mean, the only pictures you can get are pictures people took from like river boats and maybe from a hot air balloon, but they didn't have like helicopter flyovers, so they couldn't really take very good overhead shots. I mean, the
no drones back then. Oh,
exposure time. Yeah, the exposure time on the on those cameras like made it hard to just snap photos as you're casually flying overhead. Also, the lack of ability to fly overhead. But. In something that like could sit still for a moment. So yeah, overshots are a little hard to come by, or like even shots of like a very broad view of the St. Louis riverfront. I mean, you can find like old drawings of it and things like that. But you kind of have to like piece it together from what you are able to find, and sometimes you'll find photos that are like hard to place what time it is, so you have to like look up when certain buildings were built and establish like when this photo is from based on which buildings you can spot in the picture and things. Yeah, it's kind of a never-ending puzzle to like do research for something like this.
You kind of.
So we did fudge the skyline a bit to make it a little bit taller than it would have been, just for like the shape, the visual
just to make it read as a
interest
city
of like
all.
the shape. Yeah, right. St. Louis had only, I think, 2 buildings in it that were considered skyscrapers at the time. And skyscrapers at that time were not very tall. It was like steel beam construction was pretty new. New
Would they have even been called skyscrapers?
They did call them skyscrapers, yeah. Like, but the threshold for like what scraped the sky, so to speak, was much lower, literally. But then, of course, like they built the Empire State Building in the 30s, and that kind of like, okay, well, that's a skyscraper. But yeah, I mean, there's also a thing where like they're doing a lot of shooting at each other in vehicles, and it's kind of an unspoken thing that we weren't sure how to. We were going to try to like slip it into the dialogue at some point, that the vehicles are armored, which is something that gangsters actually would do. They would use extra metal inside the doors and things and around the engine to try to prevent the vehicles from being blown to pieces by.
Because they had
guns,
shootouts.
But yeah, because they did. There was a shooting involved in this job. Yeah. So but we couldn't find a way to like slip it into dialogue seamlessly where it wasn't like really awkward and exposition-y. So we kind of left it out, and so we're probably going to get a bunch of shit from people like about, oh, this isn't realistic. But
it'll be your why didn't they just fly the Eagles to Mordor thing.
Yes, it will be our definitely.
I'm sure they'll have something to say about lots of other things. So
yeah, there's going to be other things people are going to take issue with too, I'm sure.
We have we can't talk about it because this is a public stream, but we had a whole conversation about how to justify like whether or not this one thing could even turn on, that led into like just spiraled out of control and became like a big reason why Act 3 even happened.
Yeah, so we had to do some real digging to justify this thing, but we have the receipts. We can back it up. Yeah. But yeah, we'll call it a machine, I guess, for now. But there's this machine thing that
swivel chair
makes an appearance, and yes, definitely a swivel chair. Yeah. In Act 3, invented by Thomas Edison. No, yeah, it's and yeah, we had to do some like research into stuff you would never even think of having to look up. About the 1920s, but we did. Yeah, I don't know. If you look at like film credits or television credits for any like historic set piece, you'll see that there's consultants, often myriad ones, like multiple consultants for fashion, for like basic history and things like that. For weapons and cars and stuff. So
we'll never have a thing like I think Spartacus, one of the. No, not Spartacus. Someone's wearing a watch, but it's like ancient Rome or something. That'll never happen in an animated show unless you put it in there deliberately.
Right. Yeah, we won't have like accidental, unless we put it in there as an Easter egg or a joke, like a Starbucks cup or something, or Starbucks cup in like the scene like Game of Thrones had in one of their
joke. Right, joke.
Yeah,
but was that on purpose?
No, it wasn't on purpose. It was an accident. They just like people flipped their shit about it because it was like really. Like right in the scene, right up front in like one of the scenes of like Daenerys or something, there was like a Starbucks cup like sitting right in front of her. It's like, well, that doesn't seem like it's
clusterfuck, basically.
Yeah.
I was like, the warning signs were there.
Yeah. Yeah, but that kind of like the those accidents don't happen, but like anything that appears you have to put thought into in an animated film. But
oh shoot, Tracy,
we also don't have like
I forgot to eliminate the Starbucks from from the scene where Mitzi sits down at the Lackadaisy. We forgot to remove that. Can we fix that in post?
Did we? Yeah.
What do you think?
We had to did we manually remove all the seatbelts from the vehicle?
Yeah. Just to make sure that it's really edgy.
Yeah. Yeah, but we don't have like a budget to hire people, so like all the research part of it is left to us, and so we will inevitably get some things wrong. It's a huge topic, like an entire
it's a
decade of human civilization, but we try to keep it like we try for verisimilitude, and a sense of historicity.
Trying at least to avoid some of the more obvious that didn't happen kind of things.
Yeah.
Like stuff that's like that's from the 1940s. It's like it's one thing if it's like you're off by a year or two, but it's another thing if you're off by a decade or two.
Yeah. It was like that thing in the Changeling where well, they had a few things that drove me a bit nuts. Like it's really harrowing story, and it's mostly interesting because it's something that actually happened. But I think it was it 2008 or something that movie came out with Angelina Jolie, The Changeling. It's set in the 20s. But they used the term serial killer in the movie, and that lost my shit over that. Like, no, they did not have that term then. I'm sorry. Like, they had people who were serial killers. It's just like they didn't have that terminology for it then. And then they also had like electroshock therapy happening in like this asylum that they had, or
they
this
wanted to make
institution.
this asylum feel
like,
more
no,
scary and horrifying. So they were like, let's have electroshock therapy so that we have some equivalent to lobotomizing. So they didn't at least have lobotomization, which was a practice that like developed more in like the 50s. It was like when that
it was I think it started in the 40s, and there may have been some cases in the 30s, but the classic like what we think of the ice pick a lobotomy wasn't done until like the late 50s and the 60s. So
just picking their question reminds me of the British generals in World War One that are never going to be depicted correctly in a movie ever. Because their whole thing was they were not willing to make it seem like they were in distress. So
stiff upper lip and all that.
They walk into the battlefield and not care. We're getting shot at, which you can't do in a movie. It just completely kills the immersion.
Yeah. Sometimes reality is a little stranger than fiction, and sometimes like things that actually are true, like some of this stuff in Act 3 that we were talking about is like a little bit of a hard sell maybe, and we may have to like do some explaining and be like, no, look, here's pictures, here's documentation.
There was some questioning from the crew. It was like, are you sure that it would not, like, this wouldn't kill them immediately? And it's like, no. And I actually brought up reference footage of like said thing that people were questioning, and I'm like, see, if you just have one of these, it's actually less powerful than you think. And because there was like a guy going to town on a couch with said thing. I have to talk euphemisms here. But,
even I'm like, what are we? What is this?
With the spaghetti.
Yeah.
The spaghetti.
Spaghetti.
The spaghetti.
It was very powerful spaghetti.
It's only deadly in high high
concentration.
You can overdo it with the spaghetti, and
it was too much. They were like, "Are you sure that that's not too much pasta?" And I was like, "No, see here's a guy who's like dumping all the pasta on the couch." So you can see, like, no, that would
nobody died.
Nobody died. You need more spaghetti to kill somebody. Actually, well, I'm sure if you were on top of the spaghetti, like you would.
Yeah, if you were sitting on that spaghetti, it might be a problem. It would definitely stain your pants. But
but no, it's like the proximity to the spaghetti would not injure you, because like you guys aren't thinking of spaghetti, you guys are thinking of rigatoni. So it's like because
much more powerful pasta.
Yeah, much more powerful. We don't use spaghetti quite like this at least anymore. It's like usually we're using rigatoni for these purposes nowadays.
Yep.
Strong
our pasta technology has advanced somewhat.
Yeah.
I'll have to admit, I really liked the Thomas Edison swivel chair metaphor. Probably somebody would probably come up with something almost interesting with like a Nikolai Tesla swivel chair.
Right now I'm just sketching over these Mitzi model sheets to kind of build up some muscle memory for this character. That's what I do before I animate any of them, is I like draw over them to kind of like break down how I'm going to approach it. That way, like, I'm not just going like, oh, just draw a cat. It's like, no. Each of these guys has like a particular kind of construction.
Both Nova and MBT want to know more about Rocky's lucky tie.
Oh, well,
I mean, it's a tie. I don't know why he thinks it's lucky. It's just just because it's got his.
He received it and he's not living in the gutter anymore. That's pretty lucky for a guy like him.
Yeah.
It was a turning point.
Turning point in his life.
I always think of it as his leash.
That's not doing its job in that case either. It's
well, like, but in the short, when the leash comes off, though, it's like turned into a thing. You took off the tie, and then oh god.
Chat saying Tracy's loud now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Tracy's loud.
I nothing about the volume on anybody's end has
We
changed.
haven't changed a thing. I don't understand, honestly, guys. I don't know. It's just OBS.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's multiple variables here. It's really hard to figure out what thing it could be between Discord, OBS, YouTube, and your what is it? The E thing, the splitter. It's like it's hard to track down.
All I can do is turn down output a bit, but
I mean, I can turn my mic down.
No, I think
are they saying you're loud now or too loud?
Let me do.
Am I too loud?
Are they too loud? Or just right?
I'm turning down the your guys' volume a little bit on my end to see if that helps. Because it might just be that you guys are peaking occasionally, and that's actually what they're hearing. So don't worry about it. I got it. I don't want you guys to fuss with things. Yeah.
Okay.
I did get a new mic stand where now my mic is right up close to my mouth instead of far away on the base of my monitor.
Yeah, usually if I sound quiet, it's because like my microphone is rather sensitive to like proximity. So if I get up real close like this, I'm going to sound a lot louder than if I back up like this, where all I did was like shift back a foot. So, let's see. There's the only solution to that as far as like I could hear myself, but the thing is that. I mean, I hear you guys through Discord, and I think it sounds fine, but I don't know how that's going to interact when it finally feeds through OBS, so it's just that. Yeah, Luna the Ocean says, don't stop talking or anything, it's just a volume difference. Yeah. Let's see if there's a way I can do that. Can I, like... Go do this? Hello? Okay, well now I can hear myself a little bit better. I'm adjusting... my audio box to see if that helps. There. Yeah, maybe I'm just trying to make myself louder, stronger, faster. There, now I can hear.
I know the song.
I don't know, maybe that helps. Well, now I set it so that I can hear myself a little bit more easily, so it should be fine. It should be fine. God damn, though.
MB also asked what Rocky's favorite color is.
Blue?
Blue.
Okay. Chat, 5 more minutes to submit questions before we have to freeze them for the evening.
I mean, we'll keep answering questions in real time as we go, but I don't think if we miss some, we may not.
Yeah, we just can't promise anything unless like you super chat. Like, can't promise that we'll get to it because we'll probably keep going for a little bit longer.
Yeah, because we're also working while we're talking. So.
Yeah.
Infinite Sky asked, have either of you seen the anime Elfenlied?
A long time ago. I can't remember anything about it. Except that, like, somebody's head, like, exploded, but...
Yeah, I've also seen it, and all I remember is a lot of violence and nudity.
Yeah.
I have not watched it because I was made aware of its tendency to just want to personalize the character and then immediately murder them. So, I didn't think it was for me.
They're just getting used to drawing this lady cat.
Simon asked, what TV show do you regret having watched as a kid?
I don't know, regrets?
Regret?
Like, what, just something that I didn't like? Somebody mentioned Johnny Test, and it's like, I never really chose to watch Johnny Test. It always just would autoplay. because TV. So I don't know if I'd say regret. Oh wait, no. I mean, I could go on a long rant about Bleach, but then we never leave. Yeah.
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 I mean, I think there's a few of those shows like Lost where it was like everybody was like, "This is the best show ever," and then it ended, and everybody was like, "This is the worst freaking ending ever."
Same thing happened with Game of Thrones. Everyone was like, "What the fuck is this garbage?" After it being like the darling
Talk of the town.
Yeah.
Another question by Simon: which YouTube genre is your favorite?
Genre? Boring lectures.
Yeah. People talking about just random interesting stuff. It's my flavor. I watch a lot of horror Let's Plays too, because I don't have time to play games. I only have time to watch other people play them while I work.
I've been watching a lot of vintage story Let's Plays lately. That's been fun for me personally, because it's an interesting game. It's like, what if Minecraft, but like, you know, it kept going in the direction that it started when it started. Yeah. So it was more so a survival and crafting game, and like, not to criticize Minecraft, I think its direction has been extremely interesting, and it's one of my favorite games. But it's interesting to see another game that like takes the idea and runs with it in a different direction. I don't know. It's really interesting to see like how just a simple tweak in mechanics and presentation can like dramatically change game feel, and I feel like the Vintage Story is like a really good example of that, because it's not trying to be anything other than niche. It's like this is not going to appeal to everyone, and we don't care. This is specifically for this kind of player, and I respect that.
Well,
yeah.
Knowing your audience is important.
Yeah.
Because you can't please everyone.
No,
so.
you cannot. It's impossible. You'll come away with like nothing if you try.
Whatever became of our intended Minecraft server, by the way, weren't we gonna do?
I don't know. Yeah.
Is there still interest?
You mean for the?
Yeah.
I mean, I know Newt was talking to somebody about it, but I'm not sure what happened. Newt's had a couple things on his mind, as you know.
Yeah, I don't.
It's just been low priority.
Newt. Like, I know he's been dealing with some shit. So.
Yeah, I think it was just figuring out hosting and that, and moderation and all that. But like, I don't think the idea is dead. I just think it's kind of been shelved.
Yeah. Well, we should probably maybe poll for some, like, to get some idea of like who's still interested in that, and if we should pursue further. But
I don't know. I just want to play Minecraft. Really, that's all it is. I just want to play Minecraft. Have an excuse to.
I mean, I'm sure if you guys got in there would be some interest, but yeah, it all depends.
Okay. We'll cycle back.
You guys managed to get a lot of people to install Roblox yesterday, after all.
I saw. I was laughing at someone on the tag already made like a bunch of the characters, and they were RPing them. I guess. I was very amused by that. Yeah, it was really sweet.
I like when anything you do like that inspires somebody else to do something creative in turn is always like such a joy.
It's very encouraging because like I said, like I have a heavy degree of anxiety, so when I see some sort of like external expression of like the impact I have, and that it's like it's a positive, it's a good way of countering like the like angry bees in my head that tell me I suck. Also, I just need to like eat food on the regular. That would probably help.
Yeah.
I made a bunch
and hydrate.
Yeah. Oh, I hydrate plenty at least, and I have been getting enough sleep, but so I feel better than I have. But the problem right now is that I definitely do not eat regularly enough, and so yesterday I was like, okay, normally I take my break day on Sunday, but I think I'll take my break day on Saturday because I already like burnt half the day going to the grocery store and deciding I was going to make a stew so that I would have food that I wouldn't have to think about for several days at least. That keeps good in the fridge. Like, stew just gets better the older it is, almost, until it's not, anyway. And I hadn't made stew in a while, so I was like, okay, I'm just gonna like chill Saturday basically, and then today I would stream. I think that was good because, like, you know, I'm gonna have meetings day on Monday, and today is just kind of chill. I just really wanted to get back into animation because I haven't animated in a bit, and it's making me antsy. It's like I get nervous. I'm like, I haven't been doing. I always have this fear that, like, I'm not doing enough work. Basically, it's like, oh, there's too many things that are like falling behind. It's because of me, and if only I could do more, you know. And I wasn't tired.
Yeah, there's definitely a voice in my head that's always like yelling at me for being lazy. I'm like, what more do you want from me?
Yeah, I don't know how to satisfy that.
I know. I don't know how to turn it off, or like, there's just never. Yeah.
The only thing that I found comes even close is basically don't think about it. That's about it. It's like the that voice is so unhelpful. It doesn't make me go faster. It just makes everything I do more miserable, because even when I'm being productive and getting stuff done, like, it just makes it unsatisfying. It turns it into, like, it's like, oh, well, you got that done, but you didn't get the other thing done. And it's like, can I just feel good about one thing? I just got a shot done. Now I can hand off to clean up, and I was already like,
I know. Can I feel okay about myself for like 5 minutes after I got something completed? But no.
Yeah. And also, it's like, it doesn't help either that the year has been so dire that I've just kind of been stuck in this hypervigilant state, and trying to, like, get out of that state has been its own task, and it doesn't happen overnight. You know, you only have so many people to talk to also, and you get afraid of talking to them too much, because you're like, oh no, I'm just gonna, like, go over the same shit where I'm just constantly being a whiny baby at them or something like that. And so then you get discouraged to even talk to people because you think that you're just being too much, and that's actually a bad instinct. It's so I don't know. That's getting all kinds of territory, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, mental health and dealing with your own self-criticism is a huge and very difficult topic.
Yeah, I really have to, like, the only way I can keep going is by not thinking about it. It's like, I don't think you can really do much. Like, until, like, I get used to not thinking about it, so it becomes more second nature to just focus on what I gotta do and not worry beyond that. But it can be difficult when you're juggling a lot of things. Like, if I only had one task, that would be one thing, but I don't. So I always have to take the week and, like, split it into 1 or 2 tasks and focus on just those 1 or 2 tasks, basically, because otherwise it's hard for me to get anything done if I'm trying to do all tasks at once. So, like, last week I was focusing on the poster, and then this week this month in total, like, I have to get the prologue fiddling in. I have to get it in so that then I can do handout for that. And last month I got the epilogue, like, that completely finished, and that took, like, more revision than I anticipated. Because there was, like, some acting beats that I want to get into, and the shots, like, were very, like, I think there's, like, a 30-second shot. There's a 30-second shot in the epilogue. Yeah. So I handed it off to Star. I was like,
Star's got it.
Star's got it. Star is, like, the star of animating Mordecai. They are so good at dealing with him. And but also I broke down that shot so much. Like, it is way more broken down than any other shot, because I was like, here you go, Star. I'm sorry. Anyway, you could follow the board exactly and you'd be fine. So there's that way there's less, like, oh no, that's 30 seconds and how can I possibly experiment within a space like this. And so, like, I will try to make it easy for you. Oh god, I'm always worried about if I'm making it easy enough for people. I was like, I'm asking so much of people. Oh god. All the time, anxiety. What goes through my head. Yeah, I have to just not think about it. I think once I start going outside again, also, that'll be helpful because taking myself away from the house will help because then I can get out of that mindset briefly. And then I'm able to jump back into it and be, like, feel better. Because I'm not, like, sitting in the same place where I'm stewing and worrying constantly. It's like sometimes you need to get out and, like, paint trees. Literally, usually that was the way I relaxed, but there's been a pandemic, so my usual way of, like, oh, I want to go out to, like, a random location with my my French paint box, which is like this it's like a wooden suitcase that you can unfold into an easel, and you can put all your art supplies in it, and I do that, and I'll go out to a location, I'll just, like, paint stuff. And that's my way of just kind of relaxing, but I haven't been able to do that for a while. Technically, I could go down in my own backyard and do that, but that's part of the point is going somewhere else. So, yeah. So yeah, I'm looking forward to doing that. I can safely do that next Sunday. Let's see where I go.
The one place I had to go for that, unfortunately, and there's now a police barricade between me and it, so.
Oh, damn it.
Why is there a police barricade?
Ontario shut down completely when their last thing happened. Same reason I can't go visit my mom. Like, there's an actual police barricade at the border.
Wow.
Yeah, I forgot some parts of Canada had just gone back into lockdown big time.
Yikes.
Recently, so.
Sorry.
I mean, it's life.
Right.
But
Yeah.
Knox, where are you?
I'm in Montreal.
Yeah, I have some friends in Montreal. I'm in Ontario.
Yeah, so you have all that crazy stuff.
Yeah, I don't ever leave except to walk or jog for exercise, and then, like, once a week I do groceries, and, like, that's it. I haven't gone anywhere or done anything for over a year.
Yeah, that's been my life right up until recently. I mean, well, it still kind of is, because I only just got my second vaccine Friday. But
Are we planning on doing anything? Go see some friends?
I don't have any plans as yet. I mean, most of my plans are work on this.
It's true, yeah. It's like I can't exactly make a whole lot of plans. It's like I don't have money to go crazy with anyway.
Yeah. I still don't really feel great about, like, traveling far.
No.
And I don't have time anyway right now, because this is like, yeah, this is like more than a full-time job right now. So.
Yeah, it's basically like even when I'm not in voice chat in the server specifically, I am still on the server. Like I wake up until I go to sleep, and I'm just, like, looking at things, and I'm, like, anticipating giving people notes. I had to give myself a new rule not to give notes past 9 p.m. unless I'm just dealing with someone in a inopportune time zone, basically, just to keep myself from staying up until midnight doing notes. So. I leave it to next day. You can handle it tomorrow when you are fresh, because it was more than just like, I just don't feel like it. It was really about making sure that I was, like, rested enough that I could give good notes, because, like, I remember very early on in the project, like, I would just not sleep nearly enough, and I mean, technically I could have just slept in, but I keep waking up, like, before 8 a.m. I just do, so. If I didn't go to bed by a certain time, I would just wake up before 8 a.m. and, oops, you've lost sleep. So that can become a problem if you're not, like, getting enough sleep and you're trying to give people notes and, like, you're missing things that you didn't miss before. That's one reason why we implemented quality control, was just so that if I didn't catch it and the animator didn't catch it, then somebody else would catch it. And so that has been very valuable, which thank you again for that.
Yeah, Sagan.
Yeah. Sagan is actually our quality control person as well. So
yeah.
It's been
a big help.
Yeah, it's made, like, what could have potentially been painful, like, much less so. Yeah. So yeah. And now, like, as a result, like, cleanup has, like, way less they have to worry about, because so far, like, people have said that they're the work is a lot more tied down than they're used to seeing. Even
I mean, after Z's
yeah.
talking about, I think it was Big Hero 6 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like,
That's good to know.
Yeah.
They wouldn't even get a full body drawing, and like,
They said that was usually the exception and not the
like
rule.
A torso.
But... yeah.
Kleenex box feet.
It's like, you figure it out, cleanup artists.
Like, ouch.
After years of drawing, you would know how much it fucks to do that when you try to ink things that you're not finished sketching.
Yeah,
not want to subject other people to that.
It's like it's like cleanup needs to go quickly also, so you need to make sure that it's not like that. That said, though, like, there was quite a few people who were taking stuff beyond the tie down that I told them to, and I'm like, no, don't take it that far. Like, that's way too far, because that's just like your time though.
What were they doing? Like adding frames or something?
No, they were just taking it
to
to so freaking clean that it looked like it was done practically, and I was like,
"Oh,
don't
like
do
the
that."
roughs?
Yeah, on the roughs. So
no, I did.
Don't do
I
that.
was doing that on the first shot, and eventually I learned I was like, I can't.
No,
that's not sustainable.
No, that's why I had to tell people. I had to tell people don't put that much effort in, because otherwise they would have just burnt themselves out, and that's what I'm afraid of. It's like I said, like, I'm already asking so much of people. I'm like, please don't think of this as like, how can I long term do this? How can I do this efficiently so that you don't hurt yourself? That's very important. That's why we.
It's also hard to be realistic about that, though. Like, after all these years of doing stuff, it's like, I still don't know like what a realistic amount of work. I still like way overestimate like what I can get done in a certain amount of time, and then I'm eternally disappointed in myself because I've never like calibrated properly. It's really
it's like my own skill level like makes it difficult, because like if the amount of work it actually took me to do anything was consistent, then it would be a lot easier to adjust for that, but it's not. So because it can depend on like my health, it can depend on the the situation around me, it can depend on the temperature, even like if it's too hot, like, or it's too cold, like it's hard for me to work, and so like I'm a little slower. I have chronic pain issues, so I have to manage that. So, and some of these things you can't necessarily predict, or sometimes it bothers you more than other times. But also like the things that you're working on vary so much that it's hard to predict exactly how much time anything takes you. So you just have to start kind of like building that into your personal time budget. And like if not for the plague, like I think I would have budgeted the project fine, but like I said, like it's going to take a few more months. I'm just like, people ask me like, oh, when's it coming out? And I was like, I wish I could give you a definitive month. Like, I just couldn't tell you like when I plan to. I'm trying for July. I don't know that we're going to make July, but I don't think it's going to take until next year at least. So there's that. But I will say that any delay that's happened, like, I haven't regretted, because it's been for the best. Like, if it took more time to get a bit of animation done, or to get the animatic done, like, because that's like the big thing that took more time than I thought it would, was that the animatic ended up like really going to town on that, and I was breaking it down like more and more for the animators, and we kept coming up with like ideas for revisions to make like a thing stronger, and that just added time. So that but at least like we figured out how to like have people work while that was being worked on, so like it wasn't as bad as it could have been. But yeah, it's all in the service of making it better. But I still sit here and I just feel like shit about it, because I'm like, oh, people expect things and I'm disappointing people,
Yeah, I hate those feelings that you're like, no matter what you're doing, it's like, I'm disappointing somebody out there.
Yeah.
No matter what, no matter what I'm accomplishing.
The theoretical person, I'm always like wringing my hands over.
Yeah,
but if it's a real person, it'd be different. I'd be like, I don't know, it's just gonna take time, buddy. So
yeah,
my response is a lot different if it's a real person. But somehow in my head, it feels like more justified. Like I'll just like put up with
I do that all the time. Like, something's not going to be done on time, and I'm like, fuck, the client's gonna lose their mind. And I talk to the client, like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, like, Spike has never expressed, like, upset with me about, yeah, this is gonna take more time, because just everything has, so, you know.
And you have to kind of have some stand your ground on some of that stuff. Like, if someone was being really unreasonable about it, it's like, we're in a pandemic.
Yeah, exactly. It's like I said, if it was a real person giving me crap, my response is a lot different than, like, what's in my head. It's because I'm too creative about counter arguments, so it's like I'm arguing with myself, and myself always knows the correct counter argument to myself, which is not great.
Yeah.
I just wish I was stupider.
You do not.
If I was dumber, then maybe I wouldn't be so good at, like, winding myself up. If I was
have a couple other side effects.
Maybe. Alright, I've drawn some Mitzies. How many more Mitzies do I gotta draw before I feel good about this? I'm gonna draw a few more Mitzies.
Yeah, watching Z clean up Mitzi. Really excited to see her more in motion.
Yeah.
I guess I'll open up the question list again. Infinite Fly asks, I wonder what Anton Chirg would look like in the Lackadaisy universe.
Anton Chigurh.
Chigurh?
From No Country for Old Men.
Guess he'd just have that, like, Prince Valiant haircut and would have pointy cat ears. I don't know.
He'd be a cat.
Yeah, he would just look exactly like himself, but with cat ears.
Yeah.
Just a Little Love asks, what's the best movie ever made?
You tell me.
That's extremely subjective. Jeez.
Cars 2.
In your opinion.
Cars 2, obviously.
Cars
2 official answer.
Watch Cars 2 be regarded as, like, some high art or whatever. Kind of like, I've noticed, like, this resurgence of going back and looking at media that used to be, like, kind of, like, poo-pooed on. And people are more like, you know what, actually, that wasn't so bad. Like, the Twilight movies, like, people going like, you know, there's something to these, though. And I think that's fair, kind of examining why it appealed to a certain kind of person. And, like, what you can learn from that. And understanding, like, the accomplishments of at least the original director. I think that's fair. Kind of like a reassessment of, like, yeah.
You can, I think through the lens of time, you can always, like, come to appreciate something as, like, a product of its time and reflective of certain things that were happening at the time. Like, like we often, like, kind of sneer and laugh at, like, the sitcom, like, stuff of the 50s and then of the 90s as well, and how, like, goofy and stuff it was. But it's like coming out of World War II era is like, maybe I guess people just needed something goofy and stupid and,
I think
like,
I can,
extremely
I can appreciate
like
that a lot
domestic
more.
and kind of facile to just, like, relax
Yeah.
with, or
It's like,
I think we're all going to need that.
Yeah.
Soon.
yeah, I think I can understand, like, folks, especially right now, going like, I just want something light and fluffy, and, like, I get it. I really get it. When you just been through it, and it's like, just give me the fluff.
or it just becomes more understandable, like, how or why people enjoyed this kind of media at this given time or something. It's like, yeah, they needed to escape from this or that thing, or they needed to express their feelings about this or that thing. It's like why monster movies became, like, went from being about, like, actual monster as a villain to being something that sympathized with monsters as people who are basically representative people who are pariahs in society in some way, or who feel, you know, disenfranchised or what have you. And, like, just how like, it's just an interesting, like, to track that kind of thing. And sometimes, no matter how silly or, like, badly produced or whatever the media surrounding it might be, from, like, a technical standpoint, or maybe the writing isn't great or whatever, it's like you can still take it and, like, learn something from it and like, glean something from it.
That at least, like, that kind of thing, like those reassessments, and like, I've found it, like, currently rather difficult to watch media analysis that just goes, look at this terrible thing and how everything just derailed. Oh,
Yeah.
it's shitty. I can't watch that anymore because it hits too close to home now.
Yeah, it was briefly like fun, or like I guess in like a kind of a sinister way, to just be like to laugh at stuff like along with those types of those things that didn't really and to just be kind of mercilessly critical of stuff like that, but because it's, I don't know, it's Schadenfreude in a way,
like,
or
you,
I don't know.
like to take it down.
But then it gets old fast because you realize like it's hard to make anything. You start making your own thing, and you come to appreciate just how hard it is to pull it together and make anything.
It's hard to make crap.
It is, and so you're just like, it's amazing any film or game or animated short or whatever ever gets made, or comic, and it's just like, because there's so much work involved. There's so much involved. And aside from just the work, there's all kinds of like legal red tape and like trademark copyright bullshit and stuff that can happen to things, and interference from like higher ups in a chain where like executives might interfere with like film production on something and just like wreck the script as it, so it's, and then like the people who actually wrote the script end up taking all the heat for like something that was badly produced because of someone else's interference. And it's just like anything can kind of like throw something for a loop. It's kind of like incredible that anything gets finished. Really, given all the crap.
You guys have no idea how much stuff doesn't get finished.
Right, yeah, because a lot of it ends up in the trash, really, truly, honestly. Having worked in the game industry, so many things. I worked for years on things that got thrown away, just discarded. Like, it
was too hard.
Yeah, it's hard to survive that shit. Like, it is hard. So
it's one reason why you crave like stuff like making comics, is just because, like, hey, if it at least if it goes to shit, it's my fault. It's not because of some bullshit that happened. So
then
there's stuff where people have like, it's the process that is fun for the artist. Like Adam Sandler movies, he makes a lot of terrible movies, but a lot of it is just an excuse for him to like
hang out with his
friends, go off to a tropical island and party, and it's like, okay, there are worse ways of making money.
Yeah, it's like you can always tell. Like I don't particularly care for Adam Sandler movies, but like with maybe the exception of Happy Gilmore, which is pretty good. Like, yeah, you can kind of tell he and his friends were just having fun, and it's like it was just an excuse to get together and okay, whatever. You've got many millions of dollars, do what you want, I guess. But yeah, like I just don't take joy anymore in like making fun of other like watching other creators be made fun of or like torn apart because of things they've done. It's like, if you don't enjoy it, fine, and if you want to criticize it, like, that's absolutely
there's stuff to be learned from criticism, but the just like CinemaSins takedown, not really not really to my taste.
Well, I mean, CinemaSins doesn't even like watch the movies properly. Like the shit he says. Like CinemaSins is a marketing thing of a guy who figured out how to go viral on YouTube. He doesn't give a shit about what he does.
It's just the mean-spirited stuff just, it doesn't really appeal to me any longer. I still love things like Mystery Science Theater because it obviously comes from a place of love for that type of media. It's like they're making their own schlocky story within, and then like talking about schlocky stories within it. It's like but yeah, like, I don't know. I don't want to crap on anybody who's trying hard to do something.
Yeah, I mean, like, I might have my own personal opinions about how something turned out, but usually it is just a personal opinion, and it's like, I could sit here and I'll give you like a lot of reasoning for why I personally loathe Jurassic World from like several different aspects. At the same time, I'm not gonna sit there and go like, these people were lazy, I can't believe such blah blah blah, like
you also don't make money doing that.
I feel like if you're gonna talk about like why something sucks, at least know why it sucks. Like, and know that like a lot of it is subjective. The vast majority of like how you feel is going to be subjective. But also, like, if something like fell apart where it felt like something's kind of missing in the narrative, then I think it behooves you, if you're interested in media analysis, to understand how things get made, so you don't say pablum like things suck because lazy, which is not great. It's like, please don't call crews lazy. We get enough shit as it is. Very rarely is anybody is like lazy. Even like jokes about executive interference don't like ring as true as you think, because like the truth is that what you want executives who are going to bat with you and are working with you, and like because they're part of the production, like they're part of the crew actually, right. And it becomes a problem if they're not, or they view themselves as not,
or they have an entirely different perspective on what the point of this movie is or where it's supposed to go or what have you. It's like if you're not on the same page creatively, there's going to be issues.
Yeah, but like if they're
but no one will ever give them that credit. Like anytime if ever an executive made a really good decision, and like no one is ever going to talk.
True. Yeah. There's two sides to that coin. Like they may get blamed for
they'll just get blamed for bad.
They'll never get the credit for actually like pulling all the pieces together and like making it work.
Yeah, no, you want a good executive because they can really hold things together. They can also kind of like shield you from certain kinds of bullshit, and also it is valuable to have someone's opinion, who isn't just like, on your dime. So they're not like afraid of saying something. It's like if you want there to be someone who can say something without them fearing for their job, basically. Even if you say you're perfectly nice and that kind of thing, and you try to be open, the fact is that there is a power dynamic in a crew, and you need to be able to talk to people and know that someone can be honest without them being afraid. Even if because in their experiences on prior productions, they could have been treated very poorly. So even if you're really nice, you don't know. But yeah, so just it's important to have people who are at your level and above you who can say things with some confidence and they know what they're talking about. It's not that executives are the problem. It's executives without a whole lot of experience or interest are the problem. So, but even if it could potentially be beneficial if someone doesn't have a lot of personal experience with your take on something, because then they can offer a perspective that can be valuable in some way.
Yeah, sometimes a fresh perspective is needed, or any kind of perspective, because it's easy to get lost in your thing easy when you've got your face right up close to it all the time. But
I'd say it's I think the most difficult kind of look at this thing that I ever run across is any kind of conversation about somebody's passion project and how it just all went to shit is really difficult for me to engage with now, because you don't want to seed this idea in your head that your passions are a problem. You don't want to have this thought in the back of your head that what I love and what I'm passionate about is in fact bad and wrong, and you should be how what you should have taken this or that more seriously or something like that. And it's I don't know, man. I can't be a different person. I can only be me. So I have enough anxieties sometimes. So yeah, sometimes I have to stop myself from
I mean, as subject matter goes, I think my personal opinion is anything's on the table. It's just you can't. I think it's stupid to criticize something on the basis of the actual chosen topic or something. If that's
if someone's gonna be upset with Lackadaisy because it's furry or whatever, it's I don't know, man.
Oh, they're already
watch something else. Yeah.
We've had a few comments along those lines, but they've been few and far between, which is a relief. But it's not they don't bother me at all anyway.
No, I think they just say it because they think of it as a meme or whatever. They don't even really care.
Yeah, they think they're being cool or something. It's guys, it's not even cool to hate furries anymore. Just get over it.
Yeah. Furries on the internet. You can't win.
Furries won.
Furries won, yeah.
It's official. Furries have declared victory. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, we got, thank you for the super chat. Super Woody Plush gives $4.99. Hi, I'm Super Woody Plush, and I do BFB wait, wrong Phantom. What's BFB?
That.
What?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I have no idea.
Hopefully nothing weird. Or if it's weird, go for it, little freak.
Good on you.
Yeah, good on you.
Yeah, find
your
find
weird
the right
self.
community for it.
Yeah. I just hope it's not anything bad. What is BFP? Watch it be like something bad, and then I look like an idiot. Sorry. Oh well. I can't keep up with all the acronyms.
I was just thinking BMB, like your crew member, but
No. Where is that guy?
yeah.
Yeah, Sad Cat saying furries run the internet with how many are into IT and cloud stuff. Yeah, I meant literally furries run the internet. Literally. There's so many folks in tech who are furries and they're running the internet. There's so many. That's why they have money to throw around. They're like, I have this like tech job where I make some money. How am I going to spend that money? I know, I'm going to buy commissions of my persona, and I think that's really wholesome.
I mean, it actually creates pretty interesting little freelance economy.
It does. Like, I have absolutely survived over the years thanks to furries.
Yes, they are true patrons of the arts, really.
Yeah, legitimately. Is Elon
a lot of
Musk
creators,
a furry?
even if they aren't exclusively drawing.
I don't want to think
stuff,
about
like,
whether or not Elon Musk is a furry. I feel like if Elon Musk is a furry, he'd be like up in the NFTs and crap, given his direction. That's not. I love though when NFTs popped up. So many folks who like commission artists who are like furries and furry artists going like, you know, you could just commission artists, guys. You could just commission custom art for yourself of whatever the hell you want. Furry's been doing it for decades. Why are you so far behind the curve? You're like obsessed with owning like a pretend token. Meanwhile, you could have actual art.
You could have actual art for not that much money, really.
Yeah, it would cost you a lot less. Or alternative, you could just pay me actually $50,000 and I'll do whatever commission you want.
I'll make art for you all year long for that.
Yeah. Jeez. Just go for it.
Like, some price for people have paid for these NFTs. They could, like, literally hire an artist for 10 years.
Yeah, it's like, why not just give someone the money directly and instead of going like, oh, but then I'll pay for it in this cryptocurrency, and then that will appreciate in value, and that's how you'll have like even more money. And I'm like, no, I want actual UST, thank you. I can't go to the grocery store and trade F for food, so I would like actual money. I'm not interested in, if I'm going to invest in anything, I think I'd rather like talk to an actual like investing accountant or whatever. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like Dogecoin is gonna pay off all my debts.
Yeah.
So yeah, just pay me money. Can I just get actual money? I was talking to my tax accountant actually, and he said that people have been offering to pay him in crypto, and he was like, no, USD only. No. I want actual dollars, please. But yeah. It's like, guys, just buy art. Cost you less.
Yes,
it's a lot
seriously,
more personal.
art can actually be like, if you can buy physical art too, like that actually is an investment.
Yeah. If you're like, oh well, what about the resale value? It's like then pay a shitload of money for it and advertise the fact that you paid $50,000 for this one painting of like your persona, and you know that will actually make the value of the artist's work go up, because that's usually how that works.
True.
So.
But that is actually why rich people own art, is not so much because they're like that into the artist. I mean, some of them might be, but it's because it's a place to basically hide your money, because in a place that's liable to increase in value.
Yeah, it's like a tax write-off, basically.
Yeah.
It's like a tax shelter thing. So, I don't know, maybe if furry art became a tax shelter, then we'd all make a lot more money. They invented NFTs, and I'm just like, could I just give me the money? I would like, you know what I would love? I would love to have a side business where I just did like pet portraits for ridiculously wealthy people, because that would make that would make real bank. But I don't know how to get into that field. It's like, how do I get paid $50,000 to paint your Shih Tzu? Come in for a week and just paint your Shih Tzu on a little like pillow, so that it looks like some oil painting from a museum, and then you could hang it up and be like, I have this one-in-kind painting. But I mean, that,
actually, I do a lot of pet portraits for patrons for like the custom art tiers, and I actually quite enjoy that. It's a fun.
Yeah, no, I'm not joking. I'm serious. How do I get that money? I've done a lot of furry art, but people don't usually ask me to paint their pets. I have gotten a bit of that, but dude, do you know how awesome it is to have a painting of your pet? It's so good. It's like, that's my baby. Even if you don't have a fursona, it's like, you got a dog? Get some art of your dog. I promise you, you will be delighted with that. It's so good. So yeah. Don't buy NFTs. Just get a portrait of your dog. You'll be much more satisfied. Yeah.
And then buy the NFT of the portrait of your dog too.
I guess.
I'm kidding. Don't fuck around with NFTs.
Just don't.
Anything. These get-rich-quick schemes are exactly what they sound like. Too good to be true. It's gonna collapse.
The moment you hear, like, what was it? It's like when your shoe shine is giving you advice on stocks, then that means back out of the stock market. All right. What was that? That was a phrase, like following the Great Depression or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like when you see everybody diving headfirst into a thing, and you're like, I don't get it.
The phrase, another phrase from the 20s, don't take any wooden nickels, kind of also applies. It's like they used to give away like wooden nickels as tokens for like buying something later on down the road. Like different companies would do like promotional things, and like I guess wooden nickels was the thing you could get, and it would be like money that you could only buy specific things with. So it's like own little like fake economy.
I think the rush is a lot to do with also like just kind of financial insecurity in general, where it's like sorry.
Oh, go ahead. I was gonna say let me respond with something that only Sagan's gonna understand. You mean like Canadian Tire money?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I don't understand.
Please explain.
Canadian Tire money.
What's Canadian Tire money?
Explain to us.
Canadian Tire does exactly what you just described. They have,
really? Like promotional fake monopoly?
Yeah, basically give you coupons that are like fake money that literally you can just exchange, but you can only buy it at Canadian Tire.
Is it one to one? Like $1 of Canadian Tire money equals $1 in the store? I've never actually. I accumulate it, but I never remember to take it with me, and then it's just like.
I feel like investing in World of Warcraft gold is probably better than is less problematic, at least, than investing in NFTs, and that's saying a lot. Oh my god. But yeah, so the chat says like if your family is recommending you stock, it's already too late. Yeah, that's the thing that I realized like immediately when NFTs, because I was like, this stuff on NFTs like started years ago, like years and years ago. Like the point at which the New York Times or whoever was already making articles about it, it's already too late to jump on board, basically. So the point at which you could have done it with it being less problematic and less of a lot of issues, that time has long since passed. Because the moment it's up in the newspapers, that means everybody's going to nosedive into it, which means, well, look into any kind of boom like that, and you'll find issues. Basically, if you are average Joe, you're not going to come away like it's so hot. Vast majority of the time, like 99% of the time at least. But yeah, people are starting to like huge NFT buyers or big crypto people, so they're trying to make it a thing so they get more attention. Yeah, no, pretty much everything to do with it screamed to me marketing. It's just a whole marketing thing. All those big NFT purchases turns out were purchased by big Ethereum holders in the first place who were trying to promote the network. So
yeah, and they all came at me, like I've had a bunch of them come at me and like you can make art, NFTs out of all your art. Why don't you come do that? We support cat art and things like that. I'm like,
yeah, if you want to destroy your reputation, like Tracy.
All of them were citing this same New York Times article about like someone who bought an NFT for like $89 million or some ridiculous amount like that. So they was like, this is the only example you really have to point to, and it's like it was probably someone who had a vested interest in pimping NFTs because they're an Ethereum holder.
Yeah, so Mustache Ham said 5 years ago for NFTs. Yes. I remember distinctly reading on a plane about those crypto kitties, which is that's one of the, and that's an example of like an NFT thing, and it was basically just like DeviantArt adoptables, but poorly done, trading for way more money than DeviantArt adoptables do. And I was just looking at it, I was like, this seems interesting, but also like overly complicated, because like I said, we were doing that on DeviantArt, making adoptables, selling them, trading them for fake money or real money, or like trades just between people for like a more valuable kind of pretend art pet. And here's this thing, CryptoKitties, which just looks like a bad version of that. It's like take Neopets and then like make it less aesthetic. and then these guys are like saying how they like revolutionize art and stuff, and meanwhile I'm like, 15-year-olds are doing this. This isn't revolutionary. Artists been doing this for a while. You just have money, and so it looks new to the people who have not been paying attention to any kind of online art scene whatsoever. Remember like little pixel horses people used to collect on web rings? It's like that. Mm-hmm. What? This is old news. So reading that, I was like, this is ridiculous. And there, you know, I was just kind of just already. So to see suddenly CryptoKitties of all things suddenly roaring into the public consciousness in 2021, and I'm looking at it like, this is such old news. It's just like how for some people they think it's news that trans people exist, and meanwhile they're like, that trans people exist and that conversations between like queer people happen at all. And meanwhile I'm like, did you guys not ever look at Tumblr ever? None of this is new, guys. You're so behind. You're so behind the curve. It's ridiculous. If you ever want to be ahead of the curve, just figure out what furries are doing. They're always like 5 to 10 years ahead of everybody else.
True.
It's true. So, even my mainstream non-furry friends acknowledge that.
Yeah. Just, you want to know the future tech? Everything? Just, what are furries doing right now? Okay. Use that as your metric.
I guess
yeah.
It makes sense. Furries mostly don't give a shit what like is what cool and not according to like regular society.
True. Yep.
So they just go with what they want.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yes, they have already like.
They don't care, and anybody who doesn't care that much ends up being the cool thing later on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right? Like
the furries have won. Yeah. I've not yet been steered wrong. It's like furries were having conversations, like there's a lot of like intersectional conversations about like gender and race and stuff that furries have been having for years and years and years that only just I see now popping up in like Twitter space and on you know, and in newspapers and stuff. And I'm reading it and I always feel like whenever I read that stuff, I feel like I'm reading someone who's just like back in time. And I'm like, what the hell is this? It's so far behind.
I when I was very young, like a lot of my exposure to any gender stuff was through furries because it didn't touch me personally. So hanging around in those groups, like being exposed to groups that are majority gay, also the concept of polyamory. These are all things I found out from furries.
Yeah, I mean, like there's like a BLM. It was very much part of the furry conversation even years ago, and there's I follow quite a few indigenous furries, and like the conversations they're having. Like when I see what they're talking about, I'm like, yeah, no, that's gonna be like the mainstream discussion in like 3 to 5 years. It's like after, we're going from BLM to land back, I think. But God, no, it's an interesting community. It's ups and it's downs both. I kind of just interesting for that. Anyway, this is how Fable predicts the future. What are furries doing?
We veered off from like NFTs to I don't even know where do we start. We got into
furries
NFTs.
Are where you'll have like very like wealthy people mixing with more like poorer people and like all kinds of tastes like mixing and matching. Wait, no, I got it. Furry conventions are the modern speakeasies.
There you go. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That would be like, oh my god, that's gotta be like somebody's like thesis or something at some point.
You can do that via Lackadaisy. You can use that as like a touch point even. Who oh god, I know who I could talk about. Wait, I'm gonna send a message to Coco and propose this to them. That's the furry academic I know who is actually like doing thesis research for like I think like a master's or some sort of graduate program. And they're just they've been studying the internet and furry culture in particular like as a form of like academic exploration, and like I remember sitting down on a lecture that they were given about it. It was just really freaking fascinating. It was really freaking fascinating. So that's it. I'm gonna shoot them a message.
That would be a fun term for a furry academic. Professor? No.
Anthrolectual?
Probably chip away at some of the questions, eh?
Jordian Bramford says, "Is there a place where I can find all the turnarounds for all the characters?" There is indeed on our Gumroad. You can download the entire set of character sheets. It's a pay what you want thing. You don't have to pay anything. You can just download them for free if you want. But we appreciate any little amount you throw our way. If you decide to. Nox, do you think you could dig up the link to the? Do you know the Gumroad link? It's just like Gumroad/Lackadaisy. Yeah, yeah. So you can like, there's one of those is the emoji pack, and one of those is the one of the free downloads is the character sheets. So.
So I said to Coco, that's the name. I said, proposal, furry conventions are as like modern speakeasies, places where people from across the social spectrum mingle in ways that the larger society does not normally allow. Speakeasies were pretty fundamentally to the establishment of a lot of queer culture we're presently familiar with. Furry conventions are also a space where that happens. And Coco said, haha, get out of my head. Yeah. Coco's pretty good.
How many subs were you guys at on this channel at the start of the evening?
32,000 at least. Let me see.
32,100.
32,100? Let me see. I can actually get the stats themselves. 1 second. I can get those stats.
Oh, I think we were 32.6. I think last I looked, which may have been overnight, but I don't know.
Let's see, because I can look at the analytics and say we're at 32,829. Oh wow, what the? You said 600. What's going on?
32.6, I think.
Okay,
32.
Last 7 days. So, yeah.
Last I looked at it, that was where it was. I don't remember exactly what
our count was 32,661. So right now we're at 32,829. We have been having like quite the sub boost. Sorry to be talking the sausage in front of y'all. Although I don't know, did you guys find like the behind the scenes of YouTube interesting? Because I kind of do actually.
I mean, we're always here like struggling to understand how YouTube works, and it's been an adventure.
Yeah, it has, but I find that kind of thing fascinating. It's like I get supremely annoyed because it's not very like it doesn't like stay in one place, so it's hard to predict. But
yeah, it's shifting sands, moving goalposts.
Yeah,
and,
it evolves so quickly,
and it's very opaque about how it works too. Like it lets you know exactly what it wants you to know, but also like leaves enough information out that I think it's more like a CYA policy where like they have plausible deniability in case something goes wrong or whatever, but or they get blamed for this or that or something. They just keep it kind of hush hush, and that way they don't have to explain all the changes they make too, I suppose. But Yeah, so it makes it very hard to decipher like what's happening at any given moment.
Yeah, it's hard to like figure out like what is the purpose of this or that. But lately it's actually been kind of easy because every fucking new thing that they have lately is just whatever they could steal from a different website.
That's true. They've been stealing from their social media.
And so whatever new feature that they have stolen from a different website, they weigh it overly hard. Like they put their thumb on the scales on the new thing to try to get people to use the new thing more. So there's been like who is it? The Spiffing Brit has been doing a whole exploit series on this. It's amazing.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Have you guys
so
thought
good.
of putting Dancing Ivy in the new like vertical video format thing?
That actually would be brilliant.
The short thing.
Yeah,
we need to try that out just to see what it's like.
Do that after the stream. Yeah. I'll like put that up, see what happens.
Yeah, I mean we could do any of our animations with that because it's like what is the length, like 20 seconds or so?
They want it short. They want it vertical. So we should make an attempt.
It's literally just YouTube, TikTok, but
Christopher.
Yeah, no, literally.
Christopher says no one at YouTube knows how the algorithm works because it's like a self-learning machine. Yeah, I mean in part. I guess
but also nah. They definitely are. They're pushing the buttons too. You know.
I certainly expect that some contingent of their employees don't quite understand how anything works because they aren't going to explain everything to people who don't necessarily need to know. But I'm sure there are people there who rather do understand.
So
I think the executives know what's going on. They have to run a business, so
YouTube
they have to
basically is like, okay, so imagine you go into any site and there is a curation process for videos because when you have a shitload of videos, it's impossible to get through all of that content and like find what you personally want. So what websites would do would be like whoever ran the website, they have like curator's choice, basically editor's choice, so you could like see here's what the people running the website think is some of the best stuff, and so they're showing it off. YouTube algorithm is a personal curator. That's what it is. With the idea of like giving you stuff that you'd be maximally interested in so that you will watch as much content as possible, thus watching more ads.
Yep.
So they're just selling you ads. Whatever can help sell ads.
Yeah.
And yeah,
I mean that's how TV is. Yeah. That's how television has worked for years.
It's all it is, guys. So
it's the same.
Yeah.
Same thing, brand new packaging.
Yep, it's not as new an idea as you would think. The new thing is getting the public to just volunteer their time and labor for this. Because you're basically monetizing the public square. You're figuring out how to give people like a public square, and then you're like, how do I make money off of this? The public commons. That's all social media.
Yep.
We're just standing in a much, much, much bigger common square, but I mean, any kind of given city or whatever is gonna have that. But yeah, I think YouTube's running kind of a situation where I don't think they're having much in the way of user growth anymore. Like, they're certainly not. A lot of like money is made not on the actual profitability of a company, but how quickly it's growing. So yeah, the
way valuation works is determined by the investment, the investors and venture capitalists and stuff who are behind the funding of these things, and they determine what the appropriate amount of growth, because they want return on their investment at a certain rate. And if it's not meeting that, it doesn't matter if the platform is like successful or actually growing and actually earning some amount of money. It's not long-term enough money. If it's not earning enough money at a certain rate, it's going to be in trouble. It's either going to get sold or and moved into different hands that maybe aren't going to handle it the same way, or it's going to be shut down. I mean, it could be, so I don't think YouTube's in any danger of that happening.
No, but they have to like demonstrate some sort of growth in order to continue like having like, investors.
So it's like it almost like and that is also a moving goalpost thing. Like I know Patreon's been having issues with like Patreon's been growing and earning money really well, but like still like investors not happy with the rate of growth. So it's like, uh-oh, what's gonna happen?
So like investors are basically like they're looking to make the most amount of money in the shortest amount of time, rather than being interested in like long-term
the longevity of the like building a platform that's going to have like long-term sustainability and things like that. So yeah, they want their money now. They want it fast. Yeah, they want it back.
They want to be today. They want to be billionaires as fast as possible. Basically, it's like a game.
I mean, they already are billionaires, but they want to be more billionaires. Like they want to be
racing against each other for reasons.
I don't know. They have nothing better to do. They're billionaires.
Yeah, if you ever like, why does this website start acting a certain way, and yet they were doing so well? It's like, find out if the venture capitalists bought into them. Welcome to the Lackadaisy animation stream, where we talk about financial politics.
I can't even with YouTube right now because they DMCA'd my Earthbound video, so now I have to like figure out how to. It's like I feel like Sony. I feel like no human was involved in this decision because it's like such an obscure.
Oh yeah,
song.
they
just dump their back catalog into a pit of bots, and the bots are like, no.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't a human. But if you appeal it, they say they supposedly have a human look at it, but that's questionable. I think
I might give it a shot just because I have nothing to lose. It's like this thing has 3 million views on it, and it can only be viewed in Japan, so it's like might as well.
You don't care.
Try it.
Yeah, we have to be very careful with that because we don't want to run afoul.
We don't want copyright strikes or anything. Yeah, we want to make sure we play it safe.
That's
one
reason why we have
cut ourselves off
custom music planned for the short. Even is just to make sure that you don't because you can't just say sample like an old video and then like assume that everything is going to be fine, because there's so many random catalogs that have just uploaded their content even if it is public domain, and that gets flagged on YouTube. So you have to be so careful.
Yeah. Like, we've even had trouble with music that we did license, and just like it'll still copyright claim, generate copyright claims automatically, and then you have to go reach out to the
folks that you
license holders,
from.
The owners of to release those claims, and if they just ignore you, they can, even though you have a license. It's like, what do you?
It's so terrible. They err on the side of always. And even though you paid for it, and I made that video back in 2014 when things were easier. Things were more fun.
I really hope that somebody out there is curating all those Warriors Cats fan animations, because I have a feeling that at some point in the future they'll go down, because it'll just they all have copyrighted music attached to them, so you might at best end up with one of those snippets of a map that's still lingering around, but I don't know about the full maps standing the test of time on YouTube. So somebody really needs to curate those, because that would be a big loss, I think, if those just disappeared. But there's so much stuff. So whoever is whoever's a Warriors Cats fan with a lot of terabytes, think about downloading as many of those as you can, just in case. Just
at least terabytes are pretty cheap now.
Oh yeah. Although I heard that there was people rush buying those even because of fucking crypto. Fucking cryptos. The conversation keeps coming back to it so much. I don't want to think about that. I don't want to talk about that.
I posted a updated animation whenever you have the time.
Oh, sure. Let me just take a look at the book. Reading Rainbow.
Oh no, it exported weird.
Bryn chat's talking about how he got a copyright claim for a song from 1920, but by the new law in 2018, all music older than 95 years old is public domain.
Yeah, but see, the bots don't remember. They don't know that.
There's that, but there's also exceptions where sometimes something will have been purchased by some other, and it'll be in some other catalog, and they'll have a copyright out for the whole catalog, but it's full of others, a mix of stuff, or they'll they'll claim it anyway, even though they don't have a claim to it. Or there's just so many cases where like people can fuck with the system and just make it hard for you.
I'm gonna deafen myself like real quick so that I can hear what Sagan's given me. So I'll just gonna.
Oh.
Okay. I'm liking it, Sagan, but I think at the end it would be funnier if when he goes perhaps, that he was actually looking at he was like making eye contact with Wick with kind of like a smile, kind of like instead of looking away.
I can definitely just like flip it.
Yeah, Wick's doing. Yeah, Wick would be doing more of like a polite smile, like he's humoring this, but.
Yeah, it's like
he's not
okay.
I can do like a I'm game.
Yeah.
I'll just tilt him in the opposite
not
direction.
Sure whether or not to accept.
Yeah, or not sure to what degree.
Yeah,
Zib is just fucking
being serious. Yeah. This is it's like you don't want to be impolite.
It's like, should I read this as compliment or actual proposition,
or is he just messing with me?
Are you just making fun of me or what?
Yeah. I'm trying to.
Yeah, that kind of like worried look, but also smiling. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm just trying to draw it out kind of roughly.
Yeah, I think it's getting to the... I might have gone a little bit too hard on Wick.
Oh yeah, no, it's
I was like too many in-betweens that didn't need to be there because I need to get a key check, I think.
Yeah, I want to give you a key check for some of this so that the proportions are right and that kind of thing. All the acting's great though. It's freaking good.
Woohoo!
Yeah. I think anything that I need to adjust.
I'm glad because I was looking forward to this shot, so I'm glad
Here, I'll show what this is to the folks. They won't be able to hear it, but I can show it to them. Here you go, guys. This is Sagan's shot. I'm liking how this is turning out. It's been I think I have been looking forward to the most, like seeing all of the Act 4 scenes come together because they're longer and there's so much more acting intense. So like I really get to see what you guys are capable of. Like giving you enough time where it's just like just have these characters interact for it, but let's see what happens.
Yeah, there's so much micro business. In the shot.
Yeah.
The chat is
like.
They're freaking loving Zib. Oh, you will like this. you will like this. You want here? Wait, I can. If you guys want to hear it, let's see if this will work. 1 second. I have to switch.
Maybe we should save it for.
Okay, we'll save it. We'll save
it for patrons at some point, and then we'll put it into an animation preview at some point.
Okay, if I tweet about it, I'll leave out the dialogue because I think that's like a treat.
Like we've been telling folks that like that Brad, Ash, and Val and Jason are so freaking skilled for so long. I'm like, I want to show it off. I want to show it off. I want to show it off.
We gotta save some stuff for like.
Yeah. Well, it's like as soon as I can. I've been trying.
Okay.
There's a lot of stuff that guys that you guys have not seen. Just how much has gotten done. Oh.
Yeah, when we do those previews, it's usually actually like quite far behind where we actually are with progress, and there's a lot more than we haven't shown. So.
Yeah.
We are speaking for the fans here. We're very excited.
Fable, can you just dump a screenshot of that into animation so I can grab it?
A screenshot? Oh, this.
Larger size.
This thing. Yeah, okay. Let me get this out not in a weird spot.
His pained face.
Yeah. Ha ha ha, okay.
Yes, very good.
I kind of like drawing Wick. He kind of reminds me of a Disney prince, the way he's been done.
Yeah.
He's kind of got Disney prince eyes.
He stumbled into the wrong fairy tale.
What was it? We had a question about, like, Wick being a knight or whatever, and we were like, he's more like the damsel in distress.
Yeah, well, he thought he was going to be the White Knight, but it just didn't work out that way.
Yeah.
Or like, yeah, he's the knight and the princess is ripping him off.
Yeah.
Mitzi the dragon?
She's scamming him.
Yeah, the princess and the dragon are working together. Behind his back. That's so tragic.
That would be a great animated film.
Yeah, someone should make that to a thing.
I did think about having, like, a fairy tale where it's
they're
like,
running a con. Yeah, they're like the fairy. Yeah.
Oh, that's so good.
Oh,
that's
God,
such a good idea.
that makes me think, is like, here's another story I would love to get a chance to adapt. Dealing with Dragons by Patricia C. Red was the book that got me into books. It is a fantastic fantasy story that is kind of like before Shrek even, like, was its own kind of, like, examination and comedic take on fairy tales. And it's about a princess who's like, fuck this shit, basically. I don't want to live that fairy tale princess life. I would rather get eaten by a dragon, she says. And this witch says, oh, well, if you want to go get eaten by a dragon, you just go over here. And she's like, fine. So she goes and finds, like, this cave full of dragons. She's like, all right, you can eat me? And they're like, no, really, we just get princesses because we need, like, someone to, like, clean the kitchen and stuff. And, figured this should work out because people always be offering us princesses and that kind of thing. But we've never had a volunteer princess. So she's like, all right, who wants me as, like, their dragon servant? And this one dragon named Kazul's like, I'll take it. And Kazul's like the best dragon ever. Like, Draco from Dragonheart has nothing on Kazul. She was like, doesn't give a fuck and is really cool. And, like, she later becomes king of the dragons. And Cimarine, who's the princess's name, asks her, like, why wouldn't you be queen of the dragons, though? And she's like, queen is its own title and its own job. I'm king. The job is king. So I'm king. And I loved that. I loved that so much. She was very serious that in Dragon Society, queen is a different role entirely, and these things have nothing to do with gender. A queen is a different job. Yeah. So, yeah, oh god, it's so good. So, like, throughout the book, like, there's, like, princes who keep trying to come to, like, Kazul's cave and save Cimarine, and every time they come by, she's just like, please, I'm just doing my job, guys, I'm good. And they're like, you're the king, your father, has, like, given a bounty, and you will be my bride if I save you. And she's like, I'm really not interested, I don't know you. Can you just please go away? Yeah.
Good interpretation of that trope.
Oh my god, Dealing with Dragons is so funny. I haven't read it in a bit, but I kept rereading it, like, into adulthood, because every time I read it, it was fucking fantastic. And it's kind of like when I was reading, I was rereading Animorphs, and I realized that so much of my own, like, writing, and my own, like, writing sensibility and what I like to tackle was clearly very influenced by that book series. And I'm like,
It kind of sounds like something Ursula Vernon would write. Like, you should definitely check out her work if you haven't read it.
Who is...
I have not, but I've heard it's good.
She's very active in the furry community, too. She's been
okay.
guest of honor at Anthrocon, like, several times now,
wow, okay.
I will keep that in the back of my mind if I ever meet her, because I'm getting more involved with, like, speculative fiction writing community and stuff. So
what
on
have
Twitter
her stories been like? Like, what is she?
She writes all kinds of stuff. Like, she did. Do you remember? What's the name of it? Her wombat. No, it wasn't. Hold on.
Oh yeah, right. Digger or something?
Digger, yes, Digger.
I don't know that I've read Digger.
So she did a webcomic Digger, and then she's, like, written, like, numerous books. She wrote something that was some kind of, was it, like, Hangnail Castle or something that was optioned by Disney.
Oh, wow.
And then she's got, like, the Hollow Ones is one of her recent. She writes horror. She writes like fantasy stuff, but it's all very like quirky, funny, but also has a dark side to it. Like, she also has chickens, I believe. So I think you just really like hers.
Yeah, she writes under a pseudonym that I have also heard of, T. Kingfisher. She has a book called A Wizard's Guide to Defensive Baking, which immediately is like, what is that about?
That's interesting.
Let's see.
That's intriguing on levels of Lalo's Pizza Dragon.
Lalo is delightful. Like, he's got a fun style of writing also.
I've got one of his books, I haven't read it yet. He's so stupidly busy.
Yeah, I haven't like read everything. I've read different pieces of his work, you know, largely because he like commissioned me, but also he was like working on like this one little short, and when I get like a writer comes to me and wants me to work on something of theirs, I will read their work because I want to make sure that I can picture it in my head. So, you know, receiving like instructions is great and all, but I do try to actually read what they're giving me if they do come to me with something. 'Cause to me, that's like kind of part of the enjoyment. I like the challenge. Also, it's like more shit to read. God, I haven't read very much though this year.
I haven't read much of anything since we started this. Yeah, I read like I think I read one of Caitlin Doty's books, and I read autobiography by Louise Brooks, and like that's it.
You've had so much free time.
Oh yeah, I
forgot. Yeah,
I don't even know what to do with myself.
I've been reading a lot, but mainly because I have my 6-week writing workshop coming up, and it's going to be really intense, so I need to like get in the mindset of words.
Been trying to get myself to read Framed Ink 2 and can't have gotten 3 pages in, I think.
Alright, I actually have to get going and eat a food, because I'm hungry, but I wanted to like get my thing looked at.
Thank you. Well, thank you for sharing
so far.
it. Yeah, I've been really enjoying seeing that come together.
Yeah.
Yay!
That's basically the shot that you were...
It's been as much fun as I hoped it would be.
I'm so glad, because I'm like, I hope that this is fun, you know, you're having a good time. I always get worried that someone's just going to be like, fuck this, because animation's so hard. But you guys...
And sometimes, like, sometimes your juice just leaves you, like, you're... Yeah. Like, I was getting scared, because it's like, like, it's so acting intensive, and I was, like, procrastinating on it because I was scared, and now it's like, oh yeah, I remember how to do this.
Yeah, no, this is my comfort zone. Like, that's what I was saying to Tracy, I was like, I want to stream because I actually want to animate. Like, I've been waiting on the animation stream thumbnail for a while so that I could get to animating, and I've just been also so like mired in getting like poster stuff done and notes and et cetera, that I don't really have the chance to animate very much. But like, so when you saw me like going to town on that one like redone Mordecai shot, I was like, yay! I was like, I'm gonna give the most extensive note. And every time I do an animated note, this is the reason why I dodge it. Besides the fact that like I don't want to like accidentally piss you guys off by like just completely stomping on anything that you gave me. It's also like I just love animating so much that the moment I have to do an animated note, I know I'm gonna lose the entire day to that one note because I love it so much. It's like I can't stop myself. I just like making the move. It's fun to draw.
Are you?
Yeah.
Do you have any more shots that you're doing, Fable?
Yes, well right now if
which are the
I have I still have some Act 3
shots.
Oh,
okay, yes.
Those are like the most intensive that I'll have to do. And I have a few Act 4 shots. One is the one with like all the characters and they all kind of move at a certain point, and I'm like, I need to do half of this to make this work out for anybody. Like, I have to actually do like half the characters because this is too much work for one person. So I'm gonna set that up, and I'm basically gonna set it up in a way that whoever takes it up is fine.
I also have.
Oh yeah, that one scene where like everybody's in it.
Yeah, it's like, oh god. it's usually they sit still, but in that one, like Rocky moves and Freckle moves, and Ivy does her little thing, and Zib like walks around something, and then Wick like it's just like a complicated shot. It's like it's one of the last shots though, so it's kind of important, but. Yeah, like, oh, fucking shit, basically, when it's like, I'm sorry, whoever takes this, I will do at least half the work.
Yeah, and
so that you're actually doing a reasonable amount of work. Yes. So,
because, like, crowd shots, you can't just have people, like,
no,
moving around at all random times. It looks off.
No.
There's a rhythm to crowd scenes.
Yeah. You actually have to simplify things down a lot, because it's like, if you get too into... You have to decide, like, who's the primary mover, and make them move the most. But that one's difficult because it's that particular shot. I juggled so much. Like when I had to revise that shot, it took, I swear, like a week on of its own, more than, and we kept coming back at it. Just like boarding it out, having to board that out in a way that would make sense for whoever had to touch it. I was just like, oh my god. So, I mean, none of this is going to make sense to any of you guys until you watch the damn short. That's for sure. But
is there going to be like a director's crew commentary track or something?
Oh, that would be so fun if we did that. That would basically just be a stream.
I mean, we could certainly release that after. Yeah, we could do like a Q&A or something and like talk about our experience making it after the fact.
Oh, that'd be very
separate
fun.
Video or something.
Yeah.
We're also
cool.
have like a making of like booklet thing that'll be.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I think a commentary track almost wouldn't make sense because it would go by too fast. Like, it's 20 minutes. There's no way we could...
Yeah.
anyone could talk about it.
No one would be able to talk over Rocky's laugh.
We just sit there and be like, oh my god, shut up. I'm trying to talk. Please.
Oh, in-character commentary track with the main trio.
Okay, no, that would be funny as hell.
That would be fucking funny.
Yeah. All right, folks, I'm gonna get some food, but it was a pleasure. I will see you all later.
Thanks, Siegel.
Thanks for joining us, Siegel.
Bye.
There will be a lot of potential for fun events on the release date and around it.
I hope so, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You guys will probably need to like take a nap for like 2 weeks.
We were talking about literally renting a cabin in the woods and just screaming into the trees. Like, quite literally. Because we were just like, that's just all I really want.
You deserve a break.
Yeah. I sincerely, I really do. One of my goals is once things have calmed down a little bit, which will happen like after the release, and then that will be basically the point at which I transition into focusing on getting the making of book done. And that's going to be way less labor intensive than any of this, because we have the whole. It's basically the biggest problem will be figuring out what not to put in. Honestly,
yeah. I honestly think like it's probably going to be a time for hiring a layout artist to do that work. Because I got to get back to the comic at that point, like big time.
I'm going to have to work on it myself also. So I think that's just going to be like my next focus.
Well, I've been like gathering materials to like that seem like they'd be appropriate for it, and just kind of like stowing it away. But yeah, for layout would be the hard part.
Yep.
Like how to organize it and like all the copy that needs to go in there and everything, along with the.
And yet I'm looking, but now that you're talking about it, I'm like kind of looking forward to that. I'm like, oh yeah, there's going to be a point at which we're not working on this, and we can. That's going to be fun, and we can just enjoy it.
I hope so. I mean, I don't know what else is going to be going on at that point. I don't know if we're gonna.
Oh, we'll do stuff, but like. We're talking about like whether or not we want to keep doing shop talk, because I really enjoy that. Enjoy that. But we'll be showing it to people, and just I don't know.
I don't know if it's going to be like, oh well, now you got to fly over here and talk to these people and then go meet with these other people, or if it's going to just be like crickets chirping, or if it's going to be like a year before we hear anyone interested, because they're waiting to see like numbers or something. I don't know.
You know what? But I'm fine with that right now. I'm like, I'm just looking forward to the idea of right now, like, oh yeah, we'll get to work on that book. I'm looking forward to working on a book.
Yeah, I mean, it'll definitely be a change of pace.
Yeah. It's like, oh my god, there's gonna be a change of pace eventually. Holy shit, I didn't even think of that.
Someday.
Yeah.
Someday. It's hard to, like, yeah.
There's already kind of been a change of pace.
It's not that far off, but it's hard to, like, see anything in front of, like, you see your hand in front of your face right now, because, like...
Yeah.
This,
in the middle of it.
This thing is right... Yeah.
Yeah.
It's right up in all of our faces right now, so...
Yeah.
Constantly. Not in a bad way, I'm enjoying it.
Mm-hmm. Oh god, no, I love it.
It's stressing me the hell out, but I'm also enjoying it a hell of a lot, too. It's like...
I'm the kind of person who thrives on stress, basically. Like, my main challenge has been trying to make sure that I don't, like, get into that in a way that's unhealthy, That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's like, not using work as an escape, but for its own pleasure, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And I think maybe now I'm realizing that I can have that. It's just... It was such a rough year that it turned into this thing that I was escaping into, but also, I think... I just genuinely love it, and it can be loved on its own merit too.
I hope so.
Yeah, I do. Like, I'm drawing Mitzi right now, and she's sashaying down the stairs. Like, I love this. Drawing this little precious kitty cat, and I like talking to people, and having this stream is just a freaking privilege. It's like, oh, this is great.
I'll be here.
Yeah, you're here. You're great.
Yeah. Seriously though, thank you for being here. We greatly appreciate your help.
Oh god, yeah.
No problem.
It's like, I don't want Newt to worry about us. He gets worried. He's like, oh no, is everything okay? I wish I could be there. It's like, no, it's fine. We got it covered.
Yeah, he's got a lot on his plate too right now.
Yeah.
He's working on Farfetch too.
Yeah, I'm on that team, and that's been really fun to see starting to come together. Like, they're bonding over there. I'm like, aw. It's like, this is, what I want is I want to do this project, and I want to see, like, what other people do when they get inspired by this. And I'm just so happy that I get to see some of that, like, real time right now happening. Like, this is cool. With folks who, like, I love and respect their work. It's like, oh, I'm surrounded by cool people. All these cool people. They're not like, oh, it's Bruce Willis or whatever. It's like, no, they're like really cool colleagues with like talents.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's just fun to watch your whole gang working.
Aww.
Even from the outside, it's just like, it's just a cool bunch of extremely talented people.
Thank you. That's what I was hoping. I was like, I feel like the joy that we feel in our work is in of itself like a selling point, so why not use that? It's like having a good time, and I love working on this, and I like sharing how much I love working on this with other people. Art's so often kind of like a really solitary pursuit that when you get the chance to like share it with people and they appreciate it, it's treasure.
That feeling. Speaking of me filling in for Newt, though, we do have a page of questions left.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, let's get to those.
There was, what do you think of Cats Don't Dance?
It's a movie that exists. No, we love that
Cats Don't
movie.
Dance?
We actually watched it.
What's that? Yeah.
We did a crew movie night thing where we watched it at one point. It was fun.
We're getting that question often
yeah,
enough that I'm going to start giving very sarcastic answers.
It's like an animator's animation. Like
yeah.
It's eye candy for animators. Because it's such a fun movie to watch. Yeah.
I mean, if you want, I can start filtering the questions that I know have been asked on previous streams and just direct people.
We'll just give a quick answer if it's one we've
answered
today already. It's fine.
All right. Red Light Panda asks, so I have a quick question. Why did you pick the 1930s for a setting for the comic world? I assume the
It's in the
20s.
20s, but the end of the 20s, so close to the 30s, I guess. Because it's an interesting time for a number of reasons. It's kind of like such a weird point in American history, at least, where you kind of had like the end of the Victorian and Edwardian eras that were just a very, very culturally different thing. And the 20s kind of like, it's kind of hard to quantify just how different and weird and unhinged the 20s were by comparison. A lot of it had to do with just like people bouncing back from like the war and a pandemic as well, and just kind of like unleashing. But of course there were economic situations at hand as well that created this situation. But like such a boom of new art, new fashion, new music, new social norms and like loosening social norms, like new ideas about what you could and couldn't do. Of course, there was a lot of regression that occurred in the 30s, and then again in the 50s and things like that, where things kind of take a step forward and then take a step back depending on how tumultuous things are.
The backlash.
Yeah, there's kind of always like there's like a equal and opposite reaction to every change you see. But yeah, it was just a very interesting time, and just kind of for any artist looking to approach it, it's just kind of like this sparkling piece of candy. It's like, oh, this is so interesting and weird, and I just want to like mess around with it. And also like the fact that prohibition had happened during this time was also just like equally bonkers, because it's like they outlawed alcohol for more than a decade, and it's just like like the idea of that happening in this day and age is just unfathomable. It's just like, but it just created
you would have bipartisan riots if that happened now.
Yeah, right. Yeah. You want to unite the people behind a cause? Go ahead and try outlawing alcohol, and maybe maybe we would see some like political cooperation between. But yeah, it won't happen. But we are getting close to fully legalizing marijuana, though, which is cool.
Yeah, and then what we talked about, can you believe for like 100 years they outlawed marijuana?
I know, this was bonkers. Like, people could drink, but they couldn't smoke weed? What? That doesn't make any sense. Like, one of these things kills way more people.
They were just downing Oxycontin left and right, but like marijuana was off the table. Can you believe it?
Yeah.
I had that with my morning coffee.
Like early 20th century. Yeah. Like, thanks, William Randolph Hearst. But the demonization of marijuana is a whole other interesting topic. But yeah, it's just a really interesting time where it's just like a lot of cool stuff going on because of prohibition and the speakeasy culture it created, and the jazz culture it created, and all the entertainment that started popping up underground and things like that, and all of the new political changes that came about as a result of that, and the mayhem that like came along with it too, like the violence and the basically making criminals of anyone who was in the alcohol business or who then wanted or who then had an opportunity to get into it. It was just like, I mean, speakeasies ran the gamut from, I mean, anything from like a restaurant that once served alcohol and made a great deal of did a great deal of its business that way, then having to like wanting to stay in business, but then like but wanting to operate within the law, at least superficially, like having a secret speakeasy built into like literally like there were restaurants that had like a spinning wall that would like have a bar on one side and just like a plain wall on the other. They would like, if a raid happened, they would just spin it around and be like, there's no bar here, what are you talking about? And like hidden speakeasies literally underground, like with the Lackadaisy, and then like people just having even like the different types of furniture people would invent at the time to hide alcohol in, and just like pretend it's just like, oh, it's just a regular cabinet, and then like you unfold this and that like a little transformer thing, and there's like booze inside of it. There's like a full bar inside. It's just such a interesting, unusual time. So it's kind of irresistible from like a writing and art standpoint. You kind of just want to get your hands on it and be like, yeah, let me mess around with this because it's just weird and fun. And certainly we've romanticized it a lot through media and things, and but I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing. I mean, I don't want to like go back to that time because obviously there were like lots of awful things happening too.
No,
that,
I think you can appreciate history and stuff, but like you know, don't go like, oh, we should go back to such and such. It's like, no, make the current place better. Do that.
Yeah, exactly. There were no, but like a lot of the there were no good old days. It was just there were days, and they were different and interesting in their own right. But like, yeah, I'm not one of those people who's like, oh, I wish I lived in this time. I was born a century too late or something. I was like,
I'd be
no.
like that would be my fear if I didn't know you. I'd be like, oh god, is Tracy Butler one of those people who's like, I just love being in the 1920s. This is a really cool time period. I think it's just the best. Don't you think it's the best?
No, I mean, the more you learn about the 1920s, the more you're thankful that you're not living in the 1920s, I assure you.
Yeah, I mean, we've all had words with some people who have that kind of point of view about one time or another.
Yeah, well, I think it's something like white people say with abandon without like taking into consideration like how fucking awful it was for everybody else. But
Also,
yeah,
like,
I mean,
no
but
medicine.
even just like even white women were pretty like it was much. They had much more freedom in the 20s than they used to. Obviously, they won the vote in 1920, but it was still pretty fucked if you were a woman trying to like just if you didn't want to do the traditional get married and raise kids and be a mother in the home sort of thing, you were kind of frowned upon. And there were a lot of like academic places where you had no entry whatsoever. Like schools would just bar women from studying certain subjects. Like women were going to school in record numbers in the 20s. It was like a big thing. Suddenly women were going to university and college and stuff. And but like a lot of schools would be like, no, you can't study the sciences, the hard sciences, and you can't study math. And it's like, what?
It might make your uterus fall out.
Okay.
You don't know.
It's gonna it's gonna screw up your delicate little lady brain. Don't we don't want that to happen. You'll go insane if you learn math. But
any excuse
complicated
to keep
math.
women from like having any kind of independence, really.
Right. Yeah. It was pretty fucking dumb. I mean, women couldn't serve on juries still at the time. You couldn't. Yeah. It was dumb. But yeah. The 20s are interesting, I guess, is the short answer.
Our term for them in French is les années folles instead of the roaring 20s, which literally translates to the crazy years.
Yeah. That about sums it up. Paris in the 20s was definitely a very interesting place, too. So.
Yeah. I think we had some of that here in Canada. The World War I certainly had a weird, huge impact on Canada because it's when we put ourselves on the map as a country.
Yeah.
Where that were just some British colony, but then like people fought so hard that
a certain sense of national identity kind of probably grew out of that. Yeah.
I'm not sure it's true. I heard the red on our flag is literally for the blood spilled in World War One.
Really? Oh, okay. Interesting.
Wait, when did the Canadian flag get made then?
Oh, like a bit after that.
Oh, okay.
Canada's not that old of a country. Eh? We only got our constitution back from England in like the 60s.
Oh wow, really?
Actually, it's one of the things Trudeau's dad did.
Oh, that's a big reason why I'm sure he had had a lot of political sway.
Oh yeah, that's a political legend. Very controversial for other things, but still, like Trudeau's father is like one of a very iconic political figure here.
Very cool. Yeah, it's easy to like to think things have kind of just always been the way they are, but they weren't. Things changed quite a lot. The 20th century was like, yeah, I mean,
1955 for Canada's flag, by the way.
Huh?
What year?
What?
1955.
You're cutting out right as you say the
1955,
decade.
he said.
1955. Oh,
65.
65. Okay.
Oh.
Like I heard you say 1905, and then you said it again, and it did the same thing. It was weird. It was like, I don't know if that's Discord. I guess it must have been Discord because.
Yeah.
What's the next question?
Actually, the Constitution of Canada came back in 1982. Actually.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, random. Sorry, didn't mean to move it to Canada.
No.
What do you mean by the Constitution came back by? Does that mean you were?
We became our own country, but our Constitution, the document, was still sitting in the UK, and we were not allowed to edit it.
Oh,
Really? So it was
geez.
like kind of a power move from like freaking England to be like, no, you can't have it.
Well,
It's your
it's more
country,
like
but
didn't,
also
like,
not really. So you're like kind of politically, like, stagnate. It's like you can't change anything about this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they wanted to make some fixes, so they asked for it, and then they started negotiating the new edited Constitution that we have now. And then other drama happened, but we'll not get into that.
Yeah.
Clayface.
Man, Americans know like so pathetically little about Canada. It's like they just don't really.
It's interesting. I don't know
Yeah.
more.
I mean, the truth is, I know pathetically little about Canada. Because I'm in Quebec, a lot of my history teaching was actually slanted towards Quebec because of the separatist movement here.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know that much, like, overall Canadian history.
Huh.
Like I like even that what I just mentioned, the Constitution, when it was taught to me in school, it was with the what Trudeau did after, which actually fucked over Quebec really bad. Where, anyways, I won't get into that, but the whole thing gets complicated.
I see.
What Clayflakes asked, what do you think Lackadaisy ride would be like if you had unlimited money, space, and access to technology?
A Lackadaisy ride? Like you
Uh,
have to
yeah,
imagine
very,
near a ride.
Do we unlimited
Oh, no.
money? Most of that's going to be lawsuits. Then it's just one of those like crazy car rides that you see where they have like they'll always have like old fashioned looking cars that go on a set track around like a mini kart
Like
thing, but
Mr.
instead there's
Mr. Sable's wild ride.
it's just the car is on fire.
It's like, Wick, how much have you had to drink, Wick? Why are you driving me around, Wick?
Is it more or less dangerous than Rocky's like aim the truck game? Aim the flaming truck into the house.
See how many pig farms you can destroy with a
Yeah,
single
what's
flaming
gonna
truck.
it's like actual pigs in the road. It's very expensive. PETA hates it. That says everybody else.
Oh my god, the cleanup after every
Those
No less
pigs.
dangerous than that.
Gotta get rid of them rabid pigs somehow, Tracy.
What's your... Okay, this next question's a bit weird, but random question. Who's your favorite YouTuber when it comes to sponsors?
A what?
To me,
Is
internet
that-
historians make funny sponsorships. That's very specific.
when it comes to sponsors.
I don't think of
like,
their sponsors. Like,
Yeah,
why would I
I
think of a second
honestly,
thought of
like,
their sponsors?
they all
they're
kind of
just guys
blur
trying
together. As far as like, I know that the sponsors I hear are always like the same ones. It's always either like Skillshare or NordVPN.
to
or-
check out my
Yeah,
socks or my
which-
other lingerie or my blah 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 blah. Same thing over and over.
Yeah,
again.
I
Why would
kind of
like
tune it
that?
out. So
Yeah.
Well, some of them like to do the occasional interesting thing. Like there's one gaming channel I sometimes watch that he's taken to when somebody sponsors him, he'll buy their products and then destroy them on camera. Kind of nonsense. But yeah, overall, I mean, I don't know.
It's an ad, guys. It's like it's like asking me my personal feelings on like fast food companies' Twitters. I'm like,
yeah.
Oh my god, those.
Who's the snarkiest fast food company? Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah.
Why do you motherfuckers fall for this shit? This is what that's what my feeling is.
Apparently one of them like actually ended up on a fan fiction site and started writing food-themed fan fiction.
Oh no.
Really?
I forget which one, but one of the big ones. I don't know.
Okay.
They're all weird. Another very vague question. Spoopy Natural asks, how do you guys export / composite?
Well, part of the compositing is done in Toon Boom, and then we
After Effects,
and then we take it into After Effects for additional piecing together and any like other things. Because Toon Boom is really good for a lot of pre-comp, and I could do the entirety of comp inside of Toon Boom, but it's a little intensive on the computer. So, and yeah, and also more people know how to like work with After Effects, so we're trying to just like make it so that there's less Toon Boom work that the compositors need to know. So yeah.
I mean, even Z will tell you the usual professional workflow is you export it as a PNG sequence and then you open that in After Effects. I've seen her answer that to some people who've asked questions on her Discord about why they don't have certain export features.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Yep. So.
Makes sense.
Yeah, we're basically running it through two pieces of composite software. What it was initially natively animated in, and then After Effects. And that's how it's composited. We have a node tree attached to the cleaned up characters that, if you render the characters out, it gives them the look of the project, like, basically in one swoop. With minimal changes that need to be made, like just a tint, which is just it's actually just a palette swap. We'll do that if there's, for night scenes and that kind of thing. So the colors that you guys have been seeing the characters in, that's actually not the colors that they will be in the final product. Like, they're going to be, like, dimmed down a lot more to, like, feel more natural to the environment. It's not quite so hyper saturated. And then on top of that, there'll be some color grading that will, like, tweak it slightly towards the monochrome, even more so. We're not going to go full, like, quote-unquote black and white, but you need to start with, like, a pre-built palette and then work from there, instead of just going, like, okay, well, we'll make a palette and we'll, that'll just be the palette for every scene, because the character will stick out like a sore thumb if they're lit like it's day, but it's nighttime. And then it's weird if they go between one shot and another shot, like another location, and it's the same. Like, it just looks weird. So, you could potentially make, like, a monochromatic palette that, like, works for each scene more specifically, but, I don't know, I find it easier to just, like, apply tints and mess around from there until you find something that works. So there's a little bit more flexibility in terms of, what it's going to look like. It gives you more freedom to make decisions on the fly if you're not saying, here is the colors of the character, period, for this just this portion. So there is kind of a default set that we work off of, but then it can be tweaked from there as needed. If someone's, like, feeling like a little too dark or too light, for instance. I don't know. I'm getting in the weeds.
I mean, I'm sure everybody would appreciate, like, a focused video on this sort of thing if you felt like it, but I don't think you have time for that.
No, I do not.
No, not right now, no. But like we said, we are doing a making of book, so we may talk a little bit about that kind of stuff. In that context.
You gotta learn how to draw the pretty kitty.
Joel says, "Man, you've been working for a while. Take a break."
Oh,
Yeah, that's typical work day.
I'm fine.
Just we're streaming it.
I should probably stop.
Yeah,
at
I
8,
mean,
though.
yeah. If you are in need of a stretch break or food break or whatever, by all means.
Yeah. Was there anything else I should get to? I mean, I guess there's the poster, but...
Yeah. If you want to work on that. I mean, if you need a break from animating, then...
Well, yeah, I'm gonna stop working on an animation at in 10 minutes just because, like, I can't... It's like, I'll like, readily ignore my own body and without meaning to while I'm animating, so, like, I have to stop after a certain point just to avoid hurting myself.
Okay.
So...
yeah, if you want to work on the poster, that's cool. I shared a preview of it with patrons. They seem to like it, so...
Oh, I'm glad. Did you do any tweaks to it?
I did just a little bit. I moved the explosion a little bit more, like, partially in front of Rocky's leg, and around him, so it's not, like, fully behind him now.
Okay.
And... yeah, I didn't do much else. What else did I do?
Yeah, whatever you did.
I think I tweaked like Mordecai's glasses a little bit and stuff,
Yeah.
but yeah, I didn't really do a heck of a lot to it.
I'm surprised.
Yeah.
I was like, oh yeah, and then Tracy will touch it, and then it's gonna get ripped to pieces. Cause.
Well,
Yeah.
I will go back and work on it further, but I don't. You know, I have to.
I'm sorry, I made that sound like real mean. I didn't mean like ripped to pieces like a bad thing. It's just like.
No, I don't think I have to rip anything to pieces. You guys are like very good at what you do. You and Kaz both did a great job with your parts. So you know, it needs some polish, but I don't think it needs to be ripped apart at all.
That's a relief to hear.
I didn't touch it very much, in part because of that, and also because I was like, I need to get back to working on these Kickstarter things because people are waiting for their art. So.
Well, I'm glad you like it.
Yeah, I'm glad the patrons like it. Yeah.
Glad
to have help on this stuff. Like, well, more than help. I mean, you guys. It seems condescending to call it help. It's like,
of course, it's help.
Active partnership on like art projects because I so so used to doing things on my own.
Who have we been joined by?
Candy?
It's Candy. Hey, Candy. We're streaming to the interwebs.
Yeah.
Well, hello there, interwebs.
This is my friend Candy, also an artist. Say hi to YouTube.
YouTube.
Happy Mother's Day, Candy.
Yeah, happy Mother's
Oh my
Day.
god, yeah. Happy Mother's Day.
That's right.
Did your... What?
Right, I'm a mother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did your kids make you any like art projects or anything?
No.
No, they're too little for that.
Yeah.
Well, Clark's getting near the age.
The age of art.
Yeah. He's too busy playing Minecraft right now.
Oh, okay.
Does he make art in Minecraft?
No, he makes, well, he describes it as hell. He makes a lot of lava and a lot of monsters.
Oh, it's just like when I played The Sims. Okay.
I was like, Mommy, look, I made hell.
He made.
The future shines bright.
This is a 5-year-old, you guys.
I think I love your child. If I come to visit, I gotta visit him. I gotta go get a gift for this child, and he makes hell in Minecraft. This is perfect.
Well, he is definitely your child, Candy. Like,
I'm kind of proud. I haven't talked about hell. He goes to the Catholic.
Oh, that's right. The biggest irony is that he lived in Catholic school. Oh my god.
quite proud of it, though. It does look pretty hellish, I guess.
Good for him.
My parents got called in when I was around his age because I was drawing like random violent stuff also.
So does Mark. That's called being a 5-year-old boy.
I know. It's any kid. Like, I drew violent shit too.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he's gotten in trouble for drawing that sort of stuff at school, but he brings home like drawings, and some of them are kind of like, why didn't the teacher email me about this? She's a Catholic teacher. I don't think she would approve. I think it was great.
Hang it up on the wall. Teachers are calling out concern. Don't rein in your child's creativity.
Yeah, for God's sakes.
Just let him be a kid.
Sure, he makes, hell in Minecraft, but like, not even 2 hours earlier, Fred tells me that he's on YouTube watching Minecraft videos and tells Fred to come look at this video of I guess it's a story someone put together with Minecraft animation of a guy who like tames a dog and then the dog dies at the end and he buries him. And Fred's like, oh, that's sad. And then he starts going up the stairs and he turns around and Clark is like 2 seconds from breaking down.
Oh, is he worried about Pilot?
Yeah, that's probably part of it, yeah. It was just like, I'm not worried about my son being a psychopath or anything like that.
Right. Drawing violent pictures is one thing. Like, the thing I would worry about is, like, injuring small animals or, like, intentionally or that kind of shit.
Exactly.
Like, that serial killer shit. That's, like, kids drawing, like, massacre at the medieval castle or whatever is, like, pretty fucking normal.
Really creative ways to kill like monsters and stuff in my drawings. Like I make like these complicated draw these complicated contraptions. It's kind of like Mousetrap.
Mousetrap, yeah. Oh god, that's that like enticed every child. Like, oh, it's so cool, and then like you get the game and it's the most boring shit ever.
No, I'd rather do it myself, and I did.
Yep. It's like I can create a better Mousetrap than this one. Yeah, my brother and I would draw like these weird battles between like medieval knights and ninjas. We would like do co-op drawings on these like like if you remember how printer paper used to come like as like a log model because it was like dot matrix printers like they would
you'd have to peel the sides out.
Yeah, so we'd like take this huge long piece of paper and just like draw this like the whole coffee table, and we'd be sitting there just like drawing like this giant.
You made it so in the future people will find you and your brother's drawing like an ancient scroll.
Yeah. Like, what is it? What is it? The name of that tapestry? It starts with a B.
Okay. That paper was great if you wanted to do a long piece of drawing. With a lot going on.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Dog.
The bio tapestry. Yeah. It's basically the same thing. It's just like a long piece of fabric with like medieval battle all sewn into it. But I would say our Knights versus Ninjas art was a little more crude than that, but it sure was fun. I don't even know where the hell we got, I don't know where we even came up with that shit, but...
Because you were a kid.
I mean, when I was a kid, ninjas were very much in style. Ninjas were the thing, because Ninja Turtles were all over the place, but...
Well, that's all I drew. I didn't draw human ninjas. My ninjas were all turtles.
I mostly drew Ninja Turtles, yeah. I was, definitely more into, the turtle ones than the human ones. It was fun times.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, I would draw, pictures of, wolves mangling a deer, too, hunting a deer, and, I was a weird kid.
I have a picture, and my granny kept all the pictures I drew when I was around Clark's age, and they're somewhere. I think they're downstairs. But I think I might have showed you it one time. Remember, it's a long picture of a bunch of penguins, and one of the penguins has blood coming out of its mouth. It's dead penguin. And my sweet little 7-year-old granny kept it and put my name and age on it.
Aww.
It's so violent. Just a single drop of blood hanging from its cheek.
Was it bleeding, or had it been injuring other penguins or something?
No, there was a dead penguin laying down.
Oh, it was dead. Oh, okay.
There's another penguin.
Oh.
Let's see how this is going. This is mostly just...
If I had all the time in the world, I would go back to some of my old drawings like that and just redo them.
Oh my god, yes, I thought about that too. Oh my god.
It would be funny.
Well, don't you remember when we were doing Fantasy University, you had me go and try to find some old kid drawings?
Yes, yeah. We actually ended up getting Skippy to have his kids do some drawings for that. Yeah, that was fun. We had this whole area that was just children's scrawlings that were actual monsters that you had to have combat with. That was great.
Yeah, I remember I scanned a few of those on my granny's.
I wish that game had gone further than it did. It was so fun working on that.
It was so fun and funny and smart, and so much work went into it. Jeez.
Yeah. But, so many games come out all the time at the same time. It's hard to get any traction sometimes.
I still have my Fantasy University chocolate bar signed by everybody.
Oh, holy shit.
It broke, but I still have it.
I wonder what happened to mine.
I thought you ate it.
I eat it?
I think you did eat it.
Well, it was chocolate, so... That seems like a thing I would do.
I don't know if mine's chocolate anymore. I don't know, what's
it may have fossilized at this point. I don't know. Oh, God. Yeah, that's the heartbreak of the game industry, though. It's you put such things, it's just this is canceled, and this went nowhere, and...
The new hot game now, you do all this work. The new hot game now is like a little ball that you click and it bounces around or some stupid shit like that.
Yeah, what was that game? Flappy Bird or something? I think that came out around the same time we were doing One Epic Night or something, or this stupid game. It got so popular so fast. Actually, I think the person who made the game demonetized it or stopped selling it because he was embarrassed by how well it was or something. He's I kind of took the idea from somebody else, so.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, but
just take all that embarrassment to the bank, buddy.
Yeah, I think
it'll last. Enjoy your month of a lot of money and then nothing.
Yeah, I think before they made it a free game, he probably made bank pretty. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which game are we talking about? Sorry, I'm dealing with...
This was from several years back. It was called Flappy Bird.
Oh, him. Yes.
Yeah.
What happened with him was a bit worse than what we knew at the time.
Oh no, really?
Because he became an overnight celebrity, I think he was a Chinese developer, or Hong Kong developer. Mm-hmm. He started getting his parents' house flooded with paparazzis constantly.
Oh no!
And he had a mental breakdown over it. That's why
gay?
Wow.
Yeah, he just because everybody just assumed this guy was now a stupid rich over this silly little game, and there's a ginormous amount of negative press coverage of it. He just...
Oh.
Yeah, I mean...
Now I feel bad. Now I feel bad for him. Damn. I guess, awful things happened to... I'm sorry, go ahead, Nox. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's... Nobody really knew at the time, but if there's been some postmortems done recently. The guy deliberately just dropped off the map afterwards to just get away from it all. And he's back to making games now, but
Okay, good. Well, I'm glad he survived that incident at least.
Yeah.
Hopefully he survived that with some of that money, man.
Hopefully.
I hope he at least, yeah. Well, damn. That makes me think of that poor guy who did the physical acting for Jar Jar Binks and how his life for that. People would just so mean to him.
Well, the same for the actor who played Joffrey in Game of Thrones. It's apparently
he quit acting because... But I don't know if it was because people were mean to him or if he just wasn't... But yeah, I guess he's returning to acting now or something. He like wants to come
I
back.
don't know. I remember in an interview or something he said something.
Yeah,
about
he was like
on the street.
Oh god, that would be that would just fucking suck.
He's not fucking Joffrey.
It's like you. I
Guys,
know.
it's a
It's like, how do
kid.
people
Yeah.
not? How do people? Yeah, and he was a literal child. Yeah, like what?
He was a
Yeah.
kid.
I wonder if the Draco Malfoy kid got that kind of shit.
I
That's
heard he
exactly
did.
what I was thinking, but I don't think so. Like, I don't know, he was kind of charming too, but Joffrey.
Yeah, well, a lot of people like had a crush on.
Right, you know, the bad guy.
Right. Yeah.
No, but it was weird. Like, I think it was like Batman Begins. Like, Joffrey is like a little kid. The actor who plays Joffrey's in it. He's got a scene.
Yeah.
There's the one he gives the batarang to, and it's like, oh my god, that's Joffrey.
Yeah. Don't give that to him. He's gonna try.
Don't do it. He'll throw it at a whore.
No. He'll murder somebody with that.
Reminds me a bit of how the ancient Greeks would, the other actors would always wear masks just so people would never associate them with the characters.
You know what?
Oh
That's
yeah.
brilliant.
Yeah.
They also used them. I mean, they had some cool technology for their time. The masks also kind of served as megaphones in a way. So
Oh.
How so?
I don't know how they. I never looked it up, but apparently they somehow found a way to make the masks also enhance the voice or something. I might be remembering wrong.
Well, that would be pretty ingenious if they actually did manage that. That's cool.
Yeah.
I guess they would have to. Like, if there's no mics. I mean, unless they yell at all their lines,
Yeah,
and
you
they
gotta
have
be
to. So.
I mean, I guess they might have taken acoustics into consideration too when they built
Yeah.
the little.
Oh,
they
yeah. No, their amphitheaters were super good for acoustics.
That's cool. These people of Ald were smarter than we give them credit for often. You often
Yep.
think of people and like, it's like they may not have had like the same technology, but they weren't dumb.
Still, they, like, dealt with certain problems. It's just like what do they
Yeah.
have on hand to deal with those problems?
I counter your argument with bloodletting.
Oh, I mean,
I mean,
that was really
yeah. Not every idea was good. Just some.
Hey, bloodletting's
Not
still
every- yeah.
technically the cure for one disease. I forget
What?
which one. Yeah, I
The
think
one-
it's.
the one where you have too much blood.
Yeah.
I think it's excess iron actually.
Oh, okay. Oh
But,
yeah, I
yeah.
guess. Yeah.
And like leeching too. Like actually putting leeches on you can help.
Well, they do use that, yeah, for like
And,
reattaching.
like, maggots and stuff, like to eat the dead skin and stuff.
Oh, I've heard that. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
It's like
Yeah.
these things can be useful, but just not as a cure-all.
right.
It's not a cure-all.
Yeah.
It's just helpful for certain things.
Very specific thing.
It's less bad than some other cure-alls that are on the market
Yeah.
like right now, if we're honest.
True.
Okay, I'm getting
Yeah,
I'm
there's
getting
still a lot
told
of-
by folks that it is like past 8 now, so I think I gotta
Okay.
stop the stream. So I gotta go
Okay.
take care of some animals. But yeah, so thanks everybody for joining. It's been fun interacting with you all. I hope you're having a good time. This isn't like the super sexy part of animating right now. It's a lot of like just like getting used to drawing the character and then planning it out. And you saw me like kind of wrapping up effects work, and so I hope it was interesting for you. It's interesting for me, but I never know how like this works out for folks. This particular animation still needs some work. Like getting her down these stairs is going to be its own challenge. So I gotta.
She'll get there.
She'll get there. She's getting there right now. Look at her. Look at her go. She's sort of shimmy, but not in a good timing way. But the drawings, they move.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
skeleton of the animation is there in place now. So
Yeah.
that's very cool.
Yeah, I get to draw some sashaying, basically. That's gonna be fun. But yeah, I was just trying to get the core elements done, basically, in a very rough form. All right. So that's it, guys. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you for the donations. You can
Yeah, thank you.
subscribe. Like and subscribe was a call to action. That's what it's called. So you always hear those folks saying that is like you're told you have to do this call to action where You have to remind people to click buttons so that they click the button. Like, subscribe, hit the bell notification. Because when you do that stuff, it drives up engagement, so we actually get more recommendations from via YouTube. Yeah. It's like when you do that, it basically tells YouTube that people pay attention to this thing, so it needs to prioritize the thing because people actually pay attention to it. So, yeah, if you ever want to like make a YouTuber happy, like actually do like give them like likes and comments and that kind of thing, because that's what the algorithm pays attention to. That those interactions matter a lot.
Yeah, you do get rewarded for what's called engagement. So yeah.
So yep, if you like a thing, this is the cheap way to help. We really appreciate it, and more random people get recommended, like me. Yes, exactly. Hello.
Also, thanks for being here and talking with us.
Yeah, and if speaking of call to action, if anybody is interested in kind of talking to more Lackadaisy fans and seeing like, kind of keeping up with what's going on beyond just these streams, there is a community Discord that is I can highly recommend.
It's quite active. Yeah. Lots of artists there.
Yeah, it's like cool discord.gg/Lackadaisy. The spelling is right there on the banner.
Thank you, Nox.
Thank you.
Read my mind.
Yes. So you can join that Discord, and a lot of people go there and they share artwork, and or if they're writing like fiction, or like they're just interested in 1920s things and they like to show that off. And well,
Discord, or Engrave here, who does like cooking and drinks mixing.
Yeah.
Actually, I think she just said she might have some new drinks for us to show.
Oh,
so.
Yeah. I'm excited for that.
Nice. Yeah. Awesome. All right. Well, thank you again, everyone, and good night. Have a great rest of your Sunday.
Bye-bye, guys.
Bye.